Hang on, everyone. Welcome to this matchup, the first matchup of the Sunday matches. I am Monk the Dan. Joining me today is the one and only Kano.
Hey, how's it going? It's been a while since I've been here, but it's good to be back.
It's good to see you back, mate. It's been awesome. We got a really close matchup on our hands today. We've got the 14th seed in Australia coming up against Norway's 18th. Australia having a little bit of a blunder on the qualifiers, as I'm sure a lot of people were aware. Emmerich missing that alarm, I suppose.
Yeah, it seems like obviously Emmerich wasn't quite there for that one, and that might have hindered the results a little bit, but I mean, a lot of people are obviously expecting Australia to be one of those top 8 teams, especially based on the roster and how strong things are looking. Norway, once again, coming around in the mid-seed. They're usually one of those teams that hover around there, but for the most part, still a very solid team, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be able to take a few points off Australia today, if not, perhaps cause some sort of upset.
Yep, I completely agree with you on that one, and also it's worth noticing Norway losing a few of their veterans from the years. They've lost Kevzi, who was there in 2017, and they've also lost Comfy as well. So they've had a 2-player roster change just about, but we all know their main core roster in GN and Yolkspie, 2 phenomenal players in the tournament scene, pretty much since my existence, the last 3 years at least. And yeah, to talk a little bit on that Australian roster as well, bringing in a few rookies. One of the sort of the most amount of rookies Australia's had in recent times, adding Vivace. Most people kind of know him as Kevin. We've got Milo Milkshake as well, and Suffix. Some names a few people might not be very familiar with, as they aren't too active in the tournament scene, but I'm sure you've seen them around in solo play.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of the new players stepping up these days are, as much as they haven't really had an OWC debut just yet, I mean, up until this point, a lot of them have been very strong throughout community tournaments and whatnot. So, we've been able to see a lot of impressive performances coming out from them in those tournaments.
Yep. Absolutely. Worth talking about this pool. We are sitting on a nice average of around 6.2 stars, right? So why don't you tell us a little bit about some of these maps here?
So we've got a lot of maps which I would say this is a good introductory to a lot of the skill sets that are meant to be tested in this kind of round. So obviously round of 32 being, the earliest stage that we see these teams face off on. There's definitely room for a lot of upsets. And on top of that, there are a couple maps on the easier side which, you can potentially expect certain teams maybe going for a ban on something simple, or maybe trying to opt for the harder ban if some of the teams are struggling with those maps in particular. And again, it all comes down to skill sets. There's so many different maps, so many different skills tested, and it's just going to be pretty much which of the two teams feel more comfortable banning certain things. I think in particular we might see Norway ban out some of the DT picks maybe against Australia.
We've seen the bans already, opting for that Hard Rock 1 ban immediately. Australia will follow suit with the banger of Hidden 2. So yeah, it's kind of, just like you said, we're seeing Norway kind of ban out these high mechanical picks with the Hard Rock 1. And I'm not too sure if it's a 2-ban system. I'm pretty sure it was actually just the 1 ban this first week. So they're going to leave that DT up, right?
Yeah, round of 32 is just the 1 ban this time around. And as I mentioned, obviously you've got Australia going for the AR8 hidden ban, which is pretty much a solid ban against Norway. They have very, very strong hidden players, especially when it comes to, AR8. And on top of that, you've got Norway banning out Hard Rock 1, which is a pretty staple pick, I would say. Australia has a very, very solid Hard Rock roster overall. So I think these are pretty safe bans from both of these teams.
Yeah, it looks like Australia's definitely coming prepared. You see Yolkspie GN on the same team and you immediately just think, we got to get rid of all the low AR, we got to get rid of all the kind of high mechanic gimmicks in the pool. And yeah, they definitely got outscored on the qualifiers in the AR8 hidden slot by about 400k, which is quite a lot on especially on the last map, GN and Yolkspie putting up an incredible FC on that AR8 hidden last week, which was arguably the hardest map in the pool. So no surprise to see that one taken away. We are going to get into the first pick for this one, and that is Freemod 2.
Yeah, Freemod 2 Moose coming in here, which is honestly something I expected from Norway. Since they have the hiddens being banned out against them, I think opting for some freedom where they have the ability to put 1 or 2 players on Hard Rock and then obviously opt for the other ones being hidden or just going for normal comfort picks. I think Freemod is usually a safe bet in round of 32 stages. when it comes to just sort of seeing where the teams are at, like, you know, what kind of things you can expect from both sides. It's always a good thing to opt in to when you're first getting into the match, I would say, to break the nerves.
Yeah, it's also a really good pick if that AR8 has been banned. You know, you're still forcing your opponent, at least one of them, to put up a low or sort of a hidden only score, which Australia most likely are capable of doing. I'm pretty sure we're likely to see a hidden coming in from Machine. You know, we all know Machine through OWC, through the years for Australia's their hidden carry. You know, he's always been there. And Milo on this one is, you know, you're expecting him to probably fill that hard rock slot. I'd like to see what Norway bring in, as it looks like Gen won't be playing this first map. We've got Yokespy, Fel, and Julesen and Melvar. That is an incredibly difficult name to say on the lineup for Norway, with Australia bringing Dummy, Milo, Emrek, and Machine. So yeah, at the gates, we do see Emrek is here, which is exciting. Obviously the #1 player in the world right now.
It's always nice to see that he didn't sleep in for this one, but yeah, I think Norway, we're probably going to expect a hidden coming out of Yokespy and potentially hard rock coming out of Fjell. As for extra mods or overmod, it's very possible. I mean, these are early stage mods, early stage maps.
Here we are, and look at that. You're spot on with that. Yokespy is taking that hidden Machine with the hidden, and Milo with the hard rock. Worth pointing out, this is Milo Milkshake's first OWC. He does not play a lot of tournaments, so keep an eye on him. You know, this is his debut. I'm not too sure about the debuts on Norway. I'm pretty sure all of these players played last year for the side of Norway, but yeah, we're going to get straight into it. This type of song, the build-up really does kind of kick you, you know, that sort of rock music, the drums going at it, builds up the nerves. It actually matters what type of song it is when you're in tournament.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, like this kind of map, or this kind of song rather, would definitely, I don't know, like would it shake your nerves more or less? You know, you've got someone screaming in your ear at the same time as you're trying to play. It's like, I don't know, am I getting hyped or am I just getting even more nervous, you know?
I just get intimidated and I'm like, that is a powerful voice behind that, and I start shaking. There's just no way. But yeah, no players struggling on this intro. This is one of the more sort of tame maps, I guess you could say. But on those mods, it's definitely a stretch.
We have actually seen a miss from Dummy early on the no mod there. Bit of an uncharacteristic miss.
That. And look at Milo's act on the hard rock there. He's actually was sitting on a high 99, just dropped below 98. But also, Emrek has taken hard rock, and oh my god, and it's a double break, a complete blunder from Milo and Machine. So that's two big mods gone. And on the side of Norway, no one's faulted at all. This is looking like a solid first pick. We're already halfway through the map.
Yeah, and you've got both Norway and Australia opting for 2 hard rocks on each side as well, and Fjell is looking very comfortable on this one. You've got Milo also.
Oh, you had to do it. Yeah, Fel has gone, and so is Melva. So now it really is just Emrek on the side of Australia. Dummy is following suit, the veteran. So we do need to see a break from either Yokespy and Julesen really quickly, because this is 300k with only 15% left, and there it is. There is an opportunity now. It's just Yokespy versus Dummy Emrek. Oh, this could swing back to Australia. I think Dummy can get around 800k. Emrek definitely around 1.5, 150. So it's closing, but we'd have to see a break from Yokespy, right?
You've got a significant accuracy advantage on the side of Australia as well. That score lead is
closing fast.
Closing.
It's about 10% less. Dude, not even that. It's literally the ending.
It's just 10K. Not enough time.
Oh my god, if Norway is going to edge it out by at least 5 seconds. They were gone in 5 more seconds, but what a first pick from Norway. An immediate dub for the Norwegians there. That is shambles for the 5-0 pick'ems for Australian fans out there. I know, devastating, but what a score from Emrek coming in for his second OWC. He's going to FC that. Yokespy no slouch either, 97 on the hidden. Very impressive stuff there. So we're seeing no mod FCs out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Norway definitely looked very practiced on that one. As you can see, a lot of very solid scores and combos across the entire team. We did obviously have a few mishaps from Milo Milkshake and Machine in that slower section, which was kind of expected, to be honest, because that is one of the spots where, you know, hard rock definitely has a lot of a struggle when it comes to like the spacing changes and some of the weird like awkward snaps in that map. But
all right, now we have JTB going ahead and picking the DT2. This is the Swedish stamina pick, an immediate pick to combat Norway here. You pick the slower maps, we're going to pick the faster maps, and Australia no slouch with their speed roster, and incredible. You know, you've got Dummy Emrek as not the 2 fastest players on the team, because let me tell you about Suffix. He is fast. He's actually might not play this map. a bit of a late game speed play, we might actually see Marlo play this. Worth noting out, Marlo had 6 100s on that last map, by the way. Hard Rock Act, pretty good stuff. An unfortunate one miss there for him. Going to see a lot of roster changes coming in for Norway. It looks like Yokepie is sitting this one out.
I think Winzy is actually one of the new players joining the Norway roster this time around. So this is going to be the debut map for them.
Oh,
And,
let's go.
As you mentioned as well with Milo Milkshake from last map, definitely one of the players to look out for when it comes to Hard Rock accuracy. I mean, as much as it's the debut and, you did end up seeing a miss there, still accuracy is going to be the one thing that he will have
He will always have, yeah. Yeah, it's also a lot of people familiar with Marlo. If you play a lot of DT, fast DT, he's incredibly good at DT as well. So not going to see him get outscaled anytime soon. It's really just how is this consistency early on, and that goes the same for everyone. Really glad to see Emmerich and Dummy there putting up great scores, and you've got all these OWC veterans like Yokespie just FCing that sort of map on command. It's incredible.
Yokespie obviously known for very, very solid tournament performances over the past few years, and also OWC performances as well. I mean, in the past we've had him do many of the replays for a lot of the hidden maps, so it's definitely his expertise. So you expect pretty much almost anything.
Yeah, it's worth noting here, the DT2 scores from qualifiers. Australia got a 4.49 million combined score, with Norway getting 2.6 million. So they had 4 FCs just about. And Norway had only the one in 9Rick, or 9Eric, whatever. So we'll be keeping our eyes on him to see if he can carry Norway through this. Of course, on stage is a lot different than qualifiers. The nerves are incredible.
Yeah, and Eric is also one of the new members of the Norway roster. So again, it's good to see a lot more new players jumping in and performing well as well.
Yep, so we've got Jordan LR7 is that the only roster swap for Machine from the last map? I believe it is.
Yep, that is the only roster swap. And also, again, another debut.
Actually, no, Jordan played last year. Jordan had one of the incredible years. One of the best rookies I've ever seen for Australia, actually, last year. He was solid on all the speed picks and all the some of the hints as well. We're going to see the first break there from Julson. Pretty...
I completely forgot that I skipped a year.
Oh my god, look at Emmerich's act. He's actually still holding that SS. And Dummy on a 99.7. Really flat out accuracy across the Norwegians though. 99.5, 99.7. That early break from Julson's really going to hurt them, and they're going to need to see a break from Australia soon to kind of bounce this thing back.
Yeah, this is the kind of season double time roster that you expect out of Australia. They're always very, very solid when it comes to double time. And they are showing their dominance right now. But overall, Norway is holding up as well. They only have 1 drop so far. Things do
Norway's looking amazing right now, and also we're at the middle of the map. This is where nerves, in my opinion, start to peak, especially because your score is about to be capped so heavy if you miss here. So keeping my eyes on all the curses, but everyone's just dominating, and Pingwidzy's going to be the second player to miss another player out of the Norway roster there. So that score lead is going to exacerbate really quickly towards the Australians.
I feel like as well, when you've got a middle-seeded team against another middle-seeded team on a round of 32 pool, it's always expected to, you're going to have these close maps, and it's always going to add that little bit of extra pressure on top of you.
And just Australia looking to 4-way this DT2 out of the gate. I can't believe it. This is 399 FCs and a nice 97, but Norway has a 99.7 as well. Just all around flat out good accuracy, but there goes Neneric as well. So it was actually just in Julson. He actually didn't break before. Oh wait, no, he did. The first break is actually going to be one of the highest scores on their team. Wow, Australia's really just going to 4-way DT2 twice in a row.
Australia showing dominance on this double time pick as expected. But I mean, Norway did put up a good fight as well. A lot of very, very solid scores. I mean, those are scores that...
Is that score real? It's like 4.78. Dude, that is 4.78 million? How can it be so high? There was just about 399s, and Milo with a nice 98. That is exactly what Australia wanted to see for that bounce back. But Norway really putting up some scary scores if you were Australia. Maybe thinking that one was going to be a bit, freer than it was, but Norway put up a very high score as well. And that kind of looked like Australia's strongest pick.
Yeah, with 778k being the lowest score from the Norwegian side, that is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they are putting up a very good fight. And I mean, from the first pick, they look very comfortable in that as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do opt for here this time around. I wonder if perhaps they might go back into Fremont territory or maybe opt for Hidden One or something like that.
There are a few scores Australia bombed in qualifiers, so Norway paid close attention to some of the maps Australia seriously underperformed in for their qualifiers. They might be able to steal a few points off that, but of course without Emmerich in that qualifier, it's kind of hard to gauge where Australia really stands. But if you're on the side of Norway there, someone like Jokes sitting out that DT and just seeing your team play so well on it, it's got to be a relief. You know, you've got a lot of trust in that team now, and it looks like both rosters really, you know, the DT and the slow hidden stepping up today for Norway.
Yeah, I'm honestly just curious as to what the next pick is going to be, because there's a lot of options. I mean, it's around a 32 pool. It's still, like, we're going to expect a lot of close scores on both sides, and they're actually opting for the No Mod 4, which is the tech pick here. Bit of an interesting one, but honestly not that much of a surprise. This could cause some upsets. This one's a bit of a weird one.
Look at this lineup for Norway right now. They have Jokes, GN, Melbourne, Marcus sitting here. I expect we're seeing Emmerich not leave a single map this OWC. It's kind of hard to bench Emmerich on anything, on any given map. He will say, I don't want to play it. Too bad. You're Emmerich. But we're going to see Jordan the Bear probably step in here. And maybe Vivace or Suffix, because yeah, this might be another rookie debut in Vivace. Yeah, I wonder. It could be Machine. They're definitely just discussing that last player now, because they've probably got about 6 people who can play it, and it's really, hey, who's up for it, you know? Do you want to break nerves here? Looking at the qualifier results, Vivace did play the No Mod 4 last week. A bit of an underperformance from him there. So he's not going to sit in on this one. It's going to be Machine.
We see Machine stepping back in once again. Once again, another very, very solid player for this style of map. I think both of these rosters are looking very dangerous right now for this map. I mean, it's Norway's pick after all. They are going to perform very well. I mean, just look at the names.
Has Emmerich missed yet? I think he's 2 for 2. Sure. I think Emmerich's on a little 2 for 2 right now. I'm going to go ahead and jinx it now, but I'm pretty sure Emmerich right now is 2 for 2. So Paying is doing his work, making up for the...
It's definitely going to be this one.
Oh, let's see.
We're in for a spicy one.
And this is Jen's first map of the match. The veteran himself.
Yeah, GN has been around for, you know, the longest time. He's been around since OWC3. So he knows exactly.
Map. Oh. Jordan the Bear is going to be the first one to break. He has just subbed in and missed quickly. It's very early into the map, but you hate to see that on a sub, and Dummy's going to follow suit. So it's 2 already off for the Australians, and dude, look at Norway. They have a 99 still. Also does Emmerich, but dude, and so did Machine. Okay, both the Australians holding on incredible accuracy, but Norway were able to combo through that intro.
We do see a bit of an accuracy difference coming from Jordan the Bear, though. He is falling a little bit behind.
No one missing the first slide. Is Jokes Dummy missing? So it really is just those 3 for Norway, and we need to see a break from Machine or Emmerich for Norway to really be comfortable as we get into the halfway part of the map. This part is so fun to play.
Yeah, I feel like it suits the song very well.
Oh, Marcus with a break in that section is the opportunity that Australia needed. And GN just missing the last night. We saw someone else do that last night. I wasn't so sure who it was, but someone missed that exact part yesterday. It was really sad.
That is such an unlucky time to miss right at the break. You know, you get to see the scores as well. It's just the lead is going to slowly but surely go back. It's going to go all the way back to Australia. Look at that score gap.
Oh my god, it closed so quickly. And with Machine and Emmerich in the driver's seat, Machine not known to have any mercy, and Melvin's just going to miss badly on the jumps there. He's going to miss and die. So is Marcus and Dummy. Jordan really picking up his slack from earlier on, and Emmerich and Machine have not faltered at all, putting up an impressive...
It was looking so good for Norway at the beginning of this map, but everything just crumbled towards the end.
We've got the middle really... And they're all just sitting on about 500k, such average 500ks, where you've got Dummy getting 380, but JTB, Emmerich and Machine really carrying the weight there. I mean, I got to say, Machine and Emrek, you know, if you want two people to carry you on Hidden or Tech, those are your two. I'm telling you right now. Emrek, I'm pretty sure, has still yet to miss tonight, which is it's just one of those days, I guess. But yeah, really unfortunate scores from the Norwegians there. Yogspie with an unfortunate slider break early on.
Yeah, a few of those streams were catching the Norwegian side off guard, especially as you can see Melva and Marcus ended up getting a few chain misses, causing some accuracy drops. We did see Jordan the Bear make a very good recovery from the beginning, despite having a little bit of a fumble there. And obviously Machine and Emmerich coming in with very, very solid scores with 99 and 98.7%.
Yeah, pretty funny there. You've got the two veterans in Dummy and Jordan the Bear. I think this is JTB's fourth OWC and like Dummy's sixth. So it's just kind of funny to see them two kind of taking the back seat and letting the young new generation in Emmerich kind of go off. Machine, of course, playing in about 4 OWCs himself as well. So yeah, he's a bit of a veteran there as well. And we're seeing Australia continue this DT onslaught, and they're going to go ahead and pick DT3. This is the more finger control-y DT, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely a bit more on the finger control side. We've got a lot of doubles and sort of awkward patterns. You know, you've got some wiggle stuff going on. There's all sorts of things happening in this map, and this is one of my favorite maps in this entire pool. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, this map was pretty cool. It's a bit scary to play finger control early on because really you can just have that blunder. And we're going to see Vivace stepping in now. So this is his OWC debut. One of those players who's kind of been snubbed from the roster like 2 years in a row. He's been the 9th player literally 2 years in a row. So very excited to see him finally make the team here. Well earned for him, and we'll have to see what he can do on this first map, hey?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of specific expertise coming in from Vivace as well. You know, he's a very, very solid hard rock player all around, but then also stepping in for a lot of these double time maps, especially on the finger control in particular, and also overall very, very solid ult player.
Yep, exactly right. Nailed it there. This guy can play just about everything. It's really he's got the luxury of his team's able to support, you know, play through what he's not good at. So he's one of those players who you'll really only see play maps that he's really, really good at. Australia's got a good, well-built roster this time around.
It seems like we have Penguinzy and Neneric stepping back in for Norway, and these two seem like they're going to be in for a lot of the double time picks.
Yeah,
based on what I've heard.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've been playing, you know, out of their mind. Norway seriously has been playing out of their mind today. That last map was certainly winnable for them, and the map before that, so for the DT was Australia did put up kind of a dominant performance on that one, but that's all right. We'll see if they can do it again here. We don't have Milo Milkshake. Instead, we have Vivace stepping in, and I think that's the exact same roster for Norway.
Yeah, getting into this map, this one pretty much doesn't let off from the beginning. It just goes wild. You know, it's just going to be hitting you with doubles and all sorts of finger control patterns pretty much from the get-go. No mercy whatsoever. Definitely a very, very solid pick for the Australian roster. And we see a couple of early misses coming from the Norwegian side. Yeah, this is one of those maps which really tests a very, very niche skill set. So this could be one of those things where you have to see whether or not, you know, these players are more seasoned on just regular double time maps rather than finger control. But it could just also be forming themselves into it.
Yeah, who I think about when I think of this, I think of Dummy. I think a lot of people would think of him. It's kind of got that old style finger control, so maps from before 2014, especially with that Zun being behind it, definitely something you're expecting someone like Dummy to just shred.
Yeah, you've got that song choice, and not only that, but the mapping style is also very much similar to that kind of thing. Dummy has been around for a very long time.
So we've got Australia's first break now, and they're up about 150k. We'd have to see another one as we're approaching 50% of the map, and on the side of Norway, they're kind of all holding around the same combo here. It's actually going to be whether Dummy, Emmerich, and Vivace can hold, but Belva's going to break and so is Fell, so that really does just leave Neneric. And with that many misses towards the end of a map, you'd have to see the rest of the Australians crumble, like now.
Yeah, we're pretty much 3/4 of the way into the map, and we do need to see them all.
Oh, and that break from Neneric. Well, that is the complete. There will be no FCs from anyone on Norway, with Australia still holding 3 FCs to boot. So, what a debut for Vivace right now. He's looking like he's going to FC his first map of OWC.
Yeah, that's always a great way to enter. You know, you're going to feel a lot more confident after that.
Yeah, it's seriously such a talking point. The nerves when you come into OWC, you know, it's like no other. I can't stress it enough. It's seriously, you're just hoping it goes well. So getting that first map FC is a huge boost to morale. Your confidence is just skyrocketing. The game is so easy when you're confident. But yeah, Emrek's on a silent 4 for 4 right now. He just has not missed yet. So what's going on there?
I don't think he feels like it. You know, maybe he just doesn't want to miss today.
You know, we were having this discussion I think when we were watching him playing Yaz, and he won that solo tournament. And I think it was Dummy that said it was like, some of these maps now in these tournaments are pushing like 700 PP. Like, you're going to get a 700 PP DT1. That's not even in his top plays. Like, it's just not in his top 100 if he FCs a 700 PP map in tournament. So, seriously, that's just the level of player he's at right now. It's just crazy to me.
He is playing a completely different game from us. But I mean, at the same time, you know, he's being forced to play these tournaments, which is essentially meant to be the same game as us.
Yeah. Yeah, you try to, you know, have an easy pool and kind of bring everyone to the same level, but for some reason he just has not missed yet. We're going into Norway's next pick though. They went for that Nomod 4 and it looked alright. A few blunders there in the middle of the map. But are we going to see them kind of kick it back on the free mod? And we are.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for the same thing that they went for last time. You know, the free mod 2 worked, so I think it's not a bad idea for them to opt for the free mod 1 and see if they can pull something out once again. This one is a very interesting map. This one seems, to me, like, I don't know, this one seems much more on the harder side compared to free mod 2, but I think harder overall throughout the entire map. And with that said, there's a lot of stream patterns which can throw you off guard on hidden, but also when it comes to the aim requirement for hard rock, that is the difficulty that comes there. And this map, it just doesn't let up, you know. I would be surprised if we see overmodding on this one, but it is very possible.
Yeah, this the first free mod did of course go towards Norway, and it was like, damn, Norway came out of the gates, you know, ready to play. They were all serious about it, and it looked like Australia maybe having a bit of first map nerves on that first map as well, because, you know, this is a different thing now. With 3-1 up, we're a bit more loose about our play styles, and Norway's definitely under the pressure to perform. Hopefully they can do so. This is definitely a roster for it. You've got GN, Yokes, Pine, Dawson, and Melva. I'm so sad that ARA Hidden got banned though. Seriously, that song, that map, my favorite.
It would have been really, really nice to see both of these teams perform on it, because I mean, there are solid players for the AR8 Hidden on both sides. So,
exactly,
you know,
right.
Seeing two teams actually, like, you know, go at it on such a strong map, it would have been amazing.
It's such a shame that Norway's two best, like, you know, two notoriously best players are so good at the same thing, and it's just a niche thing. So they just always get AR8 banned against them. It's so sad, but it is what it is. And we're seeing some of these mods now. We're seeing Emrek opt for that hidden when he doesn't have to. We do have a hidden from Machine already, so, and we also have GN and Yokespy with a comfort hidden. So definitely, it just goes to show the level of their hidden skill, really. They're taking this as an elective, and Machine is going to be the first player to break.
As much as I did say that it would be a surprise to see overmod happen on these maps, there are a lot of players who do prefer hidden in some circumstances, and I think this is definitely one of the rosters which you see it on. You know, you've got Machine preferring hidden, Emrek also tends to prefer hidden in most cases, and the same goes with GN and Yokespy as well. But we do see a miss coming in from GN on the Norwegian side, which is really, really devastating for them, because that's going to go back to Australia as Machine is still holding on despite the early miss.
Yeah, they're both mod FCs, but now we've got to pay close attention to these hard rocks, because when I was playing this map through, Dummy is going to break on that little stream there, so we're going to need to see a break from Norway if it's going to be matched. It just isn't as we get to the sort of mellow part of the song, and Milo putting up a good hard rock right now, and Jolson matching that. We are dead even going into the second half of this map. The next break will spell disaster.
That miss from Dummy comes at such a bad time, just past the halfway mark.
Yeah, he is score capped heavy now. I don't think he's getting anywhere above 600. As he's got a Machine is going to miss. He was the first miss, and Emrek, his first miss of the match on that stream, just missed the start of it. GN following suit. It's all Machine versus the world, but look at Jolson, Melva, and Yokespy still holding that juicy FC right now.
You've got Milo Milkshake holding on as the hard rock full combo. Against
But and
3
Juleson is
footballers
just
on the Norwegian side. They are looking
Dude.
so comfortable on this one.
they're looking dominant on this one, and they just smacked Australia bad. We did see Emrek's first break, but let's talk about Milo Milkshake a bit, because he actually, I don't think, has he missed?
Yeah, we've talked about how he's making his debut here, and
Yeah,
obviously
he is.
he hasn't been seen in tournaments much, but I mean he's here now in tournaments for a reason. Like
I love that.
he
I
is
love
performing
so
so
much.
well.
I love so much when you've got these quote unquote farmers. He's not really one of them, but you've got these farmers. The tourney scene. They're kind of like, they're not going to be too good in tournament. They're only good in solo play. Milo, one of those people that is like, how is he going to do in tournaments? Is he going to be good? And here he is absolutely killing it. So it's so refreshing to see. We saw that with Emrek last year, and we're going to see Australia with more speed onslaught, going for that No Mod 5 pick.
I just still can't get over how dominant the Norwegian side looked on that free
Oh
mod.
my god.
They are so solid for free mod. I think that's going to be something we'll probably expect banned against them in the future matches.
They can definitely win this pick. We saw those DT2 scores. Australia had incredible scores. Could they do it again? It looked like Norway could keep up on that DT. So if they could keep up on that, they can certainly keep up on this. This felt like one of the easier maps to play. It certainly is pushing that 240 BPM, but it's definitely an entry towards the No Mod 5 high BPM slot. It's not the end-all be-all speed that you're expecting. A lot of sort of slower people to play this.
Yeah, I feel like, as you mentioned, this is pretty much an entry level into speed, and for the most part, I wouldn't be surprised if people are more likely to miss on the aim sections. I mean, there isn't really much aim to this speed pick, but I think just random misses are bound to occur on this style of map.
Yep, and if Norway take this map, well then we've got a game, because 3-3 apiece. Once you get to 4, it's a whole nother game here. So I'd love to see it. Dummy has been sort of blundering these last 2 maps a little bit. He's had 2 uncharacteristic misses on those maps, and we'll have to see if that follows through on the No Mod 5. You wouldn't expect it, but anything can happen.
So far, he has been performing pretty well on the double times as well, though, so there is that, which is worth mentioning. And I mean, when you've got a map which is very similar to that style of map, I think this is map where you expect him to make that comeback.
We're seeing Milo, yeah, completely with that first burst, so he is going to lose that. If he wasn't an FC Spree, I'm not sure if he was. He is not anymore. Not to worry though, very early into the map.
Definitely talked about this map being one of the easy ones in the pool, but like I said, there is always going to be room for random misses on the style.
Yeah, you could. The random misses in solo play, they don't happen so much on easy maps, but in tournament, those random misses are they're just everywhere. And look how close we are. We're literally identical going into the halfway point. Dummy SS. Just waiting to see if any player will break, but everyone's looking so damn comfortable on this map, and it really is going to come down to nerve control, I think.
You've got pretty much almost the entire Norwegian side coming in with 99s as well, though, and it's Dummy with the SS on the Australian side.
The veteran, he is looking comfortable, but it's actually not enough, and Penguinzy missing is going to... That score is going to jump over so quickly towards the Australians. We need to see a break from the Aussies quickly, but with a 200k and like 2% left of map, it's just not going to happen. Australia looking to put up a dominating score on this as well.
Yeah, they managed to hold on as long as they needed
to. Dude,
Dummy
SS, no.
The scores between these two teams, so close.
It's
270k difference roughly.
That was too close. For a No Mod 5, you usually expect to see these maps swing in a very one-sided motion. Usually one team's faster than the other, and it's very apparent. But these two teams, it really is just one small mistake from Norway, and that actually is costing them 700k is costing you a map. Like, that is just unlucky. It seriously is. You've done a solid performance on that, but sometimes it's just not enough when you've got 3 FCs on the side of Australia. Really, really good stuff there from the Aussies, and Norway as well. Unlucky.
Yeah, you've got Naneric coming in with that debut as well, and I mean, hitting up that 99 full combo on that map, very impressive stuff from the Norwegian side.
Norway are playing so well to kick off this OWC, but Australia also looking solid. Definitely feeling like their qualifiers could have been a little bit higher with how they're playing today. Incredible performances, averaging around 2 to 3 FCs every map, and now you've got Norway's pick, and dude, I reckon it's going to be No Mod 3 if I'm being honest. It just is.
Just literally as you say it. Perfect timing.
Yeah, it's it's not to be surprising really. If I read out these qualifier scores in the No Mod 3 from the Australians, you would laugh. They actually got a team score of 2 million on the No Mod 3, which was, I mean, I haven't even looked at the qualifier stats, but I'm pretty sure that's like bottom 20. I could be heavy capping, but 2 million for our No Mod 3, and Norway putting up 3.2 million on that qualifier. So yeah, a big score difference off the No Mod 3 from qualifiers. And yeah, tell us a little bit about this map. I don't remember this one too much.
Yeah, it's very interesting because you've got both sides, which, they have very capable players for this style of map. But when it comes to this map, it features a lot of flow aim, some snap patterns, there's all sorts of awkward stuff, a little bit of like slider aim as well. You need a lot of aim control for this one specifically, and I feel like this is going to be a very interesting one where we're going to see all sorts of random breaks all over the place. And in general, I think both of these teams have the potential to perform really, really well in this. I mean, as much as Australia, you mentioned their qualifier result wasn't so great on the alternate pick for the qualifiers, still very, very high potential from both of these sides. We could see all sorts of, full combos coming out. But as I said, this one's a bit on the harder side, I'd say. There's a lot of room for error.
Yep, it's worth mentioning the roster here for Australia. LR7 and Vivace stepping in for this alt pick. We've got that solid Norway lineup that we've seen before, and I'm just wondering whether this was a single tappable map or not, because was this around 290 or around 300? I'm actually not too sure about the BPM on this one, or who's going to be single tapping it.
I guess we will find out very shortly. But I mean, you probably expect Dummy and Emmerich to do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if Emmerich can single tap a map, he does. But yeah, we've got off the gate, both of them just ulting, so there won't be any single tap chads on this one. And Vivace is going to have an unfortunate miss at the intro there. Yokespy following suit, Jordan, LR7, and Marcus. So yeah, you can definitely see straight away this map is not like the rest. It's a lot harder.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this map is going to be one of those maps where we're going to see all sorts of random misses occurring. This just has a lot of really, really tricky patterns. Like, the patterns themselves are very simple in play, but with that said, when it comes to tournament play, it's a little bit different. Like trying to do those patterns consistently, not the easiest task. And we see yet another break from Jordan LR7, but overall, scores are still pretty even. It's very, very early days.
I can't stress how hard these maps are to play. In tournament, it's so easy to just tap too fast on maps. It's a lot easier to tap too fast than it is to tap too slow, in my opinion at least. So maps like these where you just miss an entire pattern just by tapping too early on that first node and really getting messed up is scary. Low aim as well. It's one of the most sort of beatable styles of maps, I reckon, along with those air rate hiddens.
Yeah, you pretty much have to have almost all of your skills aligning at the exact same time. You've got flow aim, you've got slider aim, you have to have so much aim control and finger control at the exact same time. But so far, all the players are actually managing to hold on really, really well from this part.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared too. I was just about to say, GN, I don't think he's FC'd a map today, so to FC this one would be a challenge for a first FC, and it's only Marcus and Yokespy versus really everyone in Australia right now. Jordan LR7 and Vivace bringing their comment up nicely. Yokespy matching the two of them, but Dummy and Emmerich are looking solid on this so far.
Yeah, not to mention as well, Yokespy and Marcus did actually have the early breaks as well, so Dummy and Emmerich are slightly ahead, but not by much.
And this is the last map, by the way. This is 4-point Australia. This is match point. If Australia take this is G. So the nerves on everyone. Oh, and that slider stream is going to claim GN and Melva. Wait, Melva's was capped, and so was GN. Was I?
Looks like that was probably tournament plan, but Jordan LR7.
Did you see that as well? I'm like, dude, was that just me that saw that? Alright. So yeah, only LR7 breaking there. So a little bit of opportunity now for Norway. There's a sliver of hope. It has to be Emmerich or Dummy though. Dummy's accuracy right now, dude.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. I mean, we've got 99s on both sides. We've got Marcus with a 99.
Yeah. Vivace bringing this score up after those early misses is sitting on a nice 500k right now, and it's about 300k to boot. We need to see a break from the Aussies if Norway needed to win this one. Marcus playing out of his mind, and Kevin, Vivace is actually going to be the one to miss. He misses a lot too, so 300k to catch up, and there's definitely enough map. It's just whether Marcus has it in him to do it. The break, oh god. Marcus and Yolks buys a moment right now.
There's a quarter of the map left. Dummy and
Do they have the advantage?
Have a devastating miss from this point.
Do they have the advantage? They don't. Melva with that miss is not helping. They did with Melva, but I do not know if they still have advantage. Not enough to close a 300k lead.
A break for Emmerich and Dummy would have to happen right now from both of them as well. It's
At last 7, Yolks and Marcus.
Marcus and Yolks just drop, and that is going to be GG.
That is going to be GG for the Norwegians here. Australia putting up incredible scores on the board. And look at that Emmerich Dummy. In no other fashion should, you know, your 2 carries really just pop off the close. And just build different.
This is brutal what they are doing on this map right now. But I mean, you've seen Norway pop off throughout this entire match, and it is going to be very exciting to see where they go in the future.
I know, right, dude? Norway looking like a very good sort of making it to those quarter semi slots. You know, I'm so surprised with how well they performed. Australia had an amazing performance, though. Seriously, they just put up some of the highest scores we've seen so far, and it was a really good debut for a lot of their rookies there. But yeah, dude, Norway played out of their minds today. That was an incredible match.
Yep, overall very solid performance from both teams. We saw a lot of close maps, and we saw a lot of dominance on each of the maps that we saw picked from some of these teams. I mean, Norway coming out with very, very strong free mod scores, and Australia looking very dominant on speed and double time in particular.
Yeah, that was Norway on those free mods, man. They're going to have, I tell you what, in that next losers bracket match next week is going to be exciting, because whoever they're up against is in for a world of trouble. Not just on those low ARs as well. We saw them putting up incredible scores on the speed maps as well. Like, they only lost. Their lowest score was 700k on speed. Like, that's just seriously, you shouldn't be losing maps with 700k as your lowest score. But yeah, that's going to be GG to the Australians. An incredible first match for them, pulling up the 5-3 victory. I believe the next matchup will be Romania and Taiwan, and that is a match I'm excited for.
Yeah, I feel blessed by the fact that we're going to be casting a lot of these middle seed matches, man.
We got
the exciting ones in round.
Dude, no lie, we got the best matches. Like, for a dude, Romania and Taiwan is like my match of the week. It seriously is. You've got Taiwan, who won 3WC with a lot of their core players actually not in this year. And you've got Romania. We'll talk about a lot more of it in about an hour from now. But yes, come back for that match. We've got, Badu and all of them in that next one. So yeah, look forward to it, guys. And we will see you in about an hour.
Take care, everyone.
Hey, welcome back everyone to OWC. We have Romania versus Taiwan here. It's Monk the Don. Joining me again is no other than Kane.
How's it going? I'm excited for this match. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, this one's really close. This is definitely the closest on the qualifier sheet as well. Coming in with the 15th seed was Romania, putting up solid scores in the qualifying. And then Taiwan was in 18, so really close there.
Yeah, once again, we get to cast another middle seed match, which, you know, these are bound to be the closest matches, especially on a round of 32 pool, where, you know, the difficulty isn't too over the top. I mean, obviously the qualifier results sort of like, you know, bring things close together, but round of 32 is always one of those easier stages where, you know, you get to see teams really have some close matches in the early rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Taiwan's been such a solid team on a lot of those early stages. They actually won 3WC last year, or this year rather, so kind of a lot of tournament veterans on that team.
Yeah, you've got a lot of people coming back and returning and some new faces as well. Obviously there's the return of Rucker for the Taiwanese side.
Yep, a lot of new players there, and Romania actually coming in with sort of a veteran lineup. They're actually all, I'm pretty sure all of them have played OWC before, and they've got the experienced veteran to lead that team in Badu.
Yeah, we actually have Camo Ciala returning as well for that one, and Nanoya and Lucrece are two new ones, I believe.
Yeah, Eternum always getting in form as well around this time of the year.
Yeah, both of these teams have very, very solid lineups overall. I honestly expect this to be one of the closest matches, probably the one that we might even see the tiebreaker on, if anything.
Yep, I think if any match is likely to go to TV, it's this one.
We also have a couple of new names on the side of Taiwan as well. We've got Neko Kamui coming in, Diastrophism, and also 975, and a bunch of other numbers.
Yeah, from what I can gauge, a lot of these players were on the Hard Rock and DT, so we should be seeing them there. We do get into the pick ban phase. We have Badu opting to pick first. When Romania's gone and banned No Mod 4, so that's like, oh, that's a tech map as well. Surprising there from Romania.
Yeah, as much as Romania had a very solid score in the qualifiers for that one, Taiwan actually also showed dominance there as well, getting third place, I believe.
Yeah, they had a crazy good No Mod 4 score. Not sure what the entire total was, but it was actually less than Taiwan's. No, it was greater than Taiwan's. No, you're right.
Yeah, getting into these bans, we see Romania opting for the No Mod 4 ban, and we're seeing Taiwan go for the Hard Rock 1 ban.
Yep, a lot of the newer players for Taiwan were on that Hard Rock slot, so maybe the new players feeling a bit nervous about stepping in first map for that one.
Yeah, it could also be like a slight change in the roster, also not feeling as confident on Hard Rock, especially since they have lost players such as Ryza, Flask, and also GFMRT as well.
Yeah, losing GFMRT was a big hit. Such a good performer throughout the entire year.
It looks like we're going to be getting No Mod 1 coming in as the first pick from Romania. Interestingly enough, this is always going to be a bit of a gamble pick. I mean, it's a No Mod 1, you know, misses a random. This one is pretty brutal when it comes to some of the triangle patterns. The repetitive triangles can be really, really tough.
They're so weirdly angled as well. They're not like very convenient to hit actually so hard.
Yeah, I feel like it's most common to see misses on that kind of section as well, but we might also see some accuracy battles because there are a few awkward 1/3s and just stream and stuff.
Yep. Badu put up a 980k score on this with Eternum. Also FCing and Afterwind, so they had a 3-way on the No Mod 1 in qualifiers, which was a really strong result. And Taiwan actually only having the one, so a good pick off the gates here from Romania.
Yeah, definitely looking like a comfort pick coming from them. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of results we do expect there, because as much as the qualifiers put these two teams in the middle, a round of 32 pool definitely can cause some upsets. You can always see it go one way or the other. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Taiwan is capable of taking this one away from Romania or not on their pick. But yeah, we will be getting into this one very shortly. We've got Shield, Sheena Noriko, Diastrophism, Dazzlewind for the Taiwanese side, and Badu, Eternum, Afterwind, and Lucrece stepping in for the Romanian side. So 2 players on each, one player on each side making their debut with Lucrece and Diastrophism.
And you've also got such good No Mod 1 players on the field right now with Shield, Sheena, Badu, dude, so many solid No Mod 1 players on this map. Can really go anywhere. Sheena with the first miss, just do the intro.
Yeah, it's always good to get that miss out of the way in the beginning because, you know, it's just one of those things where you sort of like warm up into nerves, I guess.
God, No Mod 1 first map of OWC is crazy. Arguably the easiest map to miss in any tournament. Sheena's having a tough start here with 2 misses now.
I gotta hope that Sheena can hold on and pick that up a little bit. At the moment, we're still seeing full combos from the rest of the players in this match.
Dude, did everyone in Taiwan have the same act? Oh, they did for a second, and Dash, because it's actually going to be the second person to miss. So that's 2 from Taiwan, and Romania, seriously, oh, the Chris broke as well. It's actually dead even still. Outside the dead with Romania.
Yeah, Romania does have the 1 combo advantage, as well as the ever so slight act advantage, I would say. These triangle patterns might catch a few players off guard, but so far it looks like everyone is seeming pretty comfortable on it.
Wow, they all just got through that. No one broke there.
Very impressive stuff from both of these teams so far. It's still early days as well, we're not even halfway into the map, so any miss at this point is detrimental.
And the combo's already so high, it's in the 600s now, so that number gets so much bigger, you keep getting more nervous.
Yeah, when it comes to these maps as well, the length of the map is always something that is just factored in. You know, when it comes to tournament play in general, just playing a long map can always be very, very stressful because, you know, you're looking at your score thinking to yourself, well, not always looking at your score, but, you know, your score is like 500k and it feels like you've been playing forever, you know?
Oh, and there's Sheena again. I was just about to say, Sheena having those 2 breaks earlier, would he really be able to push through that second chorus? And he actually, unfortunately,
That's
broke.
a big break from Romania with Afterwind dropping there.
Oh, it is.
That's exactly what Taiwan needs right now. Currently, the combos are pretty even. Any of those high combos dropping off from either side would pretty much mean that it would
still
go one way or the other.
Dazzlewind and Badu Eternum, so very well experienced in these No Mod 1 FCs. One of them has to fall, most likely on the side of Romania.
Yeah, in order for Taiwan to make a comeback here, we're going to have to see one of the high combos from Romania, if not multiple, drop sometime in this next section coming up. Otherwise, it's going to be looking grim for Taiwan to take this one away.
Oh, Shield misses immediately after the break. Literally
exactly,
immediately.
That's not what Taiwan needed at all.
Oh. That is a devastating miss for Taiwan as Badu, Eternum all got through it. Lucrece with a really clean recovery as well. Everyone putting up solid No Mod 1 scores, but it was really just the difference there in the end.
Very, very impressive stuff from Badu, Eternum, and Dazzlewind, coming in with 99 full combos on this map. Very, very solid performance from them. Diastrophism managed to pull back a little bit, but unfortunately with the miss from Shield, and no misses coming in from Romania after that point, we do see Romania take that one away.
Yeah, really good performance there from Dazzlewind pulling on the FC for Taiwan, but just unfortunately didn't have all the backup to do Romanian that are off to a great start.
So interestingly enough, we have Taiwan opting for the No Mod 5 pick, which is going to be the speed pick. Gotta wonder if there's a little bit of a strategy behind this one. I mean, maybe they're going to be trying to force Badu off of maps, perhaps, seeing him as a potential carry.
Yeah, that was a really good point to make, as we've seen Badu most likely sub out for this one. He could definitely double tap his way through this, but with trusting his teammates, a lot of good DT players on that team, like L9 Elevator and that.
L9 Elevator stepping in for this one, also known as Royally as well. Previously played a few OWCs. Going to be stepping in here. might be seeing Shield drop out.
No, I think. Oh, this is interesting. I do wonder what they're gonna do. Shield could definitely play this. Wonder who's gonna sub. It looks like he's still here.
Also have Nanoya coming in for the Romanian side. I believe Nanoya is also a fresh OWC player for the Romanian roster.
Yeah, he might be. I'm not too sure.
It seems like we have Shield coming back in for Taiwan. So not really a roster change for them at all. We do see Nanoya and L9 Elevator stepping in for Romania. Having Eternum and Badu step... Wait, no, sorry, not Eternum. Having Afterwind and Badu step out for that one.
So we already got 2 no-mods out of the way with no-mod 5 and no-mod 1. Both teams opting for that no-mod first pick.
Yeah, based on the qualifier results, it seems like these two teams definitely do want to be going for a lot of no-mod, but it's interesting because, you know, they both performed really, really well on no-mod. So having these two teams face up against what they're both good at is always going to be exciting to watch in the beginning of this match.
A lot of roster swaps though on the side of Romania, and not many on the side of Taiwan, so not having that first map nerves for this first map here. If that plays into this.
Nanoya is going to be the first one to break to the Romanian side. And as I mentioned, this map is relatively simplistic in terms of the speed element, but there's definitely a lot of room for random error and random misses occurring on some of these like short aim jumps. And not only that, but you have to also maintain speed within this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and the Christ is going to overtap that towards L9.
Romanian roster is absolutely falling apart at this point. Eternum is the only full combo, whereas Taiwan is just looking dominant right now. They have 4 full combos.
Yeah, Taiwan are not slowing down right now. This is definitely a strong counter pick here. All of them sitting on that nice 98 as well. Eternum's accuracy though. Really no backup on the side of Romania.
Eternum is a very, very solid speed and stamina player. I mean, we're seeing that right now, the dominance of 99.8, but as I say that, Eternum is also the one to break. That means there's no full combos coming in from the Romanian side.
It wasn't going bad enough already for Romania, then you had to curse it. But yeah, this is a solid put out from Taiwan here.
Taiwan is just dominant at this point. I mean, this is one way to just, you know, like, after going from that no-mod 1, which looked relatively close, like, this is just pure dominance at this point.
Oh my god. That was just about a 4-way shield dropping at the end there, but man, what a solid speed performance. And I think maybe we might get a taste of DT later on if that's how Taiwan are going to play on these fast maps.
Yeah, it seems like the new and improved Taiwan is definitely designed for double time, or at least speed in this case. That was a very, very strong performance from them. Have to expect more double time coming out of them in the future, perhaps.
Yeah, would not be surprised there at all. We'll see what Romania go with. They did go with no-mod 1 first and took it out on their aim, so I wonder if they'll go with like Hard Rock 1 or Hidden 1. Hard Rock 1 actually being banned, so DT1 there instead. Well, the AR-8 is open in this matchup as well, which is awesome.
Oh, that's going to be very, very spicy.
That will probably be picked as well. Good chance.
I'm really curious as to what Romania is going to pick here, because they have a lot of options. I mean, they're still very, very solid when it comes to the no-mod. They could also dive into free mod. Free mod is always very interesting to jump into, especially when you're against a team where, you know, you might not be so sure about what kind of mod strengths they may have. But, you know, you've only got the qualifier results to go based on, and when it comes to round of 32, I would say that Hidden and Hard Rock are typically like easy enough for the teams that they can sub in a player here and there. So we might see some free mod come out. But we just have to wait and see.
Quite some time here on their pick. Both Hiddens are open. That is so cool. And same with the DP, so a lot of variety still open. Hard Rock too, so that's it for the Hard Rocks then.
I think this is a really, really good call from Romania. because obviously we did see Taiwan opt for the other Hard Rock ban. So, they want to go for something that they are proving to be dominant on. And we've seen Romania have very, very strong performances on Hard Rock in the past.
Yeah, notably Badoo having a stellar Hard Rock performance in UKM Grand Finals last night. Had the pleasure of watching that, and he just went absolutely psycho on one of the Hard Rocks. So they have a crazy player in Badoo on a map like this. But Taiwan bringing no starters to the party either.
I swear this map is also a hidden gem, man. This map just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, this was the coolest 6.5 ever. Like, the coolest.
I really like the fact that it tests, a bit of precision aim and also just like a light element of streaming. You've got some like awkward streams, but not too awkward to the point where you can call it like a gimmicky awkward, I guess. It's just straightforward streams, but it's just nice to be able to test both precision and stream on a 6.5 without going over the top on the stream element.
Romania's Hard Rock scores were far better than Taiwan's as well in the qualifiers by a pretty good amount.
Yeah, that would definitely explain why Taiwan opted for the Hard Rock ban at the beginning. So it's going to be exciting to see Romania shine on Hard Rock. I mean, they definitely they're looking pretty comfortable based on the qualifier results. So we're just going to have to see how this one pans out.
Oh, that's a win with the first break. This is such a hard map to actually get into. It's a 6.5, so if you don't start comfortably, your grip's slightly off. It's just so easy to miss. Not really given any time to get into the groove.
6.5 is always one of those really, really tricky things to get into when it comes to tournaments because, nerves can just impact you so much. If you're ever so slightly shaky, you're just going to miss. That's pretty much it. We've got Shield missing there as well. So far, Romanian roster is looking very, very strong. We just see an early miss from Dazzlewind, but Dazzlewind has recovered so far.
Yeah, and Romania putting up 3 FCs still, and only 2 on the side of Taiwan, so we have to see a break from one of those 3 Romania for Taiwan fan right now.
Also notably as well, very impressive act coming in from the Romanian side. They both... There's 3 99
they're all 99.
combos.
All the 99s are on the side of Romania, you're right.
Despite the early... I was just going to say despite the early combo. Unfortunately, Lacrice has dropped the combo once again. We still see the Taiwan side holding on. Shield has the combo advantage over Lacrice at the moment, which might actually be enough to pull it back.
Oh
Rucker 975 and L9 Elevator all drop.
Oh my god,
Turnham also dropped as well.
It's just Badoo on the side of Romania. He has to hold through.
You've also got a high combo from Shield as well, though, backing up Dazzlewind. It might actually be enough. This is slowly but surely closing.
This is closing in the break.
Oh my goodness, that act drop was enough to actually send it all the way back to Taiwan.
It just put them over. It'd have to be a break from Shield or Dazzlewind here for Badoo, but Dazzlewind does break. Oh my god, it's going to go over.
It's going to get so close.
It's going to go over. It's about... Oh my god, it's so close. 100k left.
Is Badoo's 99 FC going to be enough?
Oh no, with that break in the end! Oh my god, was that it?
That is the difference.
That was it.
That is the difference.
Oh, Elevator.
It was so close.
Oh no, Badoo will be so upset with that miss there at the end. It was a slider break.
What an unbelievable map. That was just going backwards and forwards between the two teams, despite having so many high combos.
That was a break point for Taiwan. They stole that one there at the end there. That was awesome.
Very impressive stuff from both sides. Badoo, unfortunately, having that slider break. But such an impressive score. 827 combo, 98.8. Very impressive accuracies coming across the board from both sides. And overall, Taiwan just having a few combos edging ahead.
That was an awesome break point.
That one section where we saw both, I think it was Eternum and L9 Elevator, I think it was, breaking at the same time,
Yeah.
dropping up accuracy, and instantly having it switch back to Taiwan. That
And
must have been
just
heartbreaking.
completely up. I know, right before the break as well. Well, Taiwan did go and win No Mod 5 when they first picked it, so we'll have to see if they go for that DT route with the finger control and speed picks.
Yeah, they were looking very comfortable in the number 5, so I think after taking that breakpoint, they must have some confidence behind them. And going for more double time probably wouldn't be the worst idea for them right now in its current state. Unbelievably close on that last map though. And yep, we are seeing the double time 3 coming out. They're going to be opting for the finger control speed pick here. Lots of
Yeah, we
doubles.
saw this one getting, was it 3-way by the Australians last match? I think they put up a really good score on this map last week, or just before last match. Let's see what the rosters are for them. I wonder if we'll see any swaps from the No Mod 5 to the DT2 as it transitions kind of nicely into that map. The skill sets do.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well because like when you play in a tournament like OWC, especially if you're one of those players who has to play all the maps, having to switch back and forth between so many different skill sets must get really, really like frustrating. Not necessarily frustrating, but yeah, exhausting, I would say, because you know you go from playing 6.5 precision all the way into playing double time with finger control, and it's just a completely different playing field. Everything is just so different.
Well,
You're
Taiwan
like
actually put up 4 million on this DT2 from qualifiers, whereas Romania put up 2.8 million. So they had an entire FC over Romania here. Will be probably their best pick on paper, actually, for Taiwan.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely looking like a solid pick from them, but we can expect Romania to perform very well in this. They do have the solid double time roster for it. And we actually seen Camo Musiala come back in, finding an early break.
An unfortunate early break from the start.
Camo Musiala is one of the seasoned veterans of the Romanian roster as well.
Oh,
Unfortunately missing
Neko
last OWC, I think, but has been present for a lot of them, and also just very, very solid player.
Neko actually struggling on his accuracy as well, not just the early miss, but sitting in that 94% with the intro. L9 Elevator is going to miss though, so that will counter that.
We're coming up to the halfway point. Misses from this section are going to be brutal for either side. It is still very, very close. It's very much early days. Accuracy can make the difference here, but we do see Shield and Dazzlewind actually coming with very strong 99s. Eternum and Camo also almost 99 as well. But we've got Neko Kamui.
Oh, and Sheena with that break. One of the FCs down for Taiwan, so it is that 2v3 now, sort of.
Yeah, Camo had a couple early misses going on, but Eternum and Afterwind are still holding on to the full combos as well. But the high combos from the Romanian side does mean that this is going to sway back in their favor right now. That slow slider not catching anyone off guard, luckily.
Yeah, I can't believe I haven't seen anyone break on that slider yet. Not a single person, but this is definitely going in the side of Romania right now, and this would be another breakpoint straight after, so we definitely have a close one, but there's the FC gone from Afterwind, and still a chance here if anyone died at the end.
That does even things out a little bit. We do have a slight combo advantage from Taiwan with Neko Kamui being a little bit ahead of L9 Elevator. Eternum finding miss at the end.
Look how quick this score just jumped.
Romania is going to be taking that one away from Taiwan. They were looking so confident on speed in general, but overall, those are very solid scores from both of the teams. Very close.
It really was. Just came down to the bottom scores on Taiwan just not being enough. Solid performances throughout the map for everyone, really.
Yeah, I think the mistiming from Sheena Noriko was very, very unfortunate right in the middle of the map, as you can see. Very solid performance from Shield and Camo Musiala, managing to bring it back with the accuracies as well. Eternum also very solid combo, despite the ending. So the real question is, where do we go next? We've seen 2 breakpoints from both of these teams. Like this is one of those matches, you know, we've got the middle seed teams playing up against each other on a round of 32 pool. This is the stuff that we kind of expect, you know, breakpoint after breakpoint, potential tiebreaker coming in. I'm curious as to what's going to be picked next here, though. You know, you've got Romania. They have a lot of options. They could opt for some no mod. They could also go down the free mod path. I would say for the time being, potentially stray away from double time, since maybe that's what Taiwan wants to pick.
Yeah,
but with that said, they did look very good on the last map, so it's very possible that they could go down that route if they really wanted to, and maybe force Taiwan into picking something that might be uncomfortable for them.
We're probably going to see the hiddens picked as well, because a team always has to try and see if they have a better hidden.
Yeah, seeing the area hidden would be amazing. Hopefully we get a chance to actually see these 2 teams face off against on it. Like I mentioned as well, we are going to see Romania opting for free mod 1. So they're going to be diving into free mod, hopefully putting 1 or 2 players maybe on Hard Rock, and then obviously just going for comfort, no mod, and hidden picks. Curious to see if there's going to be any overmodding from these teams.
Yeah, that's a good point. Some people do prefer that hidden, even on hard maps like this, but I'm not too sure either of these teams really would have that, given they love the no mod so much. Of them first picking no mod. Have to see.
Both of these teams did perform really well on no mod in the qualifiers and also so far in this match as well. And it's expected to probably see them just go for no mod comfort and only pick the mods where necessary. Unlike in the previous matches we've seen, you know, you've got a lot of players who just tend to prefer going for hidden or going for hard rock. So I don't really think either of these rosters have players that prefer those mods as much, unless they are like seasoned on those mods specifically. But yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more no mod on this one for sure.
I think this is the first time we've seen this sort of lineup from Romania. Have we seen after Winter Tournament just an elevator on a map?
Do you mean together?
Yeah, like this map.
I think together, maybe not. I'm not sure. As like a 4-man roster, I'm not sure. I know we've seen them interchanging like all over the place. But I think it's kind of expected, you know, you've got players who are seasoned for, you know, hidden hard rock and also just coming in for the comfort pick as well. Alright, getting into this one, we do actually see a bit of an overmod coming in from the Romanian side. We see 2 hard rocks from the tournament L9 elevator, and Taiwan opting for 1 hard rock and 1 hidden. So a bit of safety from the Taiwan side.
Good with that first break on the side of Taiwan. China following suit. That's already 2 gone for the Taiwanese team. Elevator missed that entire stream though, so he's gonna kind of even that out.
Yeah, that's the thing about this map as well. The streams are very, very brutal on both hidden and hard rock. And when it comes to these streams, you tend to chain miss these very often. And chain missing this kind of stuff, you will see a lot of accuracy drops, and accuracy matters so much in Story 2. But we see so many misses coming in from players all across the board. Shield just chain missing. Dazzle as well.
Yep, it's really just dire precision for the Taiwanese right now. Totem's gonna break. Oh wait, no he's not. No one broke on that. Can't believe they all hit that.
It's unbelievable how comfortable the Romanian roster is looking on this right now. We've got so many near 99 full combos coming in, especially with the mods as well. You've got the hard rock, the hidden. They are looking solid on this. As expected though, it is their pick. The Astrophism is the only full combo remaining for the Taiwanese side. Shiina Naraka has managed to pick it up a little bit after the early fumbles, but unfortunately I don't think that combo is going to be enough with how dominant Romania is looking.
It was just that early break from Elevator there from the side of Romania. Really no one else struggling at all on this map.
Romania is just going to be running away with this one. They are looking dominant on their pick.
Yep.
This is pretty much the same dominance that we saw from Taiwan on the Nomad 5. Throw it right back
Yeah,
at them.
that one started. Wow, what a performance there from Romania.
That was very, very solid stuff coming in from them. Eternum with the highest accuracy in the lobby and on Hard Rock as well. Very impressive stuff. Lacrice also coming in with a full combo on Nomad, and Afterwind with that 97 hit him. Very impressive stuff from the Romanian side. I'm going to be seeing Taiwan opt for Double Time 2, which is the speed pick, going down the path of a map that's very similar to Nomad 5. Not quite the same, but very similar.
Yeah, I thought we'd see this pick sort of before that other DT, as that one's, you know, this one plays a lot closer to that Nomad 5 than the DT3.
Yeah, absolutely. I was expecting the exact same thing as well. But I mean, going for the Double Time 3 wasn't so bad of an option. It's just, it seemed like they just fell short by a little bit. Have to see. I mean, Romania did look very good on that Double Time 3 last time around, so we're going to have to see how this one does pan out. They could take this one away from Taiwan. It's only a matter of time. They've proven that they have the roster for it. But we need to see that dominant Taiwan that we did on the Nomad 5 on this map, which is very similar.
A quick update on that Japan-Malaysia match that's at the same time. It's currently 2-2 as well. So both these OWC matches going on right now, neck and neck.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we aren't able to stream that match, because it also looks like a banger of a match.
Yep.
And another score update, actually, Malaysia has taken the lead against Japan 3-2.
Oh god.
Just winning
Malaysia has, wow, Malaysia's up 3-2. That is incredible. We're going to be getting into this one now. DT2 pick from Taiwan here. Surprising roster changes, but have we seen 975 today?
I believe we saw 975 a couple of maps ago, or maybe even in the last map.
I missed it.
This map pretty much just hits hard right from the beginning. But so far, players looking alright. We're going to get into a bit of a tougher section here coming up. A few more bursts and tricky sections, as you can tell just from the song building up in itself. So far, people are still, both sides are still holding on. You've got a slight accuracy advantage going to Romania, seeing as the score is in their favour, but that score is just going backwards and forwards. It's so unbelievably close at the moment.
Yeah,
every 100 matters.
We've seen early break from Elevator previously and Sheena throughout the match, so Elevator is going to follow trend here and have that early break. The Price following suit as well. Straight after that break.
Yeah, 2 breaks as we approach the halfway section is not looking good for Romania right now. This is not what they need, but this is also the dominant performance that Taiwan does need right now in order to potentially bring this one back. They are behind right now, and the Noya are also finding yet another break for the Romanian side. It is not looking good for Romania at all. Shield does find a break. This might be a saving grace for them, but we are up to the halfway section, and this is where it matters.
Taiwan is huge on this map right now. UFC just to the one. Oh, all pressure is on the turn. His act is so high, but with 400k going towards the side of Taiwan, we'd have to see a break soon. 975 does help.
Despite that break from 975, Romania does need a saving grace, which is going to be... They are going to need Sheena Noriko and Dazzlewing to break sometime soon in order for any form of comeback, but Nanoya also dropping the combo there is not good. That is not what they need. They need to be holding onto these.
He's definitely going to be going over to the side of Taiwan. What a pick. What a win, rather.
Very solid performance from Taiwan, as we did expect though. I mean, they performed really well on the Nomad 5, and this map being somewhat similar, Very solid performance from them once again. Romania just falling ever so short, but Eternum coming in with a very solid full combo. Dazzlewind and Sheena Noriko also getting a double FC for the Taiwanese side. Very solid performances on both sides.
Yep, unlucky there. Bottom score of 675k was not enough for the side of Romania. It was a good team effort. Really great scores there from Taiwan. Sheena really picked it back up there towards that little half of this match now, bringing it 3-3. Romania's pick. I wonder if we're going to see the hiddens come out. Is this where you test the hidden? This could potentially be your last pick.
Yeah, this would probably be one of the most volatile times to test it out, you know, right before the, the 4-3 scoreline.
Everything's been tested now, except the hidden. You've got to assume... Taiwan would probably pick number 2 next.
I would not be surprised if we do see another free mod pick coming out from Romania though. Just to be on the safe side, they did do pretty well on the last one. And we might also see some Nomod as well. They still have Nomod 3 available.
Crucial pick here for Romania.
But definitely taking the time to figure out what the best pick is. There it is. Gonna be seeing that Fremont 2 coming out. They're going for another one, and honestly, it's not a bad choice for them because it is a comfort pick, it seems. They did really, really well on the last one.
Yep. Good to be dominant in that fashion.
Interesting thing about this map though is that we do tend to see a lot of teams perform really well in the intro. The intro seems pretty straightforward for most rosters. And then a lot of the misses start to sort of occur around that like slow section where things start to space out a little bit more and the patterns get a little bit more like flowy and zigzaggy kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely see those breaks. There are no Bedouins for this one. Romania's last pick without him.
Taking a little bit of time for the teams to figure out their rosters. I mean, let's see. Oh, we're going to have Ruckus stepping in for this one, and Eternum coming in for the Romanian roster.
Yeah, is that Ruckus' first map? No, he played in the Hard Rock earlier.
I am going to be curious to see what mod combinations we see on this map. It seems like we had Romania rock 2 Hard Rocks last time around, but it seems like they are going for the safer alternative and just having the 1 Hard Rock from Eternum and the 1 hidden from Afterwind. And we see the Hard Rock coming in from Shield and the hidden coming from Sheena Noriko. So both teams opting for the safe route on this one. It does make sense because this is a pretty brutal map when it comes to the mods, especially in that slower section.
Yeah, free mod's such an interesting mod because sometimes you wonder if teams change their mod combinations to match what their opponent has picked in the lobby. Interesting mind game there.
definitely seen in the past that mod advantage can obviously make or break the map for these teams, but with that said, you know, when you opt for Hard Rock in a situation where you probably shouldn't, it can definitely backfire on you. And I feel like this is one of those maps where it definitely can backfire. You see an early miss coming from Afterwind though. Slowly but surely we're going to see that lead go towards Taiwan. Romania need a break from Taiwan sometime soon. Otherwise that gap is just going to get larger and larger. Still very solid combos from all of these players though. We've got 4 full combos from the Taiwanese side and 3 on the Romanian side. Getting into the slower section, we might see some breaks here. This part's brutal. Lecrease dropping as well.
Taiwan still holding 4 FCs here, and only 1 on the side of Romania and Noya, so this score lead is just going to get so big. Shield dropping there at the end.
Yeah, this is not what Romania needed on their last pick of the match. This is definitely one that backfired for them, unfortunately, despite their performance in the other free mod. Taiwan looking very solid here. 3 full combos coming in. Shield with also high accuracy on the Hard Rock.
Yeah, Rocket not joking on that Nomad as well. Everyone just putting up solid efforts here from Taiwan. Azawin, Rocket both putting on nice Nomad FCs. Chino on the hidden. There's a good effort from the Noya, but too many breaks there from his team is going to give Taiwan match point.
Match point secured for Taiwan, and they also have the pick as well. This is going to be interesting to see what happens here. We've seen so many breakpoints throughout this match, but honestly, it is expected. These 2 teams are middle-seeded teams, and they're very, very similar in their lineups when it comes to what they played well on in the qualifiers as well. And I mean, we've seen it go so back and forth on the speed picks. We've seen it go back and forth on the free mod picks now.
I really wonder if Taiwan's going to take as long to pick their map, or if they had a map in mind ready to close this game out on. Nomad 2, and they were pretty quick too.
This one is going to be very interesting to me because Nomad 2 here, both of these teams pretty much had very similar scores in the qualifiers on the Nomad 2 and the qualifiers. So this is one of those picks which could definitely go either way for these 2 teams. Are we going to see a tiebreaker for the first time?
Such a smart pick. This pick also probably excludes Badu from playing this map as well. So that would be 2 without him, and definitely a solid player there from the side of Romania. Taiwan taking a little bit of time to find their last player for this one. I wonder who it's going to be.
We're actually going to be seeing Neko Kamui come in for this one.
Yeah, he played that in their qualifiers. He did get the bottom score on the team with 400k, but everyone on the team all sat around there. It was Romania who put up a much better Nomad 2 result than Taiwan in the qualifiers, so this could definitely go to tiebreaker now.
Also as well, just a quick update, we actually have the Japan and Malaysia match at 4-3 Japan's way. They just took a pick off of Malaysia.
Another break point there. So Malaysia really needing to win that one. Take that to tiebreaker. We could potentially have double tiebreaker.
Yeah, there is definitely room for it. And I mean, if there is one map that we could see a tiebreaker on, it's this map for sure. Both of these teams are very capable of playing this style of map, and this one could go either way. I feel like this is such a coin flip of a map, especially, you know, when it comes to this style of streams as well. It's like heavy on the stream aim, not so much on the stamina this time around, but a lot of it is very focused around accelerator patterns and decelerator patterns. Not only that, but just a lot of flow aim in general.
Yep, this map was super difficult.
So far, things are looking so good for both sides. You see a few SS.
So many
coming up.
SSs.
Kind of expected on stream maps, to be honest, because when it comes to streams, if you're not SSing, you're probably missing.
Yeah.
Accuracy drops do tend to be your downfall in these maps. If you start to fall behind on a stream, then there's a high chance that you'll miss, especially on a map like this where you really need that stream aim to be behind it.
Everyone's act is so high though. Like, it's not like someone's got a little bit less. Everyone is just absurdly high. Most clutch of points, and that elevator is going to be the first break. Oh, the Chris has followed him up, so now it's 2 to the side of Romania, while China is going to follow on. This KI is so difficult.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the hardest sections in the map where we expect the misses, and we are seeing them come out right now. We've got 2 breaks from the Romanian side, 1 from the Taiwanese side.
And Nanoya are still SS, and Eternum's got a miss. A relatively easy, calmer stream, but
this is not looking good. Not looking good for Romania at all. Nanoya is the only full combo Romania needs Taiwan to drop some more combos. Otherwise, this is going to be looking very grim for them. They are past the halfway point.
Yeah, they still have 3 FCs. Mega Kamui, Shield, and Dazzlewind putting in work right now for Taiwan to close this out. It's all on Nanoya, the rest of his team, to hold their combos, but as I say, that L9. Oh, this is looking like it.
You see Lacrice drop once again as well, and Taiwan is just looking so solid on this Neko Kamui shield. Dazzlewind all holding on against Nanoya. It's a 1v3 right now, pretty much.
This is an amazing performance from Taiwan right now. Sheena and Neko do break, but Shield and Dazzle held out. With 500k to go, oh, it's just not gonna be doable.
Not enough time. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing a tiebreaker, but Taiwan just looking so solid on this one towards the end.
Taiwan really did put in work here. What a great pick to close this one out. They had a worse score than Romania from the qualifiers, but just saying that, it was just qualifiers, we can do better, and then proving it here with an amazing 3.2 mil.
An unbelievable performance from Nanoya as well, though. Also, one of the new players on the Romanian roster coming in with a 99.78 full combo for the Romanian side. Unfortunately, it was not enough to match Shield and Dazzlewind on that one. But we do see Taiwan taking that one away 5-3. No tiebreaker this time around. Very solid performance from both of these teams.
Yep, that was an incredible match. GG's to all the players, and yeah, Romania looked really strong, even though they did lose that one there. One of those countries in the loser bracket that's certainly destined to do well. I do believe with that, there is no match for a while now, is there? I don't think we can catch the Japanese or Japan-Malaysia match. Might be able to catch the ending of that.
Yeah, they're currently at 4-3 at the moment, so this is pretty much going to determine whether or not they go to tiebreaker or if the match is over as well.
Looks like we are able to catch the ending of this. It looks like it's in Malaysia's favor. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, it looks so close. It looks incredible. What have we just jumped into? Oh my goodness. Oh my god,
we're witnessing the first tiebreaker.
We came in at the most crucial time. Malaysia actually just took that last map. And now we have a tiebreaker. What have we stumbled into? What has happened here? Japan is on tiebreaker right now against Malaysia.
It's unreal, man. I'm at the point where I feel like we definitely need to get two Osu live streams. We got to get Osu Live A, Osu Live B. This is just ridiculous. Like, we've been missing this match, which is now 4-4. They're going to tiebreaker. I mean, obviously the last match was also very, very close as well. That could have gone to tiebreaker. There's so many solid matches at this time. It's ridiculous. We've had so many like mid-seed matches.
Have you seen this tiebreaker? The song?
Yeah,
The
this
map
tiebreaker does go off. I really like this map. Honestly, it's so good. It's just a great mix of everything.
It is relatively long as well, coming in at 6 minutes, pretty much 7 minutes there. So hard. Oh, these lineups are incredible. Wow, looking at this MP link, solid effort from everyone in this game.
Yeah, interestingly enough as well though, like we haven't really had much of a chance to talk about these two teams, but this is actually number 7 versus 26 seeds. So this is a bit of an underdog matchup when it comes to Asia. They are one of the lower seeded teams, and this is the performance that they're pulling out right now. So this is a team not to be underestimated. You know, taking Japan to tiebreaker despite it being round of 32, that is very impressive stuff.
And I'm looking through the MP link, just seeing how we got here really, and a player worth noting out right now is Rampax on the side of Malaysia, top performing every single map of this match for his team. Looking like Varbalion and Iga playing a lot of maps here, so a lot of the no mods, a lot of the hard rocks, and a lot of the DTs are kind of picked in this match. Free mod as well.
Yeah, I feel bad. We're going into this match with pretty much no knowledge of how the teams have really been performing besides what we can see from the multiplayer link. But overall, it looks like it's been a solid one based on the fact that it is a 4-4 result right now. And that last hard rock was also very close. Only 78,000 points was the difference.
That last map, we just came in at the most critical time. Just enough to see how it played out. It really just could have swung any way as well. That was awesome.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of the maps towards the beginning of this match between Japan and Malaysia were actually relatively close. But then after about the third map, we start to see a bit of a difference in the scores. Like we start seeing like 600 to 900k differences. And obviously the last map that we just saw was one of the closest ones out of all of them, being that 78k difference.
Is Rampax start reading this?
I would not be surprised if most of the players are potentially sight reading this. It's one of those situations where you wouldn't expect to go to tiebreaker, maybe. Like a lot of players just don't expect to go to tiebreaker in some of these matches, unless you're like in the middle seed, I think.
I feel like OWC is the only tournament where teams will practice that tiebreaker.
Oh yeah.
Most common tournaments you definitely wouldn't, but I feel like OWC, most teams, they have at least 4 people who, you know, would want to play it or just play it to be familiar with it. From what I've gathered from a lot of the players in the tournament, this map is relatively FCable, so might see a few FCs coming through here on this.
Yeah, this map is pretty damn brutal when it comes to just all of the stuff that it has to offer. You've got like aim sections, you've got stream sections, and we see an early miss coming out from Haruchi actually. But it's probably the best place to have it happen. If you're going to have a miss happen anywhere, it's definitely best early. Because I think this map is definitely going to be one where we're going to see a lot more.
Oh, Iga. Iga does break as well on the side of Japan, so evening it out. The start of this tiebreaker.
Nerves must also be at an all-time high. You know, you're on a tiebreaker situation. You know, this is pretty much all or nothing for both of these teams. Are we going to see Japan knocked down, or are we going to see Malaysia?
As well, so it's just Shane Liang and Rampax on the side of Malaysia now, holding up against King Kong Kinokon, Fordash and Varv. Varv's still holding that SS, by the way, and we know how shaky he gets.
Yeah, always pretty rough. Especially when high accuracy is involved as well.
And the break right here, are you kidding me? Just enough to see how everything is going, you're doing the math. I wonder how many breaks there are. Hopefully there's more throughout the map. Oh, Haruchi just breaks immediately on that buzz slider. What was that? That was a troll slider.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of trolling coming out from that slider. Just a tiny little bit. But still plenty of room for this to go either way. So far, Japan looking pretty strong. Shimon missing on pretty much nothing. One of the slower sections.
Oh, but
Kinikon as well, also following up with a miss.
So we're still about dead even, slightly favor Japan, with Aiga building up that lead again.
Aiga has the slight combo advantage over Haruchi and Shimon. But they do have 2 combos building. Konkon Kinikon did find a chain miss somewhere in there, but should be able to recover from this point.
God, the nerves on tiebreak would be unbelievable. Rampax and Jane Liang holding it down for Malaysia right now. Rampax's been performing so good throughout this match. 4-Dash and Vav, well versed in the tournament scene. We're getting through that. Shimoda's just going to miss straight after it though. And Shane Liang, there goes the combo for Malaysia, so it really is just Rampax. Oh my god. 2 people. Oh, Vivalion missed right after it, and so did Konkon Kinikon, so it's just 4-Dash versus Rampax now. There's no supporting combos on the side of either team, and Rampax is going to break. It's only 4-Dash.
It looks like it's all Japan at this point, because 4-Dash is just like, you know what, I'm just going to take you guys through this one if you don't mind. 4-Dash is just going off right now. This is a ridiculous performance so far, with the accuracy as well, 99.4. This is such a solid performance overall.
4-Dash is turning it up right now. No one to match at all on the side of Malaysia, and he'd have to break very shortly, because he might just put an FC in on this. This is... However, if the players on the side of Japan do continue to miss, Malaysia could still take this map. And there it is, the break from 4-Dash, seemingly out of nowhere. I didn't see it.
Crazily enough, we are just past the halfway point, and as much as 4-Dash's break is really bad for the Japanese roster, there are just no combos at all. I mean, there are slowly combos building for both sides, but with that said, you know, you need to have that combo advantage, and unfortunately for Malaysia, they just don't have that combo advantage going for them at all.
Shane Liang is building up his combo, so is Rampax. They had that early miss incident, and that has been it really. With no big combos on the side of Japan, this is definitely going over towards Malaysia now. This is heavy Malaysia combo.
Malaysia needs to hold on. They cannot have any more combo resets from this point onwards. I mean, Japan, we've seen a lot of the combos reset. It's going to have to be changed coming from them, I think.
I don't know, this 150k, this is, yeah, you're right, we might have to see another break from Japan.
Yeah, I feel like in order for the comeback, Malaysia is going to have to hold on to all their combos. Chain misses will have to come in from the Japanese side, and potentially even act drops as well. But right now, it is slowly closing, but ever so slowly. I don't know if we have enough time. There's a quarter of the map left.
I don't think there's another like difficult section.
Kinikon does find a miss. This could be the saving grace that Malaysia does need right now. That score gap is
100k now.
A little bit.
Oh, no one broke on that. It's 90k now. Oh, Shimon and Rampax, that's got to do it, right? 2 big combos drop on the side of Malaysia, so there's only Shane Liang holding with the 1200, but it's just not going to be enough. And with that break there, that's certainly going to do it for Malaysia. Oh no, it was such a match.
That was an unbelievable performance from Malaysia. They were coming in so strong, almost looking like they had that comeback at the end there. But the Japanese side did manage to pull through, having Aiga, Vivalion, and 4-Dash managed to build up those combos once again. Also 4-Dash getting that lead ahead with such a strong combo at the beginning of this map.
Yeah. Wow, solid performances here from Japan. Every year we do get that crazy underdog tiebreaker. This is certainly one of them. Japan coming in as a heavy favorite in this matchup. I think last year we had South Korea and Ukraine go to tiebreaker, so We always get that one really hype match in the first week of OWC, and that's going to be it. Japan taking that one in a 5-4 manner. Great efforts there from Malaysia, and GG's to both teams.
Yeah, GG's. Congratulations to Japan for that one. And of course, Malaysia putting up such a strong fight. Rampax and Shane Liang getting very, very solid combos on that tiebreaker at the end there. Also 4-Dash with just such a strong 1.6k combo.
Yeah, crazy good game there. All around, great performances there in that match. It was awesome. The GGs come out. I believe there is another match coming up after this. I did see the Polish players get moved across to the 20 side, so yeah, it looks like it should just be that.
Yep, pretty solid matches overall today. We, I believe we will be handing over to someone else. Let me just double check. Yep, Dimash and Doomsday whenever they are ready.
Yep, they'll bring that one to you. So yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, take over, boys. Enjoy.
What's up, Dimash and Doomsday? Good luck with the cast, guys. We had some very solid matches today, so I hope you guys have more ahead of you.
No, thank you guys so much for handing us over. And what a great match. Japan versus Malaysia, that tiebreaker was intense right up until the end. Of course, join me, Doomsday. How did you enjoy the viewing experience? Because I love that. That was a fantastic tiebreaker.
Yeah, watching that on the side, my heart was in my mouth, to be honest, watching that tiebreaker. And as well as that Romania-Taiwan match, got two incredible games. It's a bit of a shame, I guess, they're both overlapping, but at least we managed to catch the big one in the Japan-Malaysia match. And wow, what a set of games from those 4 teams. Hopefully the one coming up now can bring us more of that. If we can match up to that, we're on to something special, Dimash.
Yeah, we'll be on a winning streak. Poland versus the Czech Republic. Both these teams got a fair bit of history, to be honest. Poland, obviously, they've been around a long time, former World Cup champions. And they're bringing a very strong squad, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not messing around this year. I mean, every single year, the Poland team are always stacked to the brim with superstars. And this year is no exception. Sometimes, they do have moments where they might pop in a match and underperform, or they might not prepare on the pool properly, and sometimes they just come in and have a bit of fun. But you can't deny the strength of this Poland team every single year, and they are back again.
Yeah, but I'm hoping this Czech Republic team is gonna give them a bit of difficulty in this first round. You have got some very strong players on here. Poggers, CZ, Bloodbursting, Mr. Nobody, all played really well throughout their qualifying stage, and they might cause some trouble on some of these maps. Poland isn't a perfect team this year. They do have a couple of weaknesses, especially around, some of the stream maps, which we see get banned instantly. No Mod 2 is gone, which is understandable.
That was the one map that Czech Republic absolutely stomped in the qualifiers. They had a really good stream map score. It's a very different sort of map this week, but still the same sort of BPM, same sort of spacing. And yeah, that's clearly their strongest pick. Avenito had a fantastic score for the Czech Republic in that one as well. I mean, you mentioned about the Czechs here. I've always thought the Czech Republic have had a good, solid core of players. A lot of them returning as well. To point out a couple, Poggers CZ, of course, the captain. Always their spearhead, an excellent mechanics player. Always does very solidly. Usually the highest performer in any of the games that the Czechs play. But they got a good backbone. Nitrom, Daichi, Mr. Nobody as well, having a good qualifier. I think their core 4 can definitely have a good fight on this level of pool.
Oh, I definitely hope so. And we already have the first map pick coming in from Poland. It's No Mod 3.
I do love a good moth map, though. Do love a good moth map. The alternate styling. Start us off. I say a relatively comfy start. This sort of map usually is a very common first pick, just to ease your way into it.
Yeah, and of course we do see him. We see Wubwoof Wolf, who was completely absent during the qualifying stage, but he has graced us with his presence in the round of 32. And of course, what can we say about Wolf except he's always performed well, hasn't he?
We always love to see Wolf, man. He's ever present, absolute monolith of the Polish team and of Osu in general. You all know him, you all love him, and he's still very much capable, especially on his particular strengths: control, reading. He's still up there. That's why he's on this team year on year on year. He's yet to miss one.
And of course, there's the rest of this team. Marucha and Mastaz performed very well on last week's Nomod 3 in the qualifiers, consistently getting around. I think between the two of them, it's around like a 750k. One sort of getting in the high 800s, and then one of them just missing the 700 mark, but an average of around 750. So they're a good duo for this Nomod 3 here.
Getting stuck into this first map here. The first game for these two teams' campaigns. With this being a relatively comfy start, I don't think the Czech Republic is going to mind this being the first pick too much. He had some good accuracies in qualifiers. A few little misses here and there, but we'll chalk that down to first round nerves in those qualifiers. They should be able to compete on something like this.
Yeah, although early breaks coming in, Blood
AR9 as well, meaning the hidden players and the no-mod players have to deal with some of that lower approach rate, and on streams, the hidden can be quite a problem. The hardware players, well, they have the higher mechanics to deal with, which brings its own set of issues. I feel like this is the sort of map, though, you can see overmods on, though.
Yeah, there are also those bursters jumps as well that the hard rock players are probably going to have to deal with. A bit more snapping required on their side. But I think what I've seen so far is that teams have tended to play this map fairly safe in terms of their mods. But again, Poland's that sort of team where they have the roster where they could all go mods and still do very, very well, but whether they're feeling confident enough to put on all the mods or just play it safe is up to debate, really. It's a bit of an unknown.
You know, I mean, they have enough skill ceiling to just chuck on hard rock and be like, I don't mind if the map's a bit harder, I just want my AR10. It is one of those teams, but I feel like in this instance they might be okay, and well, the overmodding, it's a Czech Republic that are doing that. They are going all in.
Wow. That is big, or potentially big.
Man, do they really not want to play the AR9? They're not really a low AR team, the Czech Republic. They don't really like the lower AR stuff, and I guess it extends to AR9 as well, because that is a lot of hard rock presence.
Yeah, Pog is the only one really who I think would want to go hidden on this. The only sort of comfortable hidden player or low AR hidden player on the Czech Republic team.
You can feel pretty much wherever you need him. You know what though, I think the Czech Republic definitely do lend themselves more towards higher AR stuff, so they have a good hard rock roster, you know. Or at least, you know, when it comes to AR10 they are far more comfortable. But the harder map can bring out its own problems. We are seeing a few breaks from the Czech Republic here in this first drop.
Yeah, they had a good early beginning, but those drops coming in from Nitro M, Poggers and Mr. Nobody have really hurt things and swung it the other way, whereas the Polish team who are playing this safe, holding on to very good scores. Maret Marucha the only one to have dropped the full combo so far.
Yeah, mod players putting in a shift. Bit of a build-up section here, but they have all the aces. Some decent combos on the Czech Republic, but that break from Mr. Nobody is gonna hurt. Violaz with the break there, that's not good. Poland with all of the combos now, pretty much. Yeah, didn't play putting in work. Look at Malashowski go, man. Chomiklots, their captain, key player. Fantastic FC actually by him.
Puts in the work, reaps the rewards. An amazing play from him on the hidden. Just what you want from your captain. So, breakpoint for Poland.
Yeah, taking it right back. Storming into that 2-0 lead very strongly. 2 big wins. Couple nice runs from the Czech Republic side. You know, the one miss from Poggers there. I think there was a slider break in there as well, but nevertheless, a good run on the hidden. Nitrom as well with that slider break. But again, the team performance, you know, man for man is just too much on the Polish side. 2 FCs from them, with Wolf as well on the no mod. You love to see it.
Do indeed. Now the question is, Poland are going to be getting straight into the next pick, wasting no time. No mod 4. Be with you.
Breaking out the tech. Breaking out those spaghetti sliders right here. This has a few of those. It's a fairly Route 1 slider tech map this, although you definitely cannot underestimate the sliders on this. Even for this relatively early round, there are quite a lot of very high SV sliders with the ticks in them that you do have to follow. So cheesing this map, like, you know, You can often cheese sliders in these sort of maps and just go with the accuracy drops, but you really can't in this one.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful on this. And again, you can see the Polish team, they're bringing in the heavy hitters. Nice to see Larox come in as well for this Mod 4. Don't think we saw him pick this in the or play this in qualifiers, so obviously the change in map working to his advantage as we see him come in on Mod 4.
He's a very handy utility player, Larox. Does come in for very particular maps, a lot of the hidden maps especially. You can fill in for a lot of the stream stuff as well, but you can pop in as the fourth where needed. Very handy to have that on your team. Looks like we're getting Bloodbursting back in on this one, replacing Villas. Similar sort of map to that Nomad 3. Very similar sort of pick style from Poland, and I guess Bloodbursting is filling in for those sorts of maps.
Very early break there from Nitro M. Just adjusts to this map, but seems to have got things under control. Oh no, never mind, another break. So Poland take that early lead.
A lot of these sliders can be cheesed, but you really want to hold on to the act. Sliders coming up now, but you do have to follow in just a moment. Still plenty of combos both sides as we get into it, you know.
Crazy.
Also saw Mr. Nobody break there as well. There's only 2 full combos left for Czech Republic. Larox does find a slider break though on these tricky sliders. Catches him out.
People dealing with those very well though. It's just Larox. Not really a major combo as well in the grand scheme of things. Oh, it's gonna get interesting getting into this last drop, Damage.
It actually is. Nitro M has recovered. If Poland drop another, they could pull this back.
The accuracies on Poland though do show a high amount of comfort. So this is the sort of map where you just get those odd misses. So they're not out of the woods yet.
There's Nitro M, a big supporting combo for Czech Republic. That might have just closed their chances. Bloodbursting's going to go dropping the full combo as well. And I think that is going to spell the end for Czech on this one.
And once again, it's Poggers CZ putting in the work on a no-mod map again. It's not going to be enough though. Poland are just too strong, man. The early game strength really coming out here on all of these maps. That's an excellent team score. 3 FCs, and look at those accuracies, even on Larox. That's pretty crazy, honestly, those performances.
Yeah, the comfort level from Poland on this map pool is ridiculous. So consistent, which is a problem for the Czech Republic. But they're going to go straight in with DT2. I've had a feeling we'd see something like this. A bit similar to the previous week's DT2, but again, they were able to pull good scores on this. So it's an understandable pick.
I feel like this is one of those 50-50 picks for a lot of the matches. We've seen some very high team scores pretty much whenever this map's appeared. This very speed-heavy burst pick, I guess. It's relatively standard in style, but it's got those constant speed bursts going on. So you bring your speedy players in for this. We have seen teams handle this very well. It's the sort of map where it comes down to, you know, a 1 miss, a 2 miss on the people that do miss. Might be a good 50-50 to take when Poland have been looking super strong on the harder stuff.
Yeah,
though. Nah, go on.
No, go on. I insist.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was going to go on about how Poland are ridiculous on DT. We're seeing the appearance of Mr. Rafis, of course. When DT pops up, you know you're going to see that absolute veteran pop in. And Burt Pye as well. Poland's DT player of choice as well, coming into the squad this year.
Yeah, he pulled in some very good scores across DT in the qualifiers, so looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Did show to have a bit of struggle on some of the higher BPM stuff, whether that was just the play itself or whether it carries through. We'll have to wait and see. So far, Poland off to the better start in the other game. Everyone holding on to their full combos to start this off. Excellent start from both teams. The act just slightly in favor of Poland. MNB dropping a bit of accuracy early on, but he's recovering well.
Early just on this one though. So just the accuracy, but as long as they don't miss, really, the Czech Republic need to hold on for those silly misses. Because if Poland get misses, it is going to be those sorts of misses. Just got to hold on and wait for the moment to strike.
Hasn't come in the first half, so they've got to keep going.
Oh, there's one. It's Burkpie with the first break. 4 FCs to 3, it's advantage Czech Republic.
Score bar has flipped over. Czech Republic still holding all 4 full combos so far. They've not got long to go. They can just hold on a little bit longer. They'll pull home their first point of this match.
Any more to go though? Oh god, there goes Chomik Box. Malizewski, 2 FCs to 4 now. That's a big advantage. They are going to be steaming away now.
Burkpie not managing to get a recovery either. Malizewski also finds another break. Czech Republic still holding on to 4 full combos. MNB finally drops. Avento as well.
Those combos now are even. But yeah, it's surely over with 400k. 2 FCs to 2. But the job's done. Czech Republic are certainly on the board now. And yeah, taking this pick that really could go either way. Comes down to those odd misses, the performance on the day. And that's what it's done. They're on the board, 3-1.
Yeah, we knew Czech Republic, they were dangerous on these DTs. They performed very well in the qualifiers on DT. And Poland, again, they have such a good DT lineup. It really was a bit of a toss-up, that map, but the Czech Republic, the consistency across their members brought it home for their team. They must be very chuffed with that first point.
Well chuffed even. That's like Chomik Box's streak of FCs comes to an end. He had like 3 in a row. It was pretty incredible, but not on the 4th map. But he's on good form in this game, and well, he's been on good form for the last 6 months. There's just nothing stopping this guy.
Yeah, if you look back to all the big tournaments that have happened throughout this year, you'll see Malizewski, or Chomik Box as he was formerly known. He'll be there somewhere normally in the finals brackets. He has had an incredible year, and it's all paying off here in the World Cup.
And looking at this though, they're going into more of the control side of things, definitely poking at the things that the Czech Republic would not want to be playing, you know, hidden. They're not the strongest hidden team, especially when it comes to the low AR stuff, but this one, AR 9.2, not too low. And it is more about the aim, but it is definitely on the control side of that. Lots of kick sliders, lots of kick slider patterns, and lots of spaced 5-note bursts that move in slightly awkward angles that you really have to snap to. So it is. It's not just a brain-dead aim map, this, for sure, by any stretch.
Yeah, definitely. There's one Thurs as well towards the end that players have to be a little bit careful of, you know, for those act drops. If you're trying to keep good high accuracy on this map. So this is their Poland's hidden lineup. Malazowski and Mastaz really sort of bringing in the core for Poland at the moment. I think both of them have been in for every map as far as I can remember.
Yeah, they have. Why fix what ain't broken? These two are so versatile, and especially on the easier pools, they can cover pretty much anything and just bring their consistency to bear. But especially on hidden, they can cover the bases. See, Larok's in for this again. It's more or less what he is mostly in for, popping in for the hidden.
Yeah, just to flesh out this hidden lineup from Poland, but again, we see the Poggers, the captain, bloodbursting in for this one as well. MMB sticking in as he had a very good DT2 as well. Daichi as well coming in for the Czech Republic. Good rosters on both sides, and everyone off to a pretty decent start here. A bit more accuracy in favour of Poland. Marek Marucha always seems to start off with an SS, regardless of the map. I don't know how he does it.
See if those acts actually matter once we get into the real spicy part of this one. It's kicking off soon. Not quite there yet, but it's happening about the halfway point. All breaks are starting to come out now. Daichi first break. Oh, here we go then. 4 FCs to 3. Oh, that stream claims half the room. Mostly on the Czech side though. 3 FCs to 1.
Oh, and there goes Bloodbursting, the last full combo for Czech Republic. They have got no combo anywhere. And this is going to just let Poland run away with this score. They still have those 3 FCs. And it's looking grim for Czech Republic at this point.
It was looking pretty good up to that point, but yeah, once those streams come out, that's when the map starts to kick off, and it just wasn't going to happen for the Czech Republic. Poland, though, they're hidden players. They just don't care. They just don't care. The accuracy's down a bit, but who cares at this point? They have 3 FCs.
Oh, and yeah, you just look at the consistent Mazdas at the end.
Oh my god. The moustache, mate. They still got 1 million. We'll give you that. We'll give him that. It's another great team performance, and it's another great performance from Mustache and Malachevsky as well. Malachevsky back on the FC train. 5 out of 4 FCs for him. Marek Marucha as well, though, with that solid 98. Damn, man. The scary hidden roster, even without Bartek, these guys can play hidden to the highest level. Even if it is early round. Damn good set scores.
Yeah, and that's what you have to compete with Poland. I think they've pretty much, in almost all of these maps, they've had, 2 FCs, if not 3. I think there's been a multitude of maps where they've had 3 FCs carried through right to the end. And it's a tough bill for the Czech Republic to match. They did it on the DT2, but they haven't had much luck elsewhere. I wonder if they'll dip back into the DT pool for their next map pick.
I think they should. I think they should go into that DT1. It's another one of those contested 50-50 picks where the Czech Republic did have a good score on that. And at this level, this should give Poland a run for their money. If they want to get spicy with it, they could also go for something along the lines of maybe even a harder one. Maybe. But apart from that, I'm not sure what else you'd want to go for in this instance when you need a point. Or else. There it is. Yep. Going into that Harakaza dance. A bit of a chatter about this one. Fairly standard DT pick. I'd say it's the most likely one to see a good 4 player good score on it. It's just super comfy, even compared to the rest of the AIM maps. This one, very meta, I'd say. But it is also one of the highest star rating maps in the pool, if not the highest star rating map. other than the tiebreaker.
It's almost 6.6 stars. But again, the star rating is very misleading on this. The jumps are very low spacing. But it's the high BPM of this one that adds to the mischievously misleading star rating. But again, praying a bit for Czech Republic. They're bringing in that strong squad that brought home the DT2 victory for them, hoping for another point on the board, but Poland bringing in Wolf.
Yeah. We're getting Wolf in for the DT.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Short-lived.
Hey, I was hoping, man, just for a second then. Just for a second. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the play, in my opinion. Just go for what worked last time. The DT2, sure, it was close and it came down to the odd miss, but they shown that they have that high level consistency. They had an excellent team score on that last DT, and even though this is a more of an aim focused map than raw speed, it's still up the alley of all the players here. We are seeing one swap, it seems, though. It looks like Vilaz is coming in for Daichi compared to that DT pick. But the rest remains the same for the Czech Republic. It's match point for Poland here, for the Czech Republic going for a pretty solid pick for them.
So as we get into this, Vilaz has a very slightly early break, which will give Poland that initial lead. But everyone else in the lobby off to very comfortable starts. Get to this first KI bit. Looking for any drops. These short jumps can prove tricky for certain players. So far,
we're dealing with pro players here. Ain't no problems with these jumps, let me tell you, with these guys. But when will those misses come out? When will those little slips happen? It's with Poland, and they saw it at the break. Oh, Ivanito with the break, though. That hurts, man. It's on the slightly easier part, too.
MNB as well, Marek Marucha also finding drops, but it doesn't favour Czech Republic, unfortunately, as Poland's still holding those 3 FCs compared to the 2 of the Czech Republic. Czech Republic going to be praying for a little bit of a miracle as MNB finds another break. Need another from Poland before they get too far away with the score.
Just the one break from Marek Marucha, innit? On Poland. Apart from that, basically dropped nothing. The odd 100 here and there.
And it's the accuracies as well. Vilaz holding just below 98. Rafis holding 100%. Mastash as well, also holding high accuracy as well as Maliszewski. Avanito does find a break, and just too late for Czech Republic. One break too many.
That score's just too big for Poland. I say Czech Republic once again had to find a super high level set of FCs to challenge Poland. Didn't quite happen this time. They do get 3.5 million. Respectable for sure, just not quite enough. Didn't work out this time. And that is a pretty damn sick team performance. Again, almost 1.2 million across 3 of those Polish players. What a way to seal out the game. Strong dominating performance here from Poland. GG's, man. GG's.
Yeah, very, very good game from them.
I mean, Czech Republic made a fist of it, especially on those DT maps, but at the end of the day, they just came up against a Polish team that turned up to play. They are absolutely on point, and hopefully they can keep this level of performance up, because if they keep that sort of momentum up, they could be looking very scary this tournament. Of course, we'll see, but on the basis of this, they are here to play.
Yeah. Long way to go for them, though. But the Czech Republic, they do drop down to the losers bracket. They're not out, so we will hopefully see them again next weekend as they face one of the lower seeded teams that also was unsuccessful in the round of 32 matches. But a very good win for Poland there. And we are going to be going into a bit of a break now, as the next match, I believe, is in about 25 minutes, or just under 25 minutes.
Yep. That's going to be a good one, actually. I'm looking forward to this one coming up. Sweden versus the Netherlands. Another matchup with two very well-sorted teams that match up against each other very well.
Yeah, should be a very good match. But until then, guys, so we will see you in about 21 minutes. But until then, take care for now. Hello everybody, welcome back to the O-Sport Cup 2021 round of 32. We have our next match ready, in the pipeline, ready to go. Sweden versus the Netherlands. Joining me on the casting couch is it's good old Dio.
Pleasure to be here, Demarsh. It's our first cast together on the World Cup. Both the new casters in for this one for the year, so I'm happy to be here. I think this is an interesting matchup. We've got a couple different teams who I think have relatively similar overall skill sets between the two of them. I think that both of these teams are likely going to prefer some similar types of maps, which always makes it interesting. It, helps to sort of talk about exactly what these teams are good and bad at and why it seems like they're probably both going to be picking into a lot of the mechanics, because honestly, that's where both of these teams really did shine in qualifiers. The hard rocks, the double times, those mechanics, no mods.
Yeah, it can really make for some interesting matchups. But it also makes me wonder about the rest of the pool. If they're both picking the same maps and they have these really close ones, it's going to come down perhaps to those teams that have got the better all-rounder squads in some of the stuff they're not as strong on. Which, based on the seeding, does favor Sweden slightly. But again, those toss-up maps, if they go Netherlands' way, they'll be in a very good position when those map picks start to run out. But again, such amazing talent within these squads. You know, the Sweden squad, it seems to improve every single year that we see them, and you know, again, they've put together an amazing lineup.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about both of these lineups. I know that we're in the process of getting everything ready to go for the match, so we got a little bit of time to talk about the matchup just a little bit more in depth. On the red side is Sweden, Saika, their captain, Couch, Blue, Masta, Scylla, Reedcat, Andros, and Yageko. And this is a team that I think a lot of people would say that, you know, multiple of these members are good at hidden or good at reading, but I think when it comes to fielding a 4-man roster, they're very strong on the hard rocks and double times, and it's honestly a little bit similar for the Netherlands. Skyrovania, Vivelium, Jackie Lam, Maniva, Luciano, also known as Opep, Cosmic Wolf, Dolter, and Kushper. Both of those teams had their highest scores on that DT2 map in the qualifiers, had some other fantastic scores on Hard Rock 1, DT1 as well. So I think when you're looking at the picks and bans, then it becomes, like you said, Demarsh, who has that slightly more well-rounded roster? Well, it is Sweden, who has those other players who can go in for some of those reading picks, some of the more technical picks, and still put up the same types of scores that you see on those mechanics-based maps as well.
Yeah, no, definitely agreed. And yeah, looking at this Netherlands lineup, you know, I'm looking at Skyrovania, Viveliam. You know, they are such good core players of this team. You know, they really do bring it home, and if they can keep up with, you know, some of these Sweden players, they will give them a run for their money. This could turn out very interesting. This might ruin people's pick'ems. We see. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, those two players in particular, I think, are basically in for every map for the Netherlands. Like you said, I think that those two are really the ones to look out for. And then you also got players like Jackie Lam, who are just really, really solid on a lot of these reading picks all throughout the years. Dolter as well, I think, is a very solid addition to the hidden roster for the Netherlands. So we'll have to see if any of that does come through. We do see the hidden 2 ban out from the Netherlands, and the Nomad 1 ban out from Sweden. I'm a little bit interested as to why it's Nomad 1 instead of something that they're, you know, maybe a little uncomfortable on. But when you are a higher seeded team, when you are facing off against a lower seeded team, especially in round of 32, a lot of teams consider Nomad 1 as a little bit RNG, or, you know, not quite as consistent of a pick compared to some of the other ones. And so if you are feeling a little shaky, if you are feeling maybe a little nervous across the team, banning out something like the Nomad 1 is a really solid way to get rid of that chance of a break point on a pick that, you know, you might otherwise want to go for against some of these other teams in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's about, you know, isolating some of those Netherlands picks. They're a bit more of a toss-up. You know, it could go either way. You know, just limiting their options in what they can go for. Which, if this match gets to late game, like I think it possibly could, will probably serve Sweden benefits. A very good ban from them. Hidden 2 is very obvious. You know, I think they have got some good Hidden 2 players, but I just don't think they can necessarily pull it together all on one run. And when you've got players who will just carry on the side of Sweden, like Reedcat, you know, or Scylla in particular, can be very dangerous on a Hidden 2. But looks like we're going to be getting into the first map here. Nomad 3 looks to be the first pick. And this is interesting from Sweden. An interesting first pick.
Yeah, I think that this is where, you know, some of that more well-roundedness that you were talking about, Demars, comes into play, and in terms of why they go for this type of map compared to one of the more mechanics-based picks that might be a bit of a toss-up between the two teams, something like DT1, DT2, right? This type of map, low BPM aim control, really focused on lots of those high spacing, low BPM alt patterns with a little bit of wiggle, a little bit of cut stream patterning, a little bit of linear stuff mixed in there. And when you're comparing the scores on the equivalent Nomad 3 in qualifiers, it becomes pretty clear why Sweden picked this. The core members on this map, Scylla and Reedcat, both full comboing on the run that was counted for them. Meanwhile, for the Netherlands, they did have 2 runs that were, you've got some high scores from a couple players, but a few players that really aren't quite as comfortable on the map as those players from the Swedish lineup. So I think that this makes quite a lot of sense from Sweden as a first pick, given those types of scores, and definitely shows that Scylla and Reedcat are ready to play the game right now. We do have Couch and Masta in as well from the Swedish lineup. Manivat, Vivelium, Dolter, and Kushper in for the Netherlands.
And I think as well with this Nomod 3, the actual map patterns, they're not as complex as I think they were in the qualifiers. It's all about that consistency focus, which, might play into Netherlands' strengths. They're good on maps like Nomod 1, so maybe it might benefit them that they're not as complex against this Swedish side. But we do see some early breaks coming in from Dolter and Viveliam, which isn't a good sign for Netherlands going into this.
And just for context, this is the same lineup that the Netherlands ran when they were in qualifiers on the alt pick there. So not any surprises at all for the roster from the Netherlands. I believe Masta actually did not play the alt pick for Team Sweden during qualifiers, so this is a little bit of a surprise to see him in. But definitely a very capable player, had really solid scores on a lot of other picks, and if you are looking for a little bit of variety in the lineup, if one of your players just isn't quite comfortable, it helps to have somebody who can fill in like that. As we get into the first KI though, still the 4-way full combo for Team Sweden, the Netherlands with a good recovery, but there goes Kushper's combo as I say that, so a little bit of a deficit to make up now for the Netherlands. They're going to have to hold on for quite some time. And this map is about that consistency. When you're finding these early breaks on a map that is this long, it becomes much harder to amass a huge score over a long period of time in the map. We are only a third of the way through, so there is time to build that combo back up. But there's so much buildup that needs to happen. There goes Couch for Sweden, so there is some light shining in the distance for the Netherlands right now.
Those combos recovering, but there goes Manivat. Another big combo gone for the Netherlands. That's going to just allow Sweden, they're going to be building this score back up once again. It did start once Couch had that break, but they're going to start edging it in their favor as they're still holding on to the 3 full combos in Master, Scylla, and Reedcat. But Netherlands could still be in this, but it's going to be down to Sweden holding on to these combos. Break into that second KI now.
And there goes Dolter's combo alongside Kushper's, by the way. Both of them dropping down for the Netherlands. It's just Vivelium left standing alone against these 3 full combos from Team Sweden. And this is really why this is the first pick for Team Sweden, right? Absolute comfort on the pick for 3 out of 4 members. Even Couch, fantastic recovery on the pick. And there goes Vivelium's score as well. So this is just a one-sided affair at this point. Really solid first pick from Team Sweden, and an expected result given the qualifier scores. So Netherlands, no reason to feel sad about losing this pick. They've got their own first pick next up to try and take the point back.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be a tough ask to try and take Sweden on this map, so they probably weren't thinking too much about this. But yeah, excellent accuracies across Sweden. Actually very decent accuracies from Netherlands, apart from just, in terms of comfort, Sweden is just that much better on this Nomad 3. As we see Couch lose that recovery as he does find a break, but his teammates are there for him, falling through. There goes Scylla as well, dropping another full combo, so it's not going to be the 3-way, but there's no chance for Netherlands to come back into this at this point, unfortunately for them.
Solid double FC coming out of Masta and Reedcat on the side of Team Sweden. That is a fantastic team score. And kind of what you expect from a team that, again, had multiple super high scores during the qualifiers on No Mod 3 from those very two same players, from Masta and Reedcat. Scylla as well, 850k on this one, so very, very solid score there. Couch, the Phil player, still putting up a respectable 500k, and none of these team scores, or none of these individual scores from the Netherlands team are bad at all. It's 600, 500k for all 4 members, so that type of team consistency is really valuable on the early stage. It's just that against multiple members who can have that full combo performance from Sweden, it's not quite enough, and it does end up with a pretty large score difference in Sweden's favor. So nicely done from them on the first pick. And now we move over to the first pick for the Netherlands. And I'm a little interested to see what they actually go for here as a first pick. There's a couple options that they might have, but it seems like they're just going to go for the mechanics right into the speed picks. Double Time 2 picked up for the Netherlands.
Again, it is one of their stronger maps. They've got a very, very slight edge over Sweden in terms of the qualifiers. But both their scores were very, very good. You can expect the members of both these teams coming in, they're going to need to pull in those high scores, pretty much almost FCs across the board if you can in an ideal situation, because that your opposition, regardless of which side you're on, is going to be trying to do the same. I'm looking on the Netherlands side of Scaravania, Vivaliam, Jackie Lamb 5, Kushper as well, coming in for the DT2, whereas on the Sweden side we've got Andros, probably Reedcat definitely as well. Psyker should appear as well for their side. Looks like they're going to go with Jaginko for their 4th member.
One thing to note is that I think Saika just might not be here at the moment. I know Couch was actually pulled in as the substitute captain for this one, so it looks like it is Couch instead for now, filling in the lobby. If you're looking at how qualifiers went, it was Masta who would fill in, and there is Masta, so that's a more expected lineup. But Saika was in on DT2 during qualifiers for both runs for Sweden. So this is, potentially not their ideal roster on the map, is something to keep in mind. And that might be something that the Netherlands can take advantage of here. Jackie Lamb, Vivelium, Scaravania, and Kushper is also, I think this is their preferred roster. So this is what they went with on Double Time 2 during the qualifiers for both runs in a row. And one thing to note, DT2 in qualifiers a little bit lower BPM, a little bit more finger control focus. This map is just straight up speed, lots of burst control in this map, tons of consecutive 3, 5, and 7 note bursts in this map at 248 BPM. So a much more straightforward pick than the DT2 from qualifiers, but definitely makes sense to see these same types of rosters on the speediest map in the pool. We do see an early break come out from Scaravania, though, on the side of the Netherlands. Very early on, probably not going to impact too much, but there is that slight combo lead to take into account.
It gives Sweden a little bit of breathing room. Obviously, not having their captain might make them a little bit more nervous and a bit more prone to unfortunate misses, but they are dropping a bit of accuracy. Dragenko having a little bit of issue. He's actually swung things the other way as he does find a slider break there. It's a huge opportunity for the Netherlands here.
Break from Yagako definitely opens up some doors, and this is what you want to see from the Netherlands, right? Scaravania on a good recovery, everybody else still holding the full combo, still matching those 3 FCs coming out of Sweden at the moment. Solid accuracy as well from the FCs on the side of the Netherlands, 99.5% from Jackie Lamb. Very, very solid accuracy on the play right now. Vivelium and Kushper as well, above that 98.5% mark for now, so really solid performance from those FC runs, and Scaravania, again, as long as he holds on to the combo, is going to be doing the job. There's an actually over-aim on one of those 5-note bursts, and now suddenly combo lead back over to Sweden. Gecko not matching the break to come out of Skyravania. It's still 3 full combos to 3, but that supporting combo is going to make all the difference, all things held equal. But there goes Vivelium as well. Now a full combo down for the Netherlands.
And again, it's just not quite going their way. They've still got 2 full combos, but again, it's the 2 versus 3 situation that we saw before. And Shigeko has recovered quite nicely. And it's unfortunate, but it looks like Sweden is going to get the break point here unless something tragically goes wrong for their side. I mean, look at that 4 million team score. It's the consistency that you want on a map like this. And then they bring home that first break point. Very fantastic score.
It's overall, yeah, fantastic score from Sweden. It's also overall a very good score from the Netherlands. It's not like this was a bad team score at all. You know, multiple full combos from Jackie and Kushper on this map. 850k from Vivelium, 650k from Skyravania. I mean, this is a really solid overall team performance. But unfortunately, when you have 2 teams like this in Sweden and the Netherlands, who both specialize in the same types of mechanics picks, are both very good at the hard rocks mechanics and at the double time speed and aim, you end up with maps like that being picked by one side that are honestly a little bit of a toss-up between the 2 teams, depending on how one team performs on the day compared to the other. If one team is just performing slightly better on that type of mechanics pick that they are both very good at, then suddenly it's just an unfortunate way that the cookie crumbles, but that one team who's performing slightly better on the day might just be able to win every pick. So we're going to hope for the Netherlands to be able to come back, mentally reset after that pick, and go into their second pick after this, or go into this map wanting that win and being able to perform on their own picks as well. This pick for Sweden, though, definitely not one of those mechanics picks. Very technically intensive map.
Yeah, again, I now understand a bit better as to why they picked in a No Mod 3 into No Mod 4 to start with. Obviously with that captain not being around, they probably weren't feeling as confident going into some of those, more mechanically challenging maps like Hard Rock and DT. Actually the No Mod 3 and No Mod 4 makes a lot more sense now with these picks. They're not relying on their captain to start with. Apparently they are around now, so we might see them in the later half of the match, but yeah, a very, very interesting map. Netherlands have got some work. Well, they got their work cut out for them on this one. This Swedish side on this No Mod 4 is going to be very tricky to beat.
Yeah, this is another one of those maps where, Demarsh, I want to go back to what you said near the start of the map. It's the all-rounder players on either side that are really in for this one, right? You've got Reedcat, Scylla, Andros, Blue in for Team Sweden. Those players that you do find in on so many maps all throughout their tournament runs. And on the same side for the Netherlands, you've got Vivelium, Skyravania, the 2-man duo, alongside Luciano and Dolter filling in the rest of the roster. And it's the fact that this roster for Sweden is just slightly more comfortable on this through both runs in the qualifiers that gives them the confidence to pick this. We do see a couple early slider breaks coming through for both Blue and Luciano. Alongside Vivelium, Skyravania also dropping down now here in the intro section. This map does not give you a chance to get acclimated to it at all, and the only player who can deal with that sudden shift in map style is Dolter on the side of the Netherlands. 3 players, however, still holding those FCs for Sweden. Andros, Scylla, and Reedcat still going strong. The slider shapes in this map and slider ticks to follow are brutal, and that is a pattern that can just kill a team run. Look at those combos, all gone for Team Sweden, all gone for Team Netherlands, except for one member, Reedcat and Dolter, on each team still holding.
Yeah, so it's all going to be about team recovery, but there goes Dolter actually. Reedcat, the only one still holding the full combo, and Dolter, you can see there, was very frustrated about dropping that full combo. He's the only one who probably could have chased Reedcat down now. Everyone just trying to recover, but with Recat holding that full combo, unless he drops it, Netherlands aren't going to be able to match that score back anytime soon.
And this lead is already pretty massive. This is over a 350,000 score lead at this point. There's only so much gas left in the tank for these scores coming out of the Netherlands, and with that drop from Skyrovania, I think this might even be already sealed up at this point. Unfortunately for the Netherlands, Dolter not quite able to hold on. Nobody else able to combo through that section with the massive high velocity sliders with those ticks in them that you do have to follow if you want to keep the combo. And Sweden able to take full advantage of, once again, another one of these less mechanically intensive picks, more technically challenging picks instead. The slider aim map here in No Mod 4 definitely working out for them.
Yeah, definitely the all-round consistency from Sweden showing up here right when they need it. And they're off to a flying start in this match. 3-0 against the Netherlands is a very good start for them. Netherlands, they're probably going to want to think quite carefully about this next map pick. You know, the DT2, it didn't work out for them in their last attempt, so they've got to... Are they going to stick with the DT, or are they going to try and go and do something else? It's hard to say at this point.
It definitely is. I think they probably want to stick to, you know, what they know to be solid for them, which is those mechanics. It doesn't have to be DT. It doesn't have to be Hard Rock. They can still go for some of these other mechanics picks that are left up. They're going to go with No Mod 2 as well. This map is interesting. There's a lot of ways that you can change how a No Mod 2 plays, anything from the stream spacing to the beats per minute to the actual stream length to even, you know, some No Mod 2s adding like wonky stream shapes here and there. But this one is really, really focused on flow aim for a lot of this map, actually. It's only 184 BPM. The raw stamina requirement on this is not super high at this point. We are still rounded 32, so it should not be that high, and that's definitely not the case. It's got a lot of really high spacing in this map. There are quite a few longer streams as well that are going to test the stamina a little bit, but it's quite interesting to think about. You know, the mechanics don't necessarily translate into a solid score on this No Mod 2. You have to have that flow aim to back it up. But we did see both of these teams play very well on No Mod 2 in the qualifiers, both of them with very similar scores right around that 2.5 million score mark. So this is another map. Both teams can put up really solid rosters on this. Both teams have the opportunity to outplay the other on this map, hold the combo for slightly longer, and come out on top. So another little bit of a toss-up pick here for the Netherlands, and let's see if they can convert on it this time around. These are the types of picks that they're going to have to go for against a higher-seeded team, right? If you compare qualifier results for the lower-seeded team against the higher-seeded team, it almost always ends up like this. So if they can perform on the day, if they can get their heads in the game for this pick, Netherlands definitely has the chance to pull this one out.
So here we go, second map pick for Netherlands. You're really hoping that they can pull something out on this one, get that first point on the board, try and turn this match around. If not, they'll leave themselves wide open for Sweden's next pick. Which they have, on their picks, they have been picking very sensibly, and it's been working out for them, so it could be all or nothing on this No Mod 2. But everyone getting off to a solid start. Accuracy slightly in favour of Netherlands as Psyker finds an early break.
Great for Team Sweden, definitely not going to help the case, but this is a very long map. It's also very combo dense is one thing to take into account, right? You're only a quarter of the way into this pick, and there's already 500 combo on every player with an FC. So this is a very combo dense map, and Saika missing out on, 200 combo is really not going to impact all that much. But 550 combo missing from Saika's play now on those jumps with those extra misses definitely is going to impact the score a bit. So this is now looking better and better for the Netherlands as we crest the 1/3 mark in the map. Still 4 full combos for their side, 3 full combos as well for Team Sweden. This is by no means over yet. The Netherlands definitely still need to hold in order to secure this point, but Saika's repeated breaks definitely not helping the case for Sweden to take a break point.
Luciano is the first one of the Netherlands to drop. So it is going to halt that score progression just that little bit, but again, Saika I don't think has warmed up properly for this match, which is why they're having just that much trouble on this Nomad 2. Again, Netherlands have got that slight core advantage as Saika continues to struggle to build up any form of combo whatsoever.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Sweden, it just seems like Saika is really not super well prepared to be in on this pick right now. The accuracy is certainly there, but the aim is not, and that's what we were talking about before this map started, is that, despite the stamina requirement on this, if your flow aim is not there, it doesn't really matter. We do see drops from both Masta and Skyrovania as well. Dolter also dropping at the same time as Masta, so this is now a full combo advantage over to Team Sweden. Luciano with a good recovery for the Netherlands, but it's going to require Vivelium to hold really well, hold very solid accuracy going into the ending here, because Andros and Reedcap being the 2 full combos left up for Team Sweden is very scary, but it's not going to matter. There's not quite enough map left. Luciano and Vivelium are able to hold, and the overall team score is just slightly more consistent for the Netherlands, so they are able to take the point. Nicely done for themselves. They put themselves on the board.
Yeah, no, they will be very chuffed getting on the board there. That was an excellent play. Vivelium coming in clutch right as his team needed him. But good overall scores. I mean, you look at Skyrovania and Dolter, almost 800k each. Luciano was the first one to break, but still, 99% accuracy across the board for Netherlands. Absolutely solid play. It was just Saika for most of that map who was just not prepared to go in for that Nomad 2, and then those later breaks that came in for Sweden. Every trade just hurt more and more, and they just weren't able to do enough. So now we have Hard Rock 2. A very, I would say, potentially solid pick for Sweden once again. I'm not sure Netherlands necessarily have the 4-man roster. They have the potential to get good scores in this, but whether they can match the Sweden consistency on these precision type maps is a good question.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question how both of these teams perform on this map. Like you said, there is the fact that, the qualifier scores for Sweden were hovering around 3 million score, qualifier scores for the Netherlands having around 2.5 million team score. So you do have to favor Sweden on this pick given the qualifier scores. But one thing to take into account is that unlike maps like Nomad 1, Nomad 2, where, it's basically the same type of map almost every single week in those slots, these Hard Rock and Hidden maps in the round of 32 map pool are not necessarily equivalent to what was tested in the qualifiers pool. In qualifiers for Hard Rock 2, you have a map that is still CS 6.5 after Hard Rock, CS 5 base, that focuses a lot on finger control and aim control and has a lot of those more technically challenging aspects to it, save for the slider spam that you see in stuff like Nomad 4 actual tech picks, right? In round of 32 here with Makes Me Wonder, we instead have a map that is almost reminiscent of DMB type maps from the early 2010s, right? Stuff like United, almost. A little bit less streamy, a little bit shorter streams, but still that sort of high spacing, consistently testing both the aim and burst. Has a lot of awkward angles, a lot of pattern aim in it as well. So it's almost like an overall consistency test, but on CS 6.5 Hard Rock instead. And I think that actually bodes a little bit better for the Netherlands than it does for Sweden, right? We've talked about how both of these teams are very solid on the raw mechanics picks. Both of them have the potential to pop off on CS 6.5 and on any of these mechanics picks. So I think this is actually a little bit of a toss-up pick for Sweden. I'm not necessarily certain that qualifiers is a super accurate predictor of the outcome of this map, but we're going to have to see how it goes in the match now. Andros, Blue, Masta, and Reedcat in for Sweden. Luciano, Vivelium, Scaravania, and Manivat in for the Netherlands. Early break from Manivat, Masta, and Andros on this map.
Both teams pulling in solid rosters for this one. Both of these teams have potentials to get really high scores on a map like this, and early break from Manavat, but otherwise everyone else, and Master as well, I apologize, but outside of that, everyone else still holding their full combos. Slight advantage for Netherlands in the early game, but let's see if they can hold on to it.
Luciano missing on something really slow there. That's an unfortunate place to miss, because I don't really think a lot of other players are missing in that section. Vivelium, Scaravania still holding the full combos. Manivat on a very good recovery, still down about 70-80 combo from the FC. But Andros and Masta are not far behind on those recovery combos. In the score lead, you can see it starting to move further and further over to Team Sweden, and that break from Luciano is not going to do them any favors. However, Masta also following it up with a break of his own. We now have 2 full combos, 2 on both sides, Blue and Reedcat versus Scaravania and Vivelium, and Manivat with a slight supporting combo lead over Andros. There goes Scaravania's FC as well, misses on those higher spacing jumps, and now it's a full combo advantage for Sweden.
Yeah, Netherlands, they got a lucky break, even though Luciano was breaking. There goes Andros and Manivat. It's just Vivelium against Blue and Reedcat, and it's not a good combination to go up against if you're Vivelium. On Precision Hard Rock like this, both these two very dangerous players. We're approaching the sort of outro of the map, so very little room for breaks at this point, and Sweden are going to take their next map pick.
And I think we need to talk about Reedcat a little bit here at the end of this pick. This pick was one off the back of both him and Blue full comboing. And if you look throughout this MP link, I don't think Reedcat has missed once in this entire match. He full comboed Nomad 2 that we just saw. He full comboed Nomad 4. He full comboed Double Time 2. He full comboed Nomad 3. He has FC'd every single map in this match so far. That's actually a crazy performance from a single player to be FCing. He's in on every single map. He's been in on every single pick, and he has FC'd every map so far. Yes, it's round of 32, but by God, man, he just doesn't miss. That kind of consistency is crazy to see, and it's so awesome to see a player like Reedcat, who was once, a little bit pigeonholed into this high circle size hard rock role where he was the hard rock player, and that was really it, develop his skill set out to be this type of carry performer for Team Sweden, who just goes in every single map, doesn't miss even once in 5 maps so far during this match, and really is a large part of the reason why they are so good this year.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about Reedcat that hasn't already been said? He improves every single time I see him, and yeah, like you said, that consistency I don't think has or will be matched if he can keep it up throughout this match, throughout the weekend. You'll have those players that can FC pretty much every map that they're put in for in a tournament, but you almost get nobody who can FC everything consistently, regardless of what it is. And like you said, when you bring that to a good roster like Sweden, it adds so much potential for their team, and they're showing it in this match against the Netherlands. The Netherlands, they've been putting in good scores. But the consistency overall from the Sweden side is what is just making the difference here. And interestingly enough, they're not bringing in Recat on for this free mod 1.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
There he is.
There
There he is. So we do get to see Recat in for free mod 1 here. This map is honestly, I think, a little bit similar to what we just saw. It's another one of those, more well-rounded consistency type maps where you've got a lot of jumps, a little bit of pattern aim in this, a little bit of wide-angle jumps, a little bit of comfortable jumps, a little bit of high-spacing streams, a little bit of low-spacing streams, and I think that this is, given how the CS 6.5 Hard Rock went, a very solid pick for the Netherlands. We saw them almost contest Sweden on that CS 6.5 pick, which when you have 2 full combos coming out from both Recat and Blue on that map, that's a really solid overall team performance from the Netherlands. They were only down 300k on that last pick, which is really not a huge margin in a 4v4. So I'm excited to see how they do on this. We've got Vivelium on the Hard Rock, Dolter on Hidden, Skyravania and Luciano going Nomad on this map. Hidden for Scylla, Hard Rock for Recat over on the side of Team Sweden, Couch and Blue taking Nomad for this pick. Did you see an early break come out of Dolter on the side of the Netherlands? But again, very, very early break. This map is very burst and stream heavy, so there's not a ton of impact from that early break, only 150 combo down, and that extra break from Blue on the side of Team Sweden is going to swing the score lead right back on over shortly.
and Luciano coming in with a break there, and yeah, you just see it. Blue as well, actually, also breaking. But yeah, something I've noticed with this free mod 1 is that the majority of teams have been playing this so safe. Only going with the bare mod requirements, no overmodding, despite there being teams who have got the rosters to put in, very, very good lineups with multiple mods. Everyone in this first round focusing on that consistency and just trying to keep it as high as possible for their teams. There we go, we see Viveliam with the Hard Rock break. That is a big drop for them.
It's basically all on Skyravania at this point, and there he goes as well. Over aims that burst, aims too far inwards on the curve, and just isn't quite able to hold on. Dolter drops the combo as well, and the pressure on Team Netherlands just causes the team to collapse right here. There's just not any chance that they're able to take this back. Scylla and Recat still holding on to the full combos, even with a miss from Couch. That is a dominant last point for Team Sweden. Almost 700k team score up on the Netherlands, and that is a dominant way to close it out. Again, it's not even bad scores coming out of the Netherlands, all within 650k and 720k there for all 4 members, but it is a wipe from Team Sweden. 870k on Couch, 985k on Scylla, and a million score on Recat with the Hard Rock full combo that just make it so dominant at the end of the day for this Team Sweden.
No, a bit of a deceptive 5-1 there. That was actually quite close on quite a few of those maps. Like I say, could have been a bit of a toss-up at times, but the overall consistency coming out from Sweden on those, more all-rounder maps, playing to their strength in this one. And they advanced to the round of 16 quite comfortably. It's not over, of course, for the Netherlands. We will see them once again in the losers bracket. They do get that second opportunity. But again, that's the thing with tournaments. Only one can advance and one always must drop. But once again, we find ourselves with a bit of a break in the scheduling. Not massive, but enough. We will return once again in about 20 minutes. I want to thank Dio once again for joining me with the casting. It's always a pleasure to cast with you, my dude.
It is most definitely a pleasure, Dimash. Yes, we'll be back in about 20 minutes with France versus Finland. We want to say congratulations to Sweden. Good luck to them in their matchup versus Poland next weekend in the winners bracket. And good luck to the Netherlands in their matchup versus the Czech Republic in the losers bracket. But for now, we're going to say our goodbyes. Thank you all for watching. We've been Dio and Dimash, and we'll see you next weekend. We'll have a couple other casters in for France versus Finland. So take care, everyone.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream. drop it.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to OS World Cup 2021. We have seen an excellent morning of some very hype matches, and we are back for some more incredible action. We're going to be seeing France taking on Finland in the next match block. I am this one guy, and I will be joined for this cast by none other than everyone's favorite map pooler, OMG Force himself. Hello, Force. How's it going?
Hello, I'm doing fine. Last minute preparations for the map pool, but we've got some matches to commentate, so they'll have to wait a bit. But otherwise, yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the matches today, and we'll see how they end up being. France vs Finland is going to be an interesting one, but I would bet my money on France. What do you think, Dick?
Yep, definitely agreeing there. I think the French roster this year is one of the strongest we've seen out of them in quite some time. You know, they bring in Ekoro this year, who has a lot of hype around him for how well he's been playing in community tournaments over the past several months. You've got, you know, kind of their standard core players year in, year out, like Musty, the Poon, Nero, and so on. I think this roster is very, very strong. They're going to be good early round. They're going to scale well into the late round as well. But I think, you know, Finland, especially in an early round stage like this, is not a team that you can overlook. I think they are definitely able to contend at least a couple of points here. They've got some strong players on that roster as well. Guys like Ataraxia, Hades, Hankseli, and so on. I think they'll put up a good fight. I think it should be a fun match.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that we won't see any duplicate or replications of the qualifier results, because those are very heavily in France's favor. So in that case, I hope that the easier pool is gonna allow them to get way better 4-way FCs, or just 4-way scores in general, so they can put up a good fight. But otherwise, yeah, Finland is gonna be on the back burner here. We'll see how many points, or maybe if they can even win the match.
Yeah, I think one thing that is always very interesting to look at is that difficulty scaling change. You know, you see the qualifier pools typically kind of scaling up to somewhere around a quarterfinals, you know, kind of in between quarterfinals, semifinal difficulty, which means some of the teams that maybe are very good early round but fall off earlier than others can kind of eke by in the qualifiers, but then can do actually pretty well in that round of 32, round of 16 pool. So the showing could be a little different. Like you said, you know, Finland looked okay, but not great in qualifiers, and they qualified, what, I believe 23rd seed. So clearly, you know, the scaling is not quite there to match a team like France. But, you know, you drop that star rating down a little bit, and maybe things open up a little bit. You know, they'll have a little bit of some opportunities for maps that they can do better on that they wouldn't have in the qualifier stage. I believe we are getting set up here. I think there was a little issue with our lobby name, so things are getting fixed in there. It does appear that they already have been through their ban phase. Finland banning first, getting rid of Nomad 1. France very good at aim, no surprise there. France banning out Hidden 1, so Bubble Flower, that kind of very mixed rhythm and everything map. The ban for...
Yeah, that's actually not a big surprise, at least for the Nomad 1, because they got outperformed by 1.5 million points on one run on Nomad 1, which is quite substantial for something that doesn't have any mods and no mod multiplier. So yeah, doesn't surprise me there. The Hidden 1 ban, I can see it. If you don't have a confident roster on that, it's so easy to miss, and you can just have almost no FCs because it's very underrated.
Yeah, I like this Hidden 1 a lot. I think it fills that slot super well of kind of a variety of patterns and map styles getting thrown at you. But it does look like France is going to opt into first pick here, and they're going to go into DT3. So maybe looking into some kind of finger control mechanics here to start things off. I like this map. I think it's pretty cool. Half slash. Oh,
yeah, it's another half slash map. Gonna be the style for tradition, apparently.
I feel like that's like, when I think of half slash, the only thing that I can think is just Toho. I mean, that's his calling card.
Yeah, name a better duo.
So looks like we are going to get started here. It's going to be Poon, Snorlax, Musty, Justman, Amasthetic, Hades, Bolex, and Zeppe on France's first pick here. Looking to begin, you know, maybe a good run here in OWC for them as they get a couple early breaks out of Finland, start things off on the right foot for France.
Yeah, but Nomad 1 was banned because there was a 1.5 million difference. Guess what the other 1.5 million difference in points map was? Well, it was DT2, which is pretty much this one, but a bit harder.
Yeah, so, the feeling there then, I think, is France gonna try to opt into mechanics because based on those qualifier results, that's what they were a lot stronger than Finland on. So we'll have to see what kind of stuff Finland will look towards, as they've already broken all 4 of their full combos. France still has 3 alive. So this one is going to get out of hand in a hurry. This is not a long map, it's only 2 minutes, and it's already up to a 200,000 plus point lead.
Yeah, so far solid free wave C from France, which could very well stay until the end, mostly because there's not anything new except for maybe the slider where we did see some people break on. Just be aware of that side and you should be fine if you do have the stamina for this. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 1 million point difference at the end of the map. But Mercedes did break. The slider's coming up, no breaks yet, alright.
Yeah, nobody broke on the slider, but that's a big lead there for France. I would say this one is safely in the bag for them. It's a very solid first pick. The accuracy leaving a little bit to be desired for France, but in this matchup, it's not going to be an issue of accuracy battles. It's going to be having several big combos, maybe an FC or 2.
Okay, 2 misses at the end. Musty missed twice and Snorlax also missed once, but it wasn't enough because, as you said, the map is pretty short. And there we go, we have 1 C by Depoon only. Okay.
Yeah, like you said, the unfortunate late misses there. Musty with 2, Snorlax with 1, Justman with an early break, but didn't end up mattering. The 640k dropping down pretty far from Emesetic. Unfortunately, Zeppe down below 800k as well. On these early round DTs, I think those are not the scores that players would like to see, unfortunately for them. But it was the first pick from France, so kind of to be expected there, and they take the quick 1-0 lead.
Alright, how is Finland going to answer? They did have a solid hard rock roster in general. It's more focused towards the CS 6.5 on things rather than the jumpy hard rock one. I can also potentially see them go for DT2 or DT1.
Yeah, I could see this being a Hard Rock 2 angle for them. Like you said, their best score in the qualifiers was on the 6.5 pick. So maybe a team that, likes precision, likes that small circle stuff. My other thought, like I was saying, maybe if you're Finland, you try to avoid mechanics against this very strong mechanic France team. So that means, going into something like a Nomad 3 or 4, those types of maps more so than, the ones of the pools, as it were, which are going to be more aim focused, or something like a Nomad 2 or 5, which is going to be, that kind of speed skill set.
Yeah, some things I could imagine to also be a decent avenue is the free mods, because those weren't quite present in the qualifier. So they could maybe go for something slightly outlandish, but they will go for the Nomad 5. It's kind of an extension of DT2 for speed, just a bit more aim and a bit more spacing all around. So I guess this is the closest to DT1 in the qualifiers if they really want it to be.
Yeah, and that's interesting because, I was thinking maybe that's, tapping maps are the thing to avoid here for Finland, but they're going to jump right in. I mean, you can't really straight up compare this DT3 with this Nomad 5, the much more of a straight stamina speed than DT3 was, so, maybe this falls better into Finland's skill set. Another short one too. I am a big fan of the map links in this pool. There's quite a few nice and short, concise picks. This one, minute 53, minute 54, which just long enough to kind of give you that early taste of what later speed picks will probably bring, but short enough that you're not going to be exhausted on stamina too easily.
Oh yeah, there's always the underrated difficulty of just a longer pick. If this map was just extended for 1 more minute, it might even be potentially around a 16 difficulty. Just the length of maps is really driving home the difficulty on some of the maps. And it's way easier to concentrate for 2 minutes than for 4 minutes, which shouldn't need any further clarification, but yeah. if Finland think they can focus really hard for 2 minutes and get a win on this one, well, let's see them execute on it.
Yeah, this map is pretty approachable. I mean, it's only 240 BPM, so it's not excessively fast, and I think that there's a decent amount of relatively free combo in it as well. There's, I think, like kind of 2 longer, more difficult sections, but other than that, doesn't throw too much raw difficulty at you. There's, you know, the triple and quint sections, but you know, baby's first Nomad 5 as suits a round of 32 pool.
Yeah, one thing I can see people miss on are there are some bursts where under the last node of the burst there's a bit of a break and then a slider or a node. So if you tap one node too many, you're gonna miss.
Yeah.
A slight finger control required. Just enough so you automate here.
I noted that down to myself when I was doing research on these maps. Like, oh, there's these little, like, 1/4 gaps in a couple of places that can be easy enough to trip up on if your finger control isn't quite on point. So we will see if that affects any of the players. Due to a couple of player changes, get a Koro coming in, for instance, for the France side. But most players look to be very comfortable at the beginning here. That is going to be a break from Justman, though. First FC gone for France. Finland going to take the lead here on their own first pick.
And Finland is matching France's accuracy, I think, blow for blow right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. 99s on Emesetic and Hades, just below 99 on Hexelli. Bullet slightly behind on accuracy, but the Puna is down under 98 as well, so not a big difference there. This is going to be just that couple of hundred combo difference. It's about 300 combo from the FCs back to Justman, and we're already coming towards the end. I mean, there's only, what, about a quarter of the map left to go. This lead seems to be tenable here for Finland, looking to pull off the early point here. You'd like to see teams starting with a little bit of momentum on their own first selection. But there is a late break from Hexelli. That could be a difference maker, but Musty trades it back, fortunately. So France will not be able to take advantage. And there go Puna and Koro. Did they just both entirely miss the same burst?
They did.
Oh, man.
I think they just overthought the overlap. That was one of the overlaps, and yeah, another overlap, and Koro missed on that one too. And Harles missed on that one, okay.
Now that escalated quickly. That is a very good point from Finland. The, what is that? I believe triple FC coming out from Emesetic Bolex. Hades may have had a slider break like right at the end. But it was
right at the end. He missed pretty much the last slider of the map.
Yeah, but that's a very good pick and a very good point from Finland. And winning so handily, so comprehensively on a Nomad 5 makes you think that maybe that DT2 remains an option for them as well. So they've already got maybe their next pick kind of in mind, regardless of what France does here. And that's a good early start to the match. You know, the quick 1-1. Nobody able to establish themselves in the lead. And now France with a decision to be made for what they'd like to go into for their second pick.
I mean, France, on the other hand, does have a lot of options to go for here. If they really want to double down on DT2, they can. I don't think the reason why they lost is purely because of the speed and the tapping, but mostly because of the type of map it was. Missing and just maybe mind blocking on some of the overlaps and then overthinking how many times you have to burst and then you just missed before the overlap. And that happened to 2 people in the same overlap. DT2 on the other hand is way more low spaced, so it could be an avenue of attack, but you know, maybe Scar from the Nomad 5 don't want to go for it. That's completely understandable. They still have stuff like the Nomad 4, the tech map in Nomad. I can definitely see them go for that, or just even Hidden 2 if they truly want to.
I'm curious if Hidden 2 ends up being picked in this match. I don't really characterize either of these teams with like low AR prowess, and it's going to be another DT, so we're just going to see France sticking in that same pool. They go over to the double time 1 pick, so we're going to see Harukaze dance, which is, again, you know, kind of that staple DT1, mostly, you know, fairly comfortable aim, which is something that France is very, very strong on, as we've said. So I think this is a pretty logical type of pick from them. I expect good scores on this map, I think.
I still can't get over how high of a star rating this map has, and everyone still thinks it's balanced.
it's what, 6.57?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, it is the highest star rating in the pool by like 0.1 or something, and that's compared to Hard Rock 2, which is also like weirdly high star rating.
Yeah, I already noticed some weird Hard Rock 2 or small circle shenanigans when last year in finals our Hard Rock 2 was essentially 0.3 or 0.4 stars higher than Nomad 1, and it was fine.
Yeah, I think we can kind of just chalk that one up to the star rating system not really knowing what to do with certain skill sets compared to others. It's very easy to look at a basic, you know, like an aim map or a stream map and say, okay, that star rating makes sense, but like tech or alt or small circles, you just don't know what the system's going to say about it.
Yeah, and this one, the higher the star rating, the more genuinely raw difficult it should be. So according to that, this one should have a decent amount of speed and aim mixed into it with the high star rating. So just a raw skill set test here.
Yeah, and I think this is what you like to see for DT1s. Much more straightforward than something like a hidden one, for example, this week, or even a little more straightforward than the Hard Rock one. Very comfy aim style, but got to be able to play the 247.5 BPM.
Right, please don't round up or down, otherwise you might have some offset issues.
Yes, that's true. It's always funny to me to look at those half BPMs, but players obviously not having any trouble with that until the break from Apiceto. So one miss from Finland here going into the first key eye. France will try to take a little bit of a lead. Still low combo, so not a lot of score on the board yet. And Poon hip kill. Okay. A double break for France. That's not good.
That would. This is pretty much why I thought that Finland could maybe go for this one, because this is pretty similar to DT1, which Finland actually on one run outperformed France on.
Yeah, I don't know that I personally expect to see what's happening to France here, as Snorlax breaks as well. France down to a grand total of 1 FC against the double FC from Ataraxia and Hades over on Finland. That early round consistency coming in clutch for Finland as Justman breaks as well. No FCs left. This is looking like a very possible break point here for Finland, as Ataraxia and Hades looking very comfortable. Let's see what happens in this PI section. Everybody looking good. They make it right through. That is a big lead. Finland at almost 500k to the good. Just the last quarter of the map to come. Not a lot France can do here.
Yeah, despite looking at the qualifier results, I didn't expect France to just crumble on this map.
Yeah, this is a really unexpected showing. There's a break from Ataraxia. I believe that was on that buzz slider. It was easy enough to just slightly miss tab on those, but it's not going to affect the outcome at this point. This is a humongous lead. Finland are going to take the first break point of this match, and it's not even going to be close. This is nearly 1,000,000 points that they're going to win on France's selection, and they will have their own pick to come. That feels good if you are this Finnish side. Starting off the match with a quick break point on the second pick from France, the ability now to pick and go up 3-1 after, what was it, a 922,000 point win. Well.
All right, that's. I mean, so far, I would say pretty good performance by Finland on this one, especially. France might have just been I don't know, something happened there. Maybe everyone at the same time just kind of missed. The stars aligned, which helps Finland, obviously. Hopefully, they'll get right back into it for the next few maps. Yeah.
Yeah, France, I mean, we think of them as a very strong mechanics and a very strong aim team, but their aim looked to be kind of what let them down a little bit on both of those maps, like you were talking about on Nomad 5, you know, misaiming on a couple of those bursts, on DT1, misaiming on just some basic aim patterns. So they're going to have to rethink their approach to this match a little bit. Fortunately for them, possibly, not a lot of aim left in the pool, but Finland now taking their time on this pick, because this is pretty important. With that 2-1 lead, with that breakpoint in their back pocket, they will want to consolidate that. So they've got to find their best pick here, try to take that 3-1 lead, really put the pressure on France. Based on what we've seen so far, do you think maybe the DT2 comes out, or do you think they go somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm actually playing around with the idea of maybe going for the DT2, but mostly because of a different reason. Because of their formal roster for DT2 would most likely include the Poon, who got a 94% accuracy, I think, FC on DT3. So I don't know. That just seems to me maybe he's not warmed up. So you can maybe take advantage of that and go for the DT2. They will, however, opt for the Hidden 2, which I expected more France to maybe go for, because generally I see fewer Cs on this one, and Ekro is really comfortable on approach 8 hidden. And he's also the standard player for the qualifiers on both hiddens. So he'll probably be the driving force for the carry here, and then probably get supported by his team.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Ekoro is a scary guy to go against on anything in general. I mean, the dude's just really good, but especially on some of the lower approach rate and gimmickier maps. What's a little scary to me though is if France can't put together an optimal 4-man roster, which I don't know how great, kind of their fill players are going to be for A8. That does put a lot of pressure on Ekoro, and he did put out a tweet a little bit ago talking about, kind of some of his nerves going in, because the expectations for him this year are so high. So if you come into a map that he's, kind of their expected carry for, those nerves might get a little bit worse. And Finland kind of playing with house money here. I don't think many people favor them in this matchup, so they're kind of going out with nothing to lose, and they can just come in and just kind of play Osu. They're just coming into clicks and circles. Much less pressure on their side in an underdog match like this. So the nerves maybe will be expected to affect them less.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, because I also always remember back in when I played tournaments, sometimes your picking strategy might not be optimal because of the players and how they feel on the day. If you look back at what France picked, they picked DT1, and I think they didn't have Ekro in for the lobby. So maybe Ekro is just not feeling very confident in himself right now, which is why they will opt to pick for something that for other people outside of Ekro could play.
Yeah, and one other thing that I'm looking at a little bit too, you mentioned, the Poon coming in and having a little lower AC. I took a look back through the 3 maps we've played so far. The Poon has gotten the worst AC in the lobby on all 3 maps they've played so far, which for a player of his stature, we know what he's capable of. We know how good he is and how high his skill cap is. That's a little bit concerning if you're France, to have your on paper best player performing below his standards and below the expectations for what he needs to do. So both Ekoro with the nerves and the Poon underperforming a little bit to start off this match. With it only being a best of 9, Finland, I think, really wants to jump on that quickly here and take advantage of that little bit of underperformance, because, they only need 3 more maps, and if they can pick some shorter stuff and find some good wins, this will be untenable for France in a very fast sort of fashion. So we're going to go into Hidden 2, and we're going to see what happens on this very classic hidden aim-based A8 Hidden, that Mirage Stelis style that everybody knows and loves.
Yeah, do you remember the old maps and how fun they were to play with all the patterns and the symmetry? And you think of Dallas, and now you think of a modern Mirage for like all the Approach 8 tournament hiddens you see. And well, here we have the best of both worlds. Let's see how they will fare on this.
Yeah, I'm very curious. We did the preview stream for this tournament and discussed Finland being a team that has players who are really good at early round consistency kind of across the board in terms of skill set. And they're looking to prove that so far, and we do get the early break there from Thundur on the France side. Ataraxia, though, does trade it back, but so far that consistency is working out. Hades holding the only SS in the lobby for the first 300 or so combos as well. So it's going to be a very, very closely fought thus far. We're going to have to see some breaks to really differentiate those scores, because everybody looking pretty comfortable as expected. Ekoro doing well for himself, Poon picking that act back up, as well as Nero matching the FCs on their side. Just break from Amasthetic. Okay, France looking for the break back.
Alright, that was a misread of the overlaps from Amasthetic. He seems to be still on point with the same. Hopefully he'll keep his combo up. We'll get right into the solo and then the second KI, and there's gonna be a few misses here potentially because of the amount of squares.
Yeah, this style of aim and the patterns in this, I mean, like you said, there's the squares, there's some linear aim. If you're just not really on point with that aim, with your, your cursor control aim, you have some problems in this map. Pretty simple, but no big discomfort. Oh, there goes Poon. I don't know if you're a second ahead of those.
No, I'm just seeing Amacetic's cursor shade.
Oh, okay.
I'm a bit scared because it never also just missed.
Okay, wait a second here. This can come back at the last quarter. There's time left. Akoro is the only remaining full combo for France. Amacetic repeatedly breaking, but they still have the FCs on Hades and Bullocks. They still have a big combo on Ataraxia. This can come back here at the ending for Finland if they're able to hold on. Any break for France could spell their doom on this map, but they are clinging to about 100k lead. It is coming down at the end. Hades still holding the SS. Will that be enough? It may be enough to pull the score over, but a late break from Amacetic is... Oh, it's going to come into the last few notes of the map, and it's not going to be enough. France clings to the lead and manages to hold on by 61k despite the SS from Hades and the backing full combo from Bolex. Just unfortunate for Finland that Amacetic's score did not end up being where they needed it to be. And Akoro with the FC managing to do enough thanks to the pretty solid backing scores, and France take the break point right back. That was about as close as it gets.
Alright, France's performance, kinda what you probably would have expected, like the one misses here and there, but like still 700 to 800k points, a lot of points, but it makes sense why Finland picked this. Hades getting the SS, if you're that comfortable with this map, and with the ending, with the sliders, it's so easy to get a 100 there, and you still hold an SS through that, it's gonna be really comfortable on this one, or practice this one a lot. So the pick makes strategically a lot of sense.
Yeah, I definitely don't fault them for picking that map. It was clearly, it literally was just the difference of one player having a couple fewer breaks. I think that may as well be the first SS we've seen in the tournament so far. Somebody can check on that for me, but that might be the first SS of the weekend.
It wouldn't surprise me, yeah.
Okay.
At the very least on that map or on Hidden in general. I mean, great performance by him, and it's totally even right now. Breakpoints were traded, but I mean, there's plenty of maps left to be picked, and I'm really interested to see how Fremont might end up looking like.
Well, not going to get to see any free mod quite yet. We're going to go Hard Rock 1. France going to return to that kind of aim type of mapping that we kind of expect out of them, and we have confirmation that was the first SS of this round, so congratulations to Hades. I feel like that should be that could be a cool little prediction tournament type of thing. Who will achieve the first SS, or what match will have the first SS of the round, or what map. That'd be kind of a cool thing to do. But yeah, this is gonna be Mushikui Saikide Rhythm, the pick here from France. Hard Rock 1, no surprise from that team.
No, 3-minute map, consistency, 210 BPM, has plenty of bursts and jumps. It's just all around, has everything you really want, with a bit of linear aims. So a bit of like old patterning in here, so you can definitely miss on those, even though the spacing is pretty low. Kinda slightly, very slightly reminiscent of Hidden 2 and some of these linear patterns, but way more comfortable to read, and it's way easier to just go complete caveman mode, see circle, click circle. Don't even think about it, because it's approach to 10.
Yeah, this is really just... It's testing base mechanics much more than anything else. I like the I like the kind of the inclusion of a little bit of an older style aim map here. It's nice, it's something that we don't always see. A lot of the times the Hard Rock ones are kind of these more modern, Skyflame or similar types of picks. This one harkens back several years. Everybody, I think, has a soft spot in their hearts for RLC mapping. This is a very fair test of aim. Couple of triples and bursts. It's a little bit higher BPM than the other aim maps in the Nomad Hidden Pools.
Yeah, and if you do have a soft spot for these hard rock ones, then I think you're in luck for the rest of the tournament.
I'm excited. I look forward to the map pool showcases to see what we're going to be getting. It'll be always a cool one. I think there's something to be said for that particular slot. Looks like we are, I think, set to go here. You got Musty, Hifkill, Poon, and Just Man for France. Aposeto, Ataraxia, Zeppe, and Hades for Finland. After the traded break points, teams back on even footing at 2 points apiece. So all of you out there with 5-2 in your pick'ems one way or another, well, hope that somebody can win 3 points in a row. And we'll see as we go into Hard Rock 1 on this No Skip Sunday.
I mean, sometimes you gotta enjoy the song, right? It's a rhythm game after all. Players don't want to skip, players want to get their grips ready for the map, and it seems to be that's the case for everyone except for Zeppe.
Yeah, just a little bit of an early break for him, but going to be the worst. And it's going to start off with a very small France lead. But this is going to be the longest map we will have played to this point, over 3 minutes for the first time in this match on map number 5. And this is that type of map that, you know, I think breaking almost anywhere kind of feels bad. It's not like there's a clearly defined diff spike per se. It's a relatively consistent type of pick. So trying to keep up that aim consistency over the link is going to be the name of the game. So far, everybody having a good time. It is 7 full combos and 1 very near full combo. That of Zeppe, about 20 combo behind is all.
Yeah, one thing I'm wondering though is if the Poon has some setup issues, because he keeps getting really low accuracy on stuff which arguably should be pretty easy to get accuracy on if you're a veteran hard rock player, which he is. And he's just getting 100s all around.
Yeah, I mean, other than Amacetic on the last map, he has still gotten the worst stack out of everybody on every map so far. So it is maybe something going on with his computer setup. That is a traded break from Hifkill and Aposeto. No real damage done either direction. Yeah, Poon down at 97%. I mean, you look around the lobby at the accuracy and everybody else must be still holding the SS. Justman and Hifkill up at 99.5, 99.6. Meanwhile, I'm a little concerned for the Poon Zach. As long as he can keep the combo up, though, that's going to be the most important part. He is doing that.
It's all about combo gaming.
Let's see. No major breaks. I mean, it's really just that trade. France with a small lead, but this is staying quite close here. It's going to come into the last PI looking like about dead even. Only, what, 54,000 points between the teams, so that's 1 break anywhere. No pressure here, guys. A lot on the line. Somebody looking to take a 3-2 lead. But if it holds as we are seeing so far, it looks like France are going to maintain this advantage. Just with that small combo lead for Hifkill over Aposeto. Oh, but Poon does find a break finally, as does Justman. Oh, that is 2 breaks at the worst possible time. Aposeto finds a miss, but the triple FC still intact for Finland. They're going to close this out, and that's going to be another break point. Wow. The mechanics letting France down. Musty, Justman, Poon all breaking in the last Ki. Ataraxia, Hades, Zeppe saying, thank you very much. We will take that. And a 3rd straight break point leaves Finland in a 3-2 lead.
I don't know, Finland just seems to be so much more comfortable on these easier maps compared to the showcase, and it definitely shows. I mean, the freeway FC on this map, I mean, okay, Zeppe did get a really early slider break. Let's not call that one. I mean, he's got over 1 million points. I mean, I would call it an FC.
16 combo in. I'm just going to say it's an FC. No, he could have missed 16 slider ends. You don't know.
Exactly. 16 slider ends despite having less than 1600s. But we'll go with that. I mean, just really good performance by Finland, I would say. France is underperforming, I would say, slightly. But Finland is overperforming quite a bit. Or at least maybe that's just how they usually perform on this pool.
I think it's a little bit of the latter. I really do think that Finland is quite strong on an early pool like this. Their consistency, they're all very experienced tournament players who, you've seen a lot of these guys in like 4-digit tournaments where this sort of difficulty of map pool, you're going to see that every time. And so they're just coming in and doing what they need to do. And France, man, I don't know what just happened to them on that pick. That was very strange. That they just kind of fell apart in that last Ki. And like we've been saying, I wonder, the Poon's got to be having like some computer issues or something. I don't really know necessarily the cause, but you don't expect a guy like him to get 96 AC on a map like that. I mean, it's just really unexpected.
If you get a 90% accuracy like Musty and you miss once, that's kind of expected. You miss on the combo, you get a good accuracy, but low accuracy mostly seems to be an underlying problem.
But, I don't want to take anything away from Finland either. Like we said, they are playing very, very well in this match so far. This pool seems to be suiting them quite well, doing a pretty good job. But 3 straight break points. Finland going to go into the first of our free mods. It's going to be free mod 1. Going to see if somebody can finally win their own pick here. And it would give them a match point if they were able to do so. So this one very important now. The last 2 picks of this match are going to be key. Absolutely key. And Tsukiyomi is going to be the starting point for that.
Yeah, I mean, another 2-minute map. Short and spicy for all of these players involved. I mean, we already saw 3 people seeing pretty much on Hard Rock 1, which I would say is not... It's a distant cousin of this map, let's put it that way. It's not quite closely related, but it is a distant cousin. More so than a random stranger on the street. And I mean, you saw 2 people seeing on Hidden 2, and one of them assessing, and you saw, so they have comfortable reading and hidden players. Then you also see the good performance on Hard Rock. I think free mod, they could probably just go for 2 mods or something, but I would say that just judging by how France performed so far, it's not down to a 4 FC, so you probably choose on both teams, you take the 1 mod each and the no mod twice, and just go for the 4 FC in that case.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most likely. I think you probably see maybe Musty Hard Rock and Thunder, I guess, on Hidden, and then let Puna and Justman run the Nomad. For Finland, not actually sure. Well, we're loading in anyway, so it's going to be Bolex Hidden Hard Rock and Hades on the Hidden only. All right, I was 1 off. It's going to be Musty and Puna on Nomad. Justman running Hard Rock. Thunder is going to be the Hidden player. So both teams kind of matching little, that slight overmod for Finland, but I think Hidden Hard Rock on this doesn't seem unreasonable. This map is pretty straightforward. I think either mod can have a good time on it, but they're looking for just that little bit of score advantage. If they expect a lot of FCs, I can definitely understand where Finland's coming from with that choice. And Thunder misreading those back and forths quite badly. That's not how you want to start out.
Yeah, I do like the idea of putting Musty on the Nomad so you can guarantee the FC with a really high accuracy. Justman does miss now, so it is all about the Nomad FCs right now for France.
Alright. They are putting all the eggs in their carry player baskets. There's first break going to come out from Finland on Bolex, that Hidden Hard Rock player. But it's going to be Justman full missing a stream. He dropped all the way down to 92 AC. The Hard Rock not working out very well for him. And it is still a 3-way full combo for Finland. They are in a pretty decent spot here. This map is very short, already halfway through. And a greater than 100,000 point lead as they cleanly make their way through those streams into the slightly slower section here.
Yeah, I would say this map is definitely harder on Hard Rock than on Hidden. At least it was the case for playtesters, so I'm okay with both these Hard Rock players just performing slightly worse in score than the rest of the team, which is what I would expect from this. But the only thing that matters is Bolex is outperforming Justman, and the rest of Finland is also looking really good right now.
Yeah, I am consistently very impressed over the course of this match by the performance of these Finnish players. Triple FC on Hank Selliat, Araxia, Hades, and there goes Musty, the Nomad player breaks for France, and that's really going to just do it. Finland's going to take this point, and they're going to take a 4-2 lead. That's going to be match point in their favor. This is remarkably strong. You know, I said before the match, like, I know Finland can do well on early pools, but I didn't think it was going to be quite this strong from them. Another big victory on their own pick. They win by almost 700k, and that's 4-2 Finland. That's match points. That is France on the back foot and on the edge of being dropped into the loser's bracket much earlier than they would have expected.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just close your eyes and you ignore the flag and the team name right now, I mean, you could tell me this is Germany's performance, and I would probably buy it. A freeway C and the hidden Haruk guy just one slider breaking the map. I mean, insane performance.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive just in general. I mean, these scores, like, you could put this up against anybody and they'd be doing pretty competitive work. And that is a very quick Nomad 2 pick for France. So, you know, I think we kind of expected this to come out. There was the likelihood of this map showing up eventually. This has been, I think, a closeout map for a couple teams. I feel like we've seen it be the last map of a couple different matches. But France going to try to use it to kind of claw their way back into this one. They need to win this and get a break point just to send it to tiebreaker. So a lot of pressure now coming in on this map, which could now be the last map of the match.
I mean, just looking at the qualifier results, you see Finland being the underdogs. You look at the past few maps, and you actually see France being the underdog suddenly. The roles have been reversed, and France needs to step up and actually start comboing, because so far they haven't really been doing so.
Yeah, France has found a lot of kind of unexpected breaks for their strength of roster. I don't think you really anticipate the kind of misses you're seeing from this team. You know, whether there's a lot of reasons I suppose we could posit for that. You know, just underperformance or setup problems, like we were talking about with Poon, or overconfidence coming into a match that they expected to win. But whatever the case, they need to right that ship, and they need to do it as quickly as possible if they want to avoid a very surprising upset here. Finland, as I said before, kind of playing with house money, especially now that they've got that 4-2 lead. I mean, this is France's pick, so they can just come in and be like, all right, you know, we'll put in a roster that we think is good for Nomad 2 if we don't win. We still have our own last pick to try and close it out. So this is a very good spot for them to be in. And we're going to be starting.
Fun fact, the Nomad 2 in the qualifiers, if you take the best performance from Finland against the same run of France, they would win by 100k. The other time around, they would lose by 230k. So, for me, this map is pretty much up in the air for grabs. But if you judge the state France is in right now, I would probably bet my money on Finland right now.
Yeah, I think I actually can agree with that. You know, knowing that they had comparable scores in the qualifiers, and knowing that France can be something of an emotional team. I mean, when they get down, they can get really down. The negative, the tilt, you know, can definitely come out a little bit from France. Somewhat infamously over the last several years, I suppose. So they've got to really lock it in on this map. You know, play with the score off. You know, play with the leaderboard off. Just look at your own screen and don't think too much about the situation. Just play the map and put forth your best performance, because if you don't, this match could be coming to an end in a hurry.
Yeah, being emotional definitely shows you at least that you care, and I'm sure all of these players care a lot about this match and want to perform their best. But sometimes, sometimes you actually lose to yourself. That happened to me plenty of times. And Bolex also lost himself right now, missing for the first time in the match right now, in the map.
Yeah, that'll be the first break of anyone. Fortunately, pretty early on. He's only a few hundred combo behind, but it does give that lead over to France. This, you know, on paper, this map looks very comfortable. 184 BPM, not too fast. The streams aren't super long. There's one or two kind of overlapping streams that can be somewhat tricky to aim, but for the most part, this is just a matter of making sure you're calm and composed. You know, you got that left hand working properly. And so far, 7 of the players not having any problems with that.
Yeah, and this is the KI, so this is what people should be expected to miss. And Hades, the second person to miss in this map, looking really good for France right now.
Yeah, this France roster is very, very strong on Nomad 2s. I think that kind of speaks for itself a little bit. Musty Poon, you know, Justman, really a roster that you would expect to do well on stream maps. Almost surprising that they didn't go into this pick maybe with their previous selection. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20, and there is still a decent amount of map left to go. But another break from Bolex there. That lead is only going to grow for the French side, and they're going to take a 400k lead or thereabouts into the last quarter. I think feeling pretty confident so far.
Yeah, Bollock so far only getting one misses here and there, no chain misses, like Hank Sally just got. So the accuracy are looking really good, but the combos are just missing. Amasetti also, that's it. That is the point for France.
Yep. All right. Well, France comes out. Nomad 2 pick. They take care of business. Musty still on that SS. Snorlax and Justman with just a couple of 100s each. And France, you know, is going to be saying, hey, Finland, the ball is in your court. You guys have to make your own pick to win this. We're not going to give it to you on a break point. And that is a great performance. A triple FC with just a very late break from the Poon. A huge win. That's the biggest win of the match so far. 1.3 million points. And now it will come down to that last pick from Finland after just a fantastic performance. 1-100 from Musty, unfortunately, right at the very end. But
yeah,
France doing what they needed to keep this match going. At least one more point.
Yeah, that's a really good number 2 performance. Can't really argue about that. France, this is what you expect on some of the maps, and they did deliver on number 2 finally. But Finland has a pick, and Finland has to make this pick count, otherwise we're going to the tiebreaker. And quite frankly, I'm not sure who's favored on the tiebreaker. I would mostly say France, because it's just a way harder map than the rest of the pool, so it's more reminiscent of qualifiers. But and it's very aim focused, so that's something Finland banned on Nomad 1. But I mean, if France wakes up on the tiebreaker as they did on Nomad 2, I would say that's definitely France favored.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting if we get there. I guess we'll kind of comment on that if we do get to that point, because the pick is in here for Finland. And, you know, we talked about right at the beginning of this match the fact that Finland looked really good in qualifiers on that small circle size, the Precision CS 6.5 map in qualifiers. That was their best score. And it's going to be that same slot as their last pick here in the match. It's going to be Makes Me Wonder. 6.5. Got some bursts, got some streams, got a little bit of pattern aim. This one, something that Finland feels like is their best chance to close the match out of the few remaining maps in that pool.
Yeah, that's mostly why I was referring to the tiebreaker, because if they want to win this, I think this is the pick to do it. This is where they're most favored to win it right now. I mean, they do have 2 chances, but if they want to close it out, I think you gotta perform on this one, 100%.
Yeah, you never want to chance the tiebreaker, you know, by just kind of throwing away your last pick without adequate thought put into it. I really, that would be super suboptimal.
Yeah.
So Finland, this is best foot forward. Look to pull off the upset on Hard Rock 2. We did see, of course, you know, the Hard Rock 1 a little bit ago that they did win with a near triple FC, a very good performance. But France, you know, came back with a super strong performance on Nomad 2. So this is going to be a very interesting spot to be in. It's going to be Musty, Snorlax, Poon, and Justman. It's going to be Bolex, Ataraxia, Zeppe, Hades. Going to be 8 players who've been performing quite well throughout this match. Poon, I believe, still has not FC'd a map yet, so he's going to be looking to stop that streak here, maybe get a full combo in to take this to a tiebreaker. Finland looking to win another pick of their own to close it out. And we are in to what could be the last map of this match, or which could be France sending us to a tiebreaker. And we are 2.5 minutes away from finding out which of those outcomes is going to be.
Alright. Nothing too surprising, it's just jumps and bursts. So slightly reminiscent of Harvick 1, just way small circle size. Which, Bollocks and Poon currently trading misses. So for now, ball is still up in the air for grabs.
Accuracy, though, is going to be something I'm looking at. Poon at 94%, Snorlax at 95%. Meanwhile, you've got a 98 299s and an SS on the side of Finland. So that accuracy is going to carry them in this early portion of the map while the combos are all still pretty much dead even. I suspect we will probably see at least 1 or 2 more misses before the map is over. I don't know who they will be, but right now, Finland enjoying a little bit of a lead thanks to that ACK advantage.
Okay, no one missed on that build-up here, which I would argue is one of the harder parts of the map. There's gonna be another one of those coming up pretty soon, so we don't have to wait for too long for any potential misses to happen.
Yeah, but where are they going to come from? That's the question. It's a question that France does not want to throw, but if they do, it's going to be Musty. He is going to be the second to break for their team. He's going to be the third to break overall. That's going to be advantage Finland now, but Ataraxia trades it right on back over. Little damage done. The lead just about 100,000 points. But there goes Snorlax as well. Bollocks trades it back, but that is advantage Finland. Bollocks had broken earlier on. Zeppe and Hades still up there, and there goes Musty as well. Finland looking to run away with this one into the last quarter of the map. That lead is going to grow. Justman and the Poon with the combos for France, trying to keep it alive. But this is going Finland's way, barring a miss from Hades or Zeppe. And the Poon and Snorlax both break. That might just seal the deal. That may well be the upset. Set and done and dusted. Hades with a late break, though it's not quite over yet. It's all on the shoulders of Zeppe in the last few combo. But it's a couple 100,000 points. I believe Finland should have this in the bag unless something really tragic happens.
Yeah, and the ending is gonna be way calmer, and I think that seals the deal.
That's it. Justman and Musty with the break. Zeppe holds. Ladies and gentlemen, an upset is at our hands. Finland 5-3 over France. That is back-to-back wins by Nordic countries, Sweden and Finland, both getting the job done, but Finland with a resounding upset over massively favored France in this matchup, just putting on a clinic. Great performance from everyone on their roster putting that match together. A very well done job, and Finland will be advancing onward into the round of 16, and they will get a Japan team that barely scraped by Malaysia. So they've got now a chance to look at maybe a quarterfinal here in a few weeks. You never know. If they can keep this kind of performance up, the sky's the limit for this team.
I mean, genuinely, if you look at Finland, they came in prepared and they came in and executed perfectly on the day. And that's pretty much all that matters. They knew their own strengths, they took advantage of it, they performed on their own strengths as well. I mean, if you take a 70-30, there's still a 30% chance of losing on a lot of maps, even if you're favored. And Finland made it 30%, almost a 0% on a lot of these maps. And just great job all around by Finland here.
That was very well done from them. Shoutouts, top match costs to Hades by a pretty solid margin, in for a lot of maps, performing quite well. France is going to have some thinking to do as they drop down to that loser's bracket. That's going to be a bit of a surprise for them, and they'll have their work cut out, I believe, going forward. But man, just the biggest props to Finland. Like you said, they came in with a clear strategy. You could tell, I mean, they had solid picks other than that early break point. They had very solid picks in mind, and they executed on them well. And they are rewarded with the W in this match. And with that match out of the way, we are down to our last 3 matches now of the weekend, with 3 big tournament favorites to come. We're going to see, coming up next, Canada taking on Spain. Canada, of course, top 3 last year for the first time ever. Looking to see if they can't make that happen again with a bunch of roster switches. So we'll be right back with that match. I will be dipping out, so it's been great to be here. We're going to be joined by Doomsday on the other side for Canada versus Spain. Congratulations again to Finland. See you right after this.
Hello everybody and welcome back from the short break. Hopefully you got a few snacks ready, maybe did a jog, who knows. I mean, just physical activity is underrated when playing and perhaps when viewing. You gotta be just right on time with your heart, because if you didn't do enough cardio, who knows, you get a heart attack with some of these matches we saw so far. And I'm on GeForce, joined by the wonderful Doomsday. Hey there Doomsday, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm decidedly not keeping up with my cardio today. It's a Sunday kind of day, you know?
You know, I respect it. It's a Sunday, you know, being a bit lazy and a couch potato is fine, but hopefully we'll be ready for this one. Canada versus Spain. I mean, France versus Finland right now was pretty spicy, I would say. But Canada versus Spain, could we expect an upset? I have a hard time believing it.
Canada, I'd go as far as saying, with the exception of maybe the US early game, Canada are like the ultimate early game team, in my opinion. They have crazy confidence and they have crazy ability. Even going into like, you know, these clutch situations where you have to get high scores in general, they have the perfect team to do it. Spain have a lot of work cut out for them, but you know what? Spain definitely have some very high performing individuals this year. Namely talking about Antonio, who has been playing very well this year. Had some really astonishing results, especially in 1v1. And definitely the main guy for Spain. They have some big names there to try and coax an upset here.
Yeah, Antonio, if you just look at the qualifier performances, he's done absolutely phenomenal. And he was pretty much top scoring most of them and was sometimes even the only FC or almost FC for maps. And I think the entire strategy will hinge on Antonio and hopefully being supported enough by his team on the maps everyone else can play. So, but I think that's going to be the main strategy, where Canada just kind of can do what they want. There's so many avenues they can attack. And that is actually a ban of Nomad 1 and of DT2. Okay.
Oh, the classic No Mod 1 ban. No aim allowed. Not giving the mechanics players of Spain any RNG on that one, I suppose. And
Yeah.
the DT2, we've seen very high scores on that. It's been a favourite for a lot of teams.
To be honest, I do respect the Nomad 1 ban, because that's one of the few maps they kind of played pretty well on Spain. They've got a pretty good 4-way score on it, as well as Hard Rock 1. So those will be two avenues to maybe go for. We do see a free mod 1 being picked though. Okay. I would say that's also in the same vein of, you know, just a bit of jumps and bursts, nothing too spicy here, a bit of density for the hiddens and the normals.
Yeah, so not going to be many hiddens on this due to that AR9. We've seen some pretty interesting overmodding on this, particularly today. I saw Czech Republic went pretty crazy with Hard Rock on this. I don't think I see that this time though. I feel like, especially Canada, they're going to have players that'd rather just no mod this, unless they want to get a bit creative.
Has overmodding paid off ever? The few times you saw it?
Well, not in the case of the Czech Republic, no. It was competitive for the first half, but against Poland it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, okay, with Poland you don't really have a lot of choices.
No.
You gotta control the Hail Mary.
You have to try and do that so you don't have to deal with the Aqua.
Alright, do we see overmodding here? I mean, maybe Spain is gonna be feeling like they're in the same position as the Czech Republic, where they might need to overmod just to throw the Hail Mary, because they think Canada's gonna freewheel for AFC.
I mean, it's possible, but that seems like a big risk. Unless Spain are feeling super confident, right? They have strong enough mod players to take the 2 mods, but I don't know about the 4.
Yeah, I think it should probably be the case for both teams, where you just go your mods and then the no mods, because so far has anyone 4-way seed this map? Because it only matters if you 4-way see it, or if the guy you're seeing is the one who went hidden harder, so you get that bonus extra multiplier. But so far I think it's pretty hard to consistently 4FC this map.
Well, let's see now. Getting stuck into map number 1, and well, I'm seeing some overmodding on the Canadian side.
It's only Hidden Harvard though, so that's something I do respect. And there's another Hidden Harvard. Oh, okay, that is an overmod by Spain. That's an overmod and a half. Jesus. Okay.
There's only one no mod. Muffin Slayer, the only no mod. Raising that flag.
I think this map is really hard on Hard Rock. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but yeah, it's so hard. I don't know, consistently of seeing this one. Oof. And there we go, the first miss coming out from Amborgesa. Hidden. And Hidden Hard Rock also in the Harmonia is gonna miss. I don't know. So far not paying off.
Not in the early rounds. A few people in chat saying about Nerves, a brave start though, I respect it, but few early breaks. Map's not particularly long, but Nick's gonna trade, so as we get stuck into the drop, not too much between the two yet.
Yeah, there was a miss by Nick, but otherwise, I mean, it's still neck and neck right now, but the map is pretty short. So those misses, another miss by the Spain side, are gonna hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal that Estopa found that break, though. They'd be pretty, they'd be pretty close going into the final drop here. Now they really are gonna have to hope for a few more drops. Hey, Hamburger's there again. It's not looking good. It's not gonna be for Spain. They're dropping now.
Yeah, so far I think this is pretty much a done deal with the huge amount of points they have. And how much they're in the lead right now, and there's like 20 or 10 seconds left in the map. Yeah, this is the first point for Canada.
There's only one FC left on Canada's side. It's the no mod, of course. No mod strong. But the build-up combo after the early breaks got the job done. That's a strong team performance in the end to open this one up for Canada. But hey, gotta mention Antonio there, getting the top score in the room, even though he broke right at the end. Good start there for Spain's key player.
I mean, that was one hell of a Hail Mary with the four-way modding here. Didn't work out, unfortunately.
No, it really didn't. Let's see, the breaks right at the start. They managed to recover a little bit, but they were always fighting from below there. I guess maybe they really didn't want to see the AR9, and I wonder if that plays into maybe the other free mod pick or the Hidden 2.
Yeah, that could definitely lead into a Hidden 2 pick potentially by Canada. Canada just going for the raw difficulty here, DT1. I mean, yeah. I think that's a pretty good pick by Canada, just having a very solid four-way roster here. And if you don't think that Spain outperforms here, yeah, sure, go for it. It's not as speedy as DT1 from qualifiers, but on that DT1 qualifiers, Canada had a 2 million point lead at some points, if you just compare their runs. So that's huge.
Yeah, that's an unsurmountable score difference. Humongous, colossal. This one, I think, compared to the DT1, it's less about the raw speed, you just said. It's more about that double time aim. And I think that out of all the aim heavy maps, this is probably the most comfy in terms of start. It's very meta. It may suit Spain's players a bit more. You see some of the higher ranking players joining for them. Hideki hopping in there for this very aim heavy pick.
Yeah, I think this is a really safe pick by Canada, and just, this is how you try to take advantage of just having a way better roster for pretty much anything and a higher skill bar.
Well, there, 4-person DT roster for these sorts of maps aren't going to have any problems, so it's on Spain to match them and hope to catch any silly misses that Canada have. They just have to hope for that and try and keep their nerve. It's not a nice position to try and fight from. It's not going to be the start they need.
And things we also have to kind of mention is while you can have silly misses and nerfs on the Canadian side, the same holds true for Spain.
Couple have come through. Hideki and the Stoker there with early breaks. Accuracy is a little bit down on the Spain side, you know, like a couple players trying to hold on to the speed a little bit. But 4 FCs to 2, not too bad yet. But it's still Canada with that perfect 4-person flow. You know, they are missing a couple of those super speed players from last year. They have the depth to deal with it. They have the depth to deal with these DT maps. Accuracy for Amborg on that FC a little bit low. He still hasn't missed, but it is dropping a bit. A bit of a lack of comfort there, and it's not even going to matter at this point. Still with the 4-way. Still with that 4-way from Canada. Not even an issue.
Yeah, and the 4-way 99% plus accuracy here. Ooh, can we see over 4.2 million points here? Would be pretty spicy.
Well, they have nothing to worry about in terms of their opposition in this one, so they have the freedom of the whole room to try and get it.
Okay. We are over the 4.2 million mark. Do we see a 4.5? Do we see a 4.6? And I mean...
4.7?
Not quite 4.8, because you would need a 4 VSS and a bunch of spinners, perhaps, but that is really good.
That is an excellent team score. I mean, sure, it's DT. We do tend to see high team scores on this, but that is definitely in the high percentile range on this sort of map. As
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the best DT1 performance in this round. I would not be surprised.
Surely, if any team beats that, that's an incredible score, whatever that would be. It doesn't get any better than what Canada just did there. Pretty much. You know what though? Spain did make a good fist of that. They got 3.7 mil themselves. That's still a good team score, but they're still a million behind. Just insane.
And going for Nomad 5, which, sure. I mean, Spain didn't perform too well on speed in general on the pool. Maybe this is just barely still in the comfort zone, so they don't get too skill cut by this, and this is short and sweet. And you can have a lot of unfortunate breaks here with the overlaps. The node right below the last node of a burst, with a bit of a gap there. Really easy if you overstream just once, you miss. Maybe banking on that, but yeah, otherwise, let's see if it's a good pick or not.
That's certainly happened to any of the players. In terms of the raw speed though, you know, the last map we saw, higher BPM, but not really burst heavy at all. This is more similar to the DT2, which was banned. And I'd say it's fairly similar in terms of general difficulty and feel as well. So I think it's targeting that. So if you're not going to play DT2, we'll play the most similar thing, see how it goes, which I can understand.
I mean, the best thing about this is though that the song's pretty cool. So no matter who loses or wins, the
Let's go. Short and sweet. Early breaks really gonna sting.
I gotta enjoy the epic orchestra intro right into what Law usually likes to do. Balls to the wall, French call, let's go.
Hideki with some act drops there, but holding on to combo.
Ooh, that's the first miss by Curtis.
A little burst there, I think. That's
Yeah,
going to have
we
the
should-
advantage over to Spain.
Maybe a finger lock or a slight missing. Short little break.
Run away a little bit.
A short solo performance by a lovely Spain player. But we'll get right into the second Ki. The spacing increases, but will the combo decrease?
I was watching Hideki. He's dropping a lot of act drops, but he hasn't missed yet.
Oh, it's all about combo gaming at this point.
Just don't miss. Oh, there goes Ajibov. Actually, Air.
I don't know, but there's a lot of people missing right now. It's Curtis also trading back twice, missing on the overlaps. Oh, Abed is also missing on the overlaps, and Antonio follows straight.
Isn't enough?
Obviously, it did trade a miss, as Topum also missed, but those are the last few bursts. 10k points, and it is actually for Spain. Oh my god, these tongue twisters are killing me.
Oh god, this is an absolute test of my vocabulary here, my Spanish, but Spain are definitely one up now. That was a close one, really close. A few more notes and it wouldn't have been theirs, but that's all that matters. They're on the board, Fours. They're on the board.
There indeed, and I don't know, Curtis missed early on, and then Muffin Slayer also traded there. Spain was holding really well. Hideki just combo gamed the entire map, which is exactly how you're supposed to do it. Wonderful job by the Spanish team here.
I respect that. Just don't miss. Just don't miss, dude. But hey, it's the next pick time. Canada still with the advantage and still in a very good spot, I feel, with the pool to peruse.
I mean, there's so much they can do. I think they could just go down the hidden route, just go hidden 2, hidden 1, because I don't think Spain looks very comfortable with reading, judging by the pre-mod. They will go for the number 2, which I would say is a safe 4-way Steve if they're really comfortable on this, and we did see a really good performance by France. So when you're comfortable on it, you can expect 90% accuracy for OSCs, pretty similar on how you saw it on DT1 perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's up that alley for sure. And looking at Spain's scores, I don't think they're a particularly confident long stream team. So I'm interested to see what 4 they put in for this. Definitely a strong pick, considering Canada's strengths, though. Hope to see Frankie in for this, no surprise there. And of course, Nick.
Yeah. Nick and Frankie, I think, are pretty solid here. Otherwise, I think for this level of a number 2, I think pretty much everyone on Team Canada can probably see this one easily. Now it's just to ask who's feeling the best on this day, and just put them in.
So looking at this, the number 2 qualifier was played for Spain by Antonio, Estopa, Abeja, Ivan. There we go, we got it. And Hideki. Looking like we're going to be seeing Hamburgiza for this one instead of Abeja Ivan.
Okay.
Or Abejalvan, maybe.
Abeja, we do need a casting bible of how to pronounce every single player.
Yes, we do. We apologize.
By the way, if
We'll
if
get it
any
right.
commentator ever mispronounces your name, just you have the player Discord. Feel free to tell us how to do it. No
Yes,
problem.
please. I'm always up to learn. I blame being British. There we go then. Stream time. It's more comfortable than the one in qualifier. Just seen it a few times though. Very spaced, but very comfortable flow. Long streams.
Yeah, Hideki unfortunately isn't combo and egg gaming here with the early misses. and the chain 100s. Ooh, that's a few more misses by Spain. I think this is gonna look really grim, because I think Canada's just gonna start holding here. Until the first KI kicks, I don't really see a lot you should miss on, because that's where the longest streams are with the biggest spacing. Spain missing this early is giving me bad vibes for the KIs.
The accuracies are okay, but Amborghese is a little bit low. Really, Antonio is the only one who's super comfortable for Spain. I said though, he's doing extremely well.
Ooh, some chain misses by Muffin Slayer here.
It's the odd miss. He's still holding his axe though, so not going to be losing too much of that axe skill. And the rest of his team have his back, no problem. It's a stream team doing stream things, really. That's what they're doing, they are going in.
Yeah, but it's only one combo against 3, and yeah, as long as Canada keeps holding for the next 20 seconds, there isn't really a chance for Spain to come back, even if they all keep FCing. Oh, Nick just getting chain 50s and 100s because of a slight missing. He was able to save his combo then, though. And I think that's pretty much a done deal with the combos on Hollywood right now. If Canada starts missing and lose all of their Cs, I think they still have this in the bag.
There's still one score on the field though that I'd bring attention to, but I'm a little bit worried that it's going to do something I don't want to happen. Canada are doing things right now.
They are. Oh, you're surely talking about Antonio, right? It's not the SS by Frankie, is it? I mean, what could possibly go wrong there?
Of course it isn't the SS from Frankie. What did you think I was going to mention that?
Yeah, a great performance by Antonio here. With the higher... Oh, and actually Frankie...
Oh! Come on, man. Come on, man.
The burst, I thought the spinner was it. I actually thought the spinner was the end, but there was actually a burst right after the spinner. Oh, no.
Well, you know what?
No.
Loak SS, guys, from Frankie. Straight up. Yeah, that is a score from Canada. 3 big FCs. We expected a strong showing, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, 3 UFCs, 99+% accuracies all across the board for a lot of players here, actually, Antonio as well. Yeah, just solid pick and performance by Team Canada here. Quite frankly, I don't know what you should pick as Spain here. Like, you can maybe go for Haruk 1 because they have a decent 4-way lineup for it.
It would be a bad pick for something to go for, but yeah, their strongest picks are certainly used up at this point, I think. I think I want to go for that DT3 because of Canada's scores on that were incredible.
Yeah, that's. I don't think you ever go for DT3 here, probably. You also don't go for Hidden 2, absolutely not.
Nope.
Haruk 1 and Haruk 2 maybe. I would never go for Nomad 3, to be honest. It's too long. Consistency, you see Canada being regal, the consistency. It's gonna be the Haruk 1. Yeah, I don't really see any other avenues, to be honest.
We'll see how it works out now. I say it's a decent pick considering the lineup, as you said, but you are playing into the hands of another strong Canadian skill set here. And that hard rock aim. Slightly faster, old school style, mapped by RLC. Suggestive from a Sky Star set, so you get the 2-for-1 there. You know what, should suit Spain pretty well if they can pull a performance here. They can definitely be competitive, but they need to play well, I think. I don't think they can bank on a massive underperformance. I can't see it happening.
Oh yeah, Canada is going to be really comfortable in this one too, but Spain will be way closer to Canada's actual performance here than compared to the other picks, where they don't really even have a chance of 4-way seeding. Like, I don't ever see a hidden 2-4-way or like even maybe 2-way FC from Spain. This one has the highest chances. It's still like 2080 against you, but I would rather take the 2080 than the 595.
Let's see how it pans out. I'm surprised Hideki isn't in to play this, but I suppose Enharmonia is another player on their team with a pretty high skill cap, can cover stuff like this pretty well. And some good consistency players in for Spain. And Borghese as well, and Antonio, of course. Antonio, in particular, definitely living up to his billing, playing very well in this game. They really will need him to continue to do that.
Alright, 210 BPM, jumps and bursts. Old Star, you probably know this map, Doomsday. Played it a few times over the years.
Just a few. Couple times. Absolute classic. It's a really cool addition, in my opinion. Always love to see some old school in the OWC.
Yeah, Nick, slight troubles adjusting to the old style here. Got the first miss, but I mean, this map is 3 minutes long. It's plenty of places to miss on for both of these teams.
Yeah, really not going to hurt. Really not going to hurt. As Bancho attempts to catch up here. But it's the sort of map where I can't see a mass amount of Spain FCs on this. But Canada, I think, are going to have at least one, probably two. Is there someone having a connection issue?
It might potentially even be a DC by Harmonia here.
Well, we'll see what happens. To keep our eyes peeled for that one. In the meantime, though, everyone you currently see are playing extremely well in the early rounds in this map, with the exception of the early break from Nick. So good to see everyone's hard rock is on point. Starting to settle in a little bit. No early jitters, with the exception of like the adjustment from Nick.
Another miss by Nick, and so far the rest of Spain is holding. Obviously the score advantage is going to be quite in Canada's favor, as this is a 3 versus 4 right now. And we don't quite know if Harmonia just succeed or if he's still playing and has a score. He might have just DC'd.
Hopefully he's still playing. Oh, wait. He's going
Oh,
again.
he's back? There we go.
Okay, so he is playing. I guess he must have just had a blip in his connection, but looks like he's back now. He's going to be behind, but that's a good sign. I mean, hopefully not GC. Which in theory would put Spain in a good spot here.
Alright, we're watching everyone else, and then Harmonia with the minus 4,000 offset. Alright.
Minus 100,000 offset.
Yeah, might have been some cat running over the keyword, just laying down on the offset button here. We did see a miss by both teams, Muffin Slayer and Amorgesa, on the same note. So in the end, just a trade. Antonio actually also missed. Oh, I absolutely missed that one. That is not good. But we still see a delayed score by Harmonia. Who knows, maybe he's seeing, maybe he already missed. There might be hopes left, there might not be hopes left. Antonio missing again. Did Muffin Slayer DC now? What's happening now?
I guess I might as well wait till the end of the map to see what's going on here. We'll just wait out the storm pause.
Yeah,
You know what, though, the way this is panning out, though, this map could potentially be very close, but we don't know it yet. So just have to bear with us for just a second. Find out what's going on.
You see Harmonia slowly inching the score closer and closer to his team's favor. He's trying his best.
He's giving it a go. Okay, well, with that break... Okay, well... well, I'll tell you what we'll do, because the map's over now, we will tell you that Canada did win that one. Apologies for the client moment there. It happens. We're holding it together with gaffer tape, but Yeah, Canada did win that one actually, because Enharmonia just didn't do enough to bring that one back. We'll bring it back in a moment.
Frankie did a C with 4 100s. Pretty good performance all around by him. Sudinator also C with 8 100s. Followed by Muffin Slayer and Nick with 700 and 600k respectively. And on the Spanish side, only Estopa FC with 22 100s, and then we just have Antonio with the 700k, and the other team members with 650 and 680.
And honestly, comparing those scores head to head, I think that was a relatively competitive one. It's only a decent pick by Spain, just not quite enough against this roster. A good attempt though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the closest they really get to, because picking other stuff here is probably way too favorite for Canada.
Alright, back to reality.
Yeah.
Oops, there goes gravity. It's no more 4.
Alright, yeah, it's gonna be the tech map here. And picked by, I think that was Canada, right? Yeah, that should be Canada, because we just had the Haruk 1 picked by Spain. There we go, I can count and alternate. Wonderful. I think this is also a pretty favorite map for Canada here. They did outperform Spain, I believe, quite a bit on the Nomad 4 in qualifiers. No, actually it was decently close, but that tech map is slightly different from this one, I would say. This one doesn't have as much rib.
Yeah, it's not quite as crazy on the pure control. Bursts with high SVs and plenty of sliders you have to follow, because they have slider ticks in them. So don't be cheesing those sliders now. On the back of Spain to win this one, or they're going down to losers bracket.
Okay, another miss by Muffin Slayer, and aim not on point right now. Okay, is anyone missing on the 1-6 boss sliders here? No? And we get right into the bro part of the map. Sliders go brr. Who's gonna miss on this one? Jeremy!
Fuzzy sliders.
It's really easy to miss on them if you don't get the speed right. Nick and Jeremy both missed on this, so it's only...
Wow.
It's a 4-way C by Spain!
Let's go.
Oh no, Estopa missing on pretty much nothing there. That only bursts, and the jumps are pretty much like 5.7 stars here on that pattern. That's unlucky, but still a 3-way C.
Yeah, brutal way to break, but his team has his back. Very nicely done through the slider tick heavy section there from Spain. It's on the back of Xylus, the captain of Canada this year, to try and claw something back here, but it's not looking good at all when we get into the big drop.
Oh, another miss on Spain's side. There's still 2 high combos left, but the score lead is shrinking slightly.
Yeah, 300k to pull back, but there's no time left, right? This is going to the Spanish team. They're clawing another point back in it. Still very much in this. Big break point. Wow, that's actually a pretty good performance as well across the board. And 2 nice FCs. The combo game moment from Enharmonia. That's all you need. Very nicely done. And once again, Antonio. Oh, look at the chat. Enharmonia,
right.
the relief. It's palpable.
He's feeling the combo gaming. And that's a rip to everyone's pick'ems. No one expected Spain to get 2 points, I believe.
I don't think many people did. Like I say, Canada, early game, they are so strong and they've had some good performances, but Spain really fighting back here. I'm impressed. It's their pick as well with that big breakpoint. But what do they go for next for us?
Oh, I mean, it's pretty hard to say. I don't think Spain should pick any of the hints. Free-Mod 2 might be an option. Harder 2 or Free-Mod 2 maybe? I wouldn't pick anything else.
Yeah, I know Mod 3 could be a fairly safe option for both teams really. It's one of those picks you see a lot that's first pick. And with Mod 4 going pretty well, their control seems to be on point. could go for that and hope for another high performance. But they are
I
playing
still
into the hands of, another one that they need to perform well.
Yeah, I still think that Canada can probably just end the match if they pick Hidden 2 the next time they can pick something. Unless they feel really uncomfortable and they're missing critical information that everyone just can't play the map, which I don't think is the case.
I mean, surely they must know that they have a Hidden 2 roster that's going to be just fine in this game. Of course, we'll see if it gets there. Hard Rock 2. Don't have precision into Canada. I don't think this is a bad pick either. They had a pretty good score on this in qualifiers Spain. They have a good 4-person roster for this, once again. And
I mean, Hard Rock 1 was kind of close. They picked only Hard Rocks on the Freeworld one. Yeah, let's see how this one goes. Otherwise, it's gonna be the win for Canada.
compared to the one in qualifiers, this one far more standard in its styling. Very linear, more about just raw aim and fairly standard aim shapes with the small circle size. It's always a bit tempting to say this one brings out the nerves, but for, qualified Hard Rock rosters, it doesn't really, because the reading is so comfortable with the AR-10, but it is always there. A small circle size can trip people up in a pressure situation.
Right. I'm a bit of a I wouldn't really call it a champ. I think this is something I would listen to when studying, I would say, or relaxing. Won't be as relaxing for the players though, having to jump all over the screen.
No, I'm making them work today. Got to put a shift in for this one. Canada really are. Canada are having to fight a little bit on this one. Spain are not rolling over. This was not in the script. Sure, the next pick coming up may be hard for Spain if they win it, but this is a decent pick considering the way they've been playing. You never know here.
Alright. First slight build-up. Do we see a miss? Not yet. Alright, another build-up. Do we see a miss? We see a miss by Jeremy and Estopa. Oh, and Muffinsley and Nick? Okay, that was a short ghost miss by Nick, but then he all actually missed.
He's missed a couple times, Nick. Yeah. It is, it's 1 FC to 2 now in favour of Spain.
But there's plenty of map left. Another build-up. Okay, no misses.
Yeah, this section of that combo is very valuable. And Boogies with slightly lower AC, but holding the combo. Antonio rock solid again for Spain. It's on the back of Frankie to hold it together for Canada.
Oh, Jeremy missing on the slow part. That is one. Yeah, one more FC gone, but Antonio is holding strong. Can he hold for long enough? Is the question. Oh, these extra misses are not helping Spain right now.
Yeah, the recoveries are doing work now. Canada recovering very well. Oh, there goes Antonio. The last big combo's gone. It's all Canada now. Getting into the final drop here, and it's all on their side of the field.
And I think that's a done deal. Frankie is holding on strong here. Even if he misses, the 200k combo score advantage is way too big. And there's no combos left for Spain.
Yeah, props to Frankie there. He was the linchpin throughout that one as his team found a few inconsistencies, but props to him for holding that together. And his team with the excellent recovery through Muffin and Nick as well. Fantastic stuff from Canada. It's going to be the game. Showing great grit and determination there. Even after dropping once, they didn't let it get to them too much. And they'll be moving on in the winners bracket.
Alright, congrats to Canada, and Spain. We'll still see them next weekend in the losers brackets. Definitely a Hard Rock biased team, but we'll see how they can branch out with the next pool and perhaps even qualifiers if they advance from that. And yeah, congratulations to Canada for advancing. It's a shorter one.
Yeah, it was, but I think a lot of people may be going into this looking at Canada being the team they are. But even then, Spain, I'm impressed with the way they fought here. If they keep up this resilience, in the next round, I think their next opponent is gonna be concerned about facing this team, especially on some of their strong picks. Really impressed with the way they dealt with that tech map, the Nomad 4 from Spain. That was a nice set of runs, and they were all comboing through those wacky slider tech sections. So, you know, they got some strengths that they can really work with next week.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
see,
hope
though.
they also have a wacky slider tech map in the next pool. I'm not
Well,
gonna spoil
we'll
anything.
Well, that's I'll leave that one with you, Force. You know what's up there. We'll find out about that later on, I'm sure. What's in store, but we're not done yet. Today, are we? We're not quite done yet.
Yes, 2 matches left, and then there's a Maple Showcase right afterwards. But the next match is, I believe, gonna be 19 minutes. So, actually, no, wait, is it?
No,
I think it might actually, there might be a longer break. Yeah, there's a longer break, exactly. Okay. We're not even going into a break, we're going into a non-stop streaming. But we'll see you, hopefully, with the last 2 matches and the Maple Showcase later on the day.
Yeah, thanks for watching. We will see you later.
Goodbye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2021. Week number 1, round of 32 here in the bracket. We're bringing you the last block of matches here this afternoon, featuring a couple of very hyped teams. We're going to be starting off with the defending champions, 3-time defending champions, 3 times in a row, number 1 seed United States. They will be facing off against number 32 seed Uruguay, who are making their first appearance in OWCs that have featured qualifiers, that is to say, in at least 3 years. I am going to be joined today by none other than William Stetson for this match. We are both very excited. I hope you're excited, Will Stetson.
I am very excited to watch Uruguay for the first time, pretty much ever, because qualifiers are never streamed, so I'm very curious to see how their star players are going to be performing today against the United States, even though it is a bit of like a juggernaut that they have to face in round of 32. Like, it's still going to be I'm excited for Uruguay.
Yeah, I am happy to see them making it back into the tournament. I didn't go back far enough to double check. I apologize for this. To double check when the last time was they participated in a World Cup beyond the qualifier stage. They came pretty close, I know, in the last couple of years, and just kind of barely eked out New Zealand for that number 32 spot this year. And, their reward is the United States, who, despite switching out, 5 players this year, are still the tournament favorites and are once again going to look to be a pretty dominant force. So I think it should just be, it's just a chance for Uruguay to show what they're capable of. I don't think anybody has any expectations for them. 1 point would be I think a good result. I don't think they're, I don't want to talk down on them, but USA is just a steamroll in OWC over the past few years.
Yeah, it's just a really tough matchup to come into the tournament with, but I mean, that is just what happens. USA for the last I think it's 4 years has not gotten below first in qualifiers, so just that always that last seeded team is going to have a incredibly uphill Everest battle. But we're gonna see here. I think picks and bans are being decided right now.
Yeah, USA, I mean, they have dropped a point in their first match the last 2 years, right? They lost the Nomad 3 against Turkey back in 2019. They dropped, I want to say, it was one of the 2 free mods in the first round against Malaysia last year. So, the precedent is there for all the 5-0 pick'em selectors. The precedent is there for Uruguay to get a point in this. It's the small victories. You take what you can get.
Yeah,
I don't know what the USA's weakness is this year, but we take
consistent. Low stage is always such a crapshoot. It's very possible for just one person, even on a team like USA, to just lose their focus for a split second, miss in the middle of the map, and now all of a sudden Uruguay has a very big opening to take a point if their consistency is proving good this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of pressure, I think, on the carries from that team. You like Donna, Revo, FDX, maybe Rabi, the players who are most experienced on that roster are gonna have to come out and just try to perform their best. They're not gonna have any pressure on them. They're chilling. It's not it's like I said before, it's not a match they're expected to win.
It's going to prove a little more difficult now, though, because USA did just ban Nomad 2, which, notably, Uruguay's top players are, mechanics players. That is their best skill set, so to remove that from the pool is, a little bit, it's not going to be easy for Uruguay. And then Uruguay going to be banning Nomad 1, which is, I think, a bit surprising, because that is one of the more, strictly, RNG maps by stereotype, just because Nomad 1 is very easy to just, lose your focus on. But, yeah.
I kind of expected the Nomad 1 ban out of the United States. Actually, we briefly talked about that before the match started, that that might be something USA would want to get rid of just because of that kind of RNG factor. But I'm sure, as a team, they're going to feel pretty comfortable in just about anything. They've rounded out their roster really well this year, has the United States. A couple of player changes that shored up their weaknesses. So I think it's just going to be fun to see how they do.
Yeah, very true. And then yes, Uruguay immediately picking Fremont 2 as their first map. This is the second match I've seen today where Fremont was the first pick. Probably going to be looking to gauge United States' strengths on their respective mods.
I think you I think you just go into this as this Uruguay team, just kind of pick stuff you can have a good time with. I don't know that, you know, like I said, it's not a lot of pressure. It's not any high expectations. So it's like, yeah, this map is cool. Let's pick that.
Yeah,
Let's have
I
a
mean,
good time.
it is 200 BPM. Like, it's not a slow map by any means. And players like Donut are pretty experienced on the higher BPM type of stuff. So it's not like a bad pick or anything. It's just tough because looking at USA, it's like all of these players are very, very good at mechanics. Like, it's going to be an uphill battle every map, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, just like go on the team sheet, be like, oh, this was a map we did okay on. Let's just pick that, because why not? Yeah, you're going to get in the first pick. They will get at least 3 picks in this match, so I mean, yeah, they've got the opportunity to kind of do some different stuff, but
Yeah, and I guess for mods, we can probably expect like Fiery Rage Hard Rock, Utami Hidden, or something like that for
Yeah.
USA, and then maybe like Donut Hard Rock and like Rebo Hidden, something of that sort for the free mods.
Yes, sir.
That is an
Morpher.
interesting.
Wait. Oh,
What
USA.
the
Whoa.
hell?
All right. All right. USA is actually just hard flexing right now. The triple hidden hard rock. Okay.
They did better
All right,
for
boys.
Like this
They-
is like
yeah.
this is an incredible display of confidence, just even without having notes being clicked. For
If the
United
USA,
States.
if the USA, oh, Exarch misses. I'm like,
Exarch instantly misses.
Oh no, dude! If the USA loses this map, going triple double mod, oh man, that is a look and a half for them.
It is, but Kazuki does immediately drop as well the Nomad FC, which is going to just sort of match Exarch, even though he did only drop like 30 combo in. Kazuki actually missing again.
Kazuki's not having a good time in the first couple hundred combo here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you come into many matches and see a team go triple hidden hard rock, so that's going to be the story of this one. That is quite the mod advantage.
Quite the mod advantage and quite the accuracy advantage too. Like we have like just 4 or 3 like 99 scores, and then Fancy Lad bringing up the rear with a 97. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Kazuki down at 95, Ronjoro down at 96. Yeah. Well, you know,
And Tana dropping as well.
You remember back in 2019? Wow, Donna and Ronjoro both those. There goes Fancy Lad. Back in 2019, the USA was kind of in that like disrespect mode. Oh my god, wait, the USA is actually kind of running it down the back. It's all missing. It's 1 FC to 1. They have a 400k lead for the USA, so I don't know if it's that worrying, but
I mean, Rebel has a 600 combo with 99.6. This is still like it's comebackable if Fiery misses, and he does.
Got Fiery miss.
Rebel needs the FC.
Made it. USA, what are you guys doing? This is 100% comebackable now, because Rebo's got another like 200k score, and Kazuki's probably got another 100k or so.
Oh, but
it's gonna be really close.
Donna drops on nothing though. That's not gonna help. But Fiery misses again.
Oh my goodness! Wait, this is comebackable in the last. This is gonna be so close. This is gonna be so close. No, don't tell me USA entered this away after doing this like overconfidence. No, okay.
They got it. They got it.
Oh
However,
my goodness,
that is just unreasonably troll from the United States. I don't understand that decision at all.
I mean, it was working until it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was working up until it wasn't. Nice shot from Rebo, by the way. Hidden 5100 FC. Shoutouts to him for the only FC in the lobby.
The only FC coming from Uruguay.
Yeah, USA, the triple hidden hard rock mod advantage looks a little BM in hindsight, not gonna lie, but they get the point, so it's all good. That's a breakpoint 1-0. That's how you start the match right there.
Yeah, I do think that this does really showcase, though, like, this is something I mentioned with Azer yesterday as well, but this is not about solo carry performances at a pool of this caliber. It is about the team performance, and just because United States had more consistent scores, they were able to take the point.
Yeah, it's like the delta between their best score and their worst score was not as high, because there were 2 players from Uruguay who finished under 600k and nobody from the United States at that mark. So just doing what they could.
And we see Hidden 2 picked immediately by the United States.
You knew that was going to happen. I think that was like the biggest change to the United States coming from last year's roster to this year. Last year, the USA was definitively weak compared to some other teams, or at least that it was their weakest skill set on the low AR hidden stuff. This year, enter Utami and Takedo, two of the best low approach rate hidden players in the game, and all of a sudden the United States is now one of the best teams in the tournament at low AR hidden.
Indeed, they're finally living up to the toy roster.
So
where,
true.
Like, USA was just like permabanned ARA hidden against, and now I don't know why Uruguay didn't ban this, to be completely honest with you, but
yeah,
I guess
I don't know why you banned Nomad 1 over hidden 2 in this case. But
I don't know. I guess like maybe Rebel's good at hidden. Like it's possible that if the United States wins, which I mean like it just happened, so like it's possible clearly. That, you know, they could just take a lucky point, but who really knows? I'm very excited to watch Della's versus Mirash's Mahjong Soul 1v1 Grand Finals.
Yo, shoutouts to diff names for custom maps. I'm such a divided mind because it's really long and it doesn't fit nicely on a spreadsheet, but it's kind of funny. And we are going to see Digital Hypno making his return to the OWC stage.
Yes, for the first time, and I think it was he just didn't play last year, right?
Yeah, he played 2019, just didn't play 2020.
Right.
But yeah, I'm excited to see this USA roster on these types of maps because Utami and Takedo will absolutely destroy hidden. It's unreal how strong those guys are.
I think we will see an SS from Utami, if I'm being completely honest. I'm expecting that.
Yeah, I would 100% not be surprised to see Utami SS this. Now that we've said it twice, he's going to at least hit 100 because that's how this works. But,
or miss like a first note, and then we're just like, well, awesome. That's super cool.
That is a troll moment.
But yeah, I'm very excited to see Habib back after the first year of just taking a bit of a break. I think his rank climb for the last year sort of put him back on the map for the OWC contention.
Yeah, he's been training mechanics, and especially after seeing him in USC this summer, where he played unreal. I mean, USC, like the finals and grand finals, were some of the best performances I've seen out of Habib in a tournament in a very long time.
Yeah, very true. I remember that lovely Princess FC.
Oh my god, that was one of the sickest plays in that entire tournament for sure. You just do not expect to see FCs on that map. Also, he had a really good play the first time around on the Nomad 6.
Sure.
What was the name of that? Not Lovely Ice Cream Princess Sweetie, but the other. Somebody.
I am not sure. However, getting back to this match though, Uruguay already just not having a very good time with this. We have no FCs left on the board for Team Uruguay. Meanwhile, still 4 FCs on the side of the United States. We are already a quarter of the way in, and it is like a 300k score gap. Although Digital Hypno does miss. Yeah,
also,
that is unlucky.
Tommy is no longer assessing.
Yeah, instead it is Fiery Rage with the holding the SS. Yeah, Habib is not FCH.
We do a little bit of trolling.
A marginal amount of trolling. However, Uruguay just clearly not having a good time.
Yeah, this is something that is not within their skill set, clearly, for Uruguay. Not a map style that they're comfortable with. They did, like, marginally in the Gloriar in the qualifiers, but clearly not their specialty. USA going to win this by... USA's going to win this by 1,000,000 points?
I think it's going to be more. I just don't think that Rebel holding the combo is going to be enough to drag them to that 1,000,000 point. It's going to be more like a 1.5, I think. Because it's only 2/3. Like, it's already 2/3 in, and, like, the scores haven't even surpassed, like, 600 yet for USA.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to get quite ugly if the United States holds this 3-way into the ending. There are some combos being built up on Uruguay, so it's going to minimize a little bit of that damage, but it's going to be at least 1,000,000 points. And there goes Safadine Ronto, right as I said, and Rebo.
And Rebo too. That is going to. We may approach 2 million here.
Can we get a check on the largest margin of victory we've had so far on a single map? Because this is going to be up there, I think. This is 1.3 million and growing, and there's still about 150k left.
Yeah, for each player too. I don't think we're going to be seeing misses from Utami, Fiery, or Takedo.
Oh my goodness.
And Digital Hypno with the ACK is still going to get about 650k. Wow, but he is just chain missing.
Whoa.
Though.
Oh,
Dude, Tommy is shaking. He is very nervous, I think.
All right, well, 1.8 million final margin of victory for the United States. Kind of expected, unfortunately, for Uruguay. That's just something that USA is good at, and Uruguay is not.
Yeah, that is just a very unlucky pick from the United States for Uruguay. But some impressive scores from United States.
Why did Uruguay leave that up?
I think they must just really not want to play Nomad 1. They're probably looking to get this over with, if I had to guess, but I'm not too sure. But yeah, Taquito and Fire Rage, very impressive scores. Taquito with 3 100s. You did mention him being one of the better low AR players on the United States, and that is just like being made quite evident by that score.
Yeah, that was quite well done for Mr. Taquito.
United States does win the Mahjong Seoul Grand Finals. Congratulations.
What's the prize for winning Mahjong Seoul Grand Finals? What do you get, like a Mahjong set or something?
Yeah, I think
Like
so.
a tile set?
Yeah, a
That'd be kinda
Mahjong
cool.
set, and I don't know, just the pride and glory, I guess. And then Uruguay does immediately go right back to those mechanics with DT3.
Oh boy. This
He's
is
more the
scary
thinker.
against
Yeah.
this USA team, man. Everything's scary against this USA team. I shouldn't say that like it's surprising.
This is the Exarch map for sure, and we do
It's
see
the
him
Exarch map.
instantly come in. And then Fancy Lad also no slouch at finger control DT.
And we get to see Arison. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Arison making his long-awaited OWC debut for the United States. It has been a long time coming. I think the people have been bandying his name about as a team, as a player that could make it on that team for that DT speed, stamina, skill.
Yeah, he
and
has been
gear
saying
difference.
he's been saying for multiple years that he was going to play OWC, and this is the first year that he actually did try out and say, yes, I will play on the team. So I'm very excited to see his debut here. And then
Absolutely.
Utami rounding out the roster as well.
Yeah. This is should be another map that I think USA can perform very well on. Safety, Kazuki, Donnet, and Rebo for Uruguay will do what they can, but
Surprised to not see FDX in for this lobby for Uruguay, because I know he's pretty decent at mechanics, but I guess they know something that I do not.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the case a lot of the time with lower seeded teams. They know something that I don't.
Yeah, it's so true. I think we are going to be getting started in just a moment here. Also, Exarch making his OWC debut as well this year, worth noting. We didn't really mention it, but this is also his first year. So
Yeah, I mean, this is the debut year for basically half this team, right? I mean, Utami debuting, Taquito debuting, Exarch debuting, and Arison debuting are four players that are new to the World Cup this year.
All right, we're going to get into this. Let's see.
I am watching Arison accuracy with bated breath because that dude's finger control is something of legends.
He is shaking a tiny bit, though. I think those first-time OWC nerfs are going to hit just a little bit, even though his accuracy is probably not going to suffer as a result of that. Also worth noting, Donnet missing quite early, but I don't think it's going to matter yet.
Arison holding SS, nobody else over 97%.
Yeah, that's just
literally
really
180 combo.
Yeah, that's really awesome and cool.
That's just normal. He's the player that is like that kind of late round insurance on anything that's speed or like finger control, because he scales so well. He's this good until grand finals. I mean, he's just never going to fall off in this type of map. So
everyone looking pretty comfortable on this though so far. Even Donna with that early miss has recovered quite nicely.
yeah, USA accuracy lead is pretty big. There's a break from Kazuki, but if you look around 92 on Safety, 96 on Kazuki and Rebo. Meanwhile, USA has an SS, a 99, and a 97 from Utami. Like USA just looking like clear lead based on accuracy alone, even taking out the misses from Uruguay.
This is chokeable though. If we see 2 more misses from USA, this is still winnable from Uruguay, but I don't anticipate it. Arison's still holding that SS. Is he gonna close this
I wasn't
out?
gonna talk about it. I just wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh,
because
oh
to the
come
SS.
on. However, still crazy accuracy.
Yeah, this
comparison.
accuracy is still ridiculous. And then this is gonna be another 1 million plus lead. It looks like. Oh, Utami missed an entire stream, and there goes Arisa 2.
No.
All right, well, USA still
so
gonna put up a
unfortunate.
good score. It's gonna be 1 FC. Oh my god,
Come on.
guys, what
This
are we
happens
doing?
every time we cast a match. Like, it just happens
man.
every time. Anyways,
Ah.
congratulations on your One Way FC United States. Very impressive team score either way. Nothing below 900k. And just unfortunate misses coming out from Kazuki and Donnet. Gonna just let USA take that. Even if they had FC'd, I don't think they would have taken it just off accuracy alone. But still, worth noting. And now USA's pick once again 3-0.
Yeah, that was that was a tragedy. Shoutouts to Rebo, BFC. Shoutouts to Exarch getting his first OWC full combo.
And an instant going
And,
immediately back to hidden.
Yep.
Unfortunately, kind of telegraphed.
yeah,
but,
there was no world in which the United States wasn't just gonna double pick hidden here. I'm pretty sure. Like that was always gonna be how this went.
Yeah. Oh, we do see FDX making his way into the lobby for the hidden pick. And I think we are probably going to see exactly the same roster from the United States for hidden. Takedo Utami, Digital Hypno, and Fiery Rage, presumably. Yep, and there he is. No one wants to play the Kaching map.
Yeah. This is gonna be. This map is actually. I think this map is actually pretty cool.
Oh, I
Not gonna
agree.
lie. I think
It's very cool. But not. It's very easy to miss in a tournament on this map. This map is very consistent for the entire map, but is incredibly I think it's a bit misleading in terms of difficulty. I think it is much harder than 5.8 stars. But
for sure.
we will have to see if the if the players agree with me. We will see how these performances go.
I think I definitely agree. I think this map is harder than it looks, especially with hidden. The overlap patterns and stuff can be pretty tricky, and then you have that kind of slightly awkward swing rhythm section near the end.
Yeah, this map is no joke, but I do think that United States, with the performances they just put up on the Hidden 2, are looking to be very comfortable on this, but we will see. I'm going to get started in just a moment here.
Yep, I think just expect the United States to be very, very good at hidden, as on hidden 2. I mean, we just know Takedo Utami is just going to be a really strong hidden duo, and then whoever they fill with, which looks like it's going to be Fiery and Habib again, so same roster. Although Utami and Takedo are swapping slots. So, maybe that'll help them SS this time. Nope, just kidding. They've already dropped them.
Yeah, I was going to say, we do say that they are the core hidden players, however, they do have the lower accuracy. Digital Hypno and Fiery both holding SS currently.
Yeah, Digital Hypno and Fire Rage, of course, both have the bonus over Takedo and Utami of having played in a couple of OWCs each. And by that, I mean a lot of OWCs.
We do see FDX dropping his combo pretty early. I wasn't going to say anything, but I am surprised to kind of see him playing this map particularly. And Safety following up very closely, along with Rebo. Oh boy, we just have one FC left on the team of Uruguay. Meanwhile, 2 SSs for,
two SSs
for United States.
And 4 overall FCs the United States. This is not starting off well for Uruguay.
Safety actually, with the slider break, it was not a... Oh wait, yeah, it was not. Yeah, it was not an actual miss.
No, unfortunately, a break is a break. So the combo was eliminated, and there goes Rabbi as well. There are no FCs left in Uruguay. Digital Hypno doesn't have the
following it up. Yeah.
It's still 3 FCs for USA, and that lead is just gonna start to grow. We hit that halfway mark as Rabbi and Safety both break once again. Yeah, in case anybody was wondering what the difference between a top team and a bottom qualifier team looks like. These 2 hidden picks are kind of what happens when you take a team that's specializing in hidden this year and put them up against a team whose probably weakest mod is hidden.
Yeah, this is just kind of really definitive. We now are at over 1 million points and growing, only 2/3 of the way in. This may be another 2 million map if we don't see any breaks from the 3 FCs.
Safety is just not playing anymore.
Yeah, I
for
think
a while.
he must just be really nervous or tilted, one or the other. But yeah, USA 1.5 million points. Are we gonna hit 2 mil? I think we are.
This is gonna be pretty crazy because the United States does still have a bit of score to build up.
Yeah.
They triple FC here.
Oh, Digital Hypno with that break
With
again.
Revo
Make it more
and
difficult.
Safety.
We are going to
It
hit 2
is
million.
Oh my goodness. Yep, that is a
That is astounding.
Yep, that's a 2 million point win on a hidden one from the United States. Well,
Very clo- oh, Jesus, that is
that's
man.
yeah, I mean
that's just something else.
that you don't see victories like that very often. That's not the sort of thing that happens every day. Yeah, I'd say it's doing pretty well on that map, you could say. There's no with a 663k. Actually, just terrible. Just should be replaced on the roster. Should have been Aryu.
Yeah. Oh, so true. Yeah, very surprised we haven't seen Aryu play anything yet. But I guess that nothing like Super Amy has been picked yet, and he's probably more favored for stuff like that on their roster. But yeah, it is now 4-0 United States. Uruguay looking to hopefully put a point on the board, but I think it is now going to be very difficult. They really need to pick something that they can all play. I don't know what that map is, but who knows?
Nomad 2, DT3. I do you just like just pick Nomad 4 because it's kind of RNG.
Nomad 5 also kind of RNG, and that is what they are going to go with. This map is, I think, a lot more awkward than most Nomad 5s, for at least for tournaments. So this is very like, I think that United States could mess this up possibly.
I would. You could say that, but then remember that Arison is going to be in for this, and Utami is going to be in for this, and I don't know.
XR also going to be in for this.
Yeah, this is the Speedy Boy roster, I guess.
Yeah.
Here, Arison, Utami, XR, Fancy Lad in once again, which is of course the same roster that they ran with for Double Time number 3. Running it back for no modification the 5th. Another pretty short one, minute 54 seconds, so I don't know about the timer overall, but the speedrun kind of happening here, unfortunately, for Uruguay.
Yeah, I mean, this is also, it's just unlucky that this map is so short because every miss really does matter, and Uruguay's consistency is not proving to be up to snuff to the United States, at least not today. So this could be, this could just be the 5-0 right here, and the match will be over in half an hour, but we will just find out.
Yeah, it's clear that Uruguay has faith in their higher BPM play. I mean, they picked the higher BPM of the free mods. They picked the kind of consistency finger control speed DT. They picked Nomad 5, but despite that, it's just not working out for them.
Fancy Lad and Rondro not in the lobby. I think we need to get a panic here in just a moment.
Yeah, not sure what's going on over there, but hopefully that gets itself sorted out.
And in the meantime, we do still have 2 SSs on the side of the United States in that slow part. Very easy to drop accuracy on, but does not seem like they're going to be doing that. Although Arison...
What?
I do not know what just occurred. That looked like a
yeah.
frame drop, if I had to guess, but
That was
not
bizarre.
Sure. It doesn't matter just yet because we don't know what Rondro or Fancy Lad's scores are currently.
I mean, let's just assume they're both FCing because I think that's probably the safe bet.
Yeah, most likely. And we do just have since we had that early break from Kazuki K, United States is still going to be holding that that combo advantage, or like the score advantage at least, even though Uruguay still does have the combo advantage technically, although we do not know what's going on with Rondro.
Yeah, it would be, I don't know if we maybe need a client panic here or something, but we are hopefully there. Let's see if we can get the other 2 in. Okay, there we go. So we'll be able to see what the actual score is. I don't know if it's going to make them play and catch up or if it's just going to join in progress here. Everybody's kind of at a different place in the map here, so we're going to wait for the clients to sync themselves up, then we'll find out what's going on. And it looks like Uruguay is just
winning
it
right now because Arison has it again.
Oh, there goes Donna and Rebo though, and USA does still have a triple FC. There's a whole... Oh, there. Okay, the score just did a thing. What is happening? I have no idea. Arison still has a combo. Rebo... Wait. Okay, we're gonna work this back here. Okay, So they were Uruguay was still four-waying, and then Kazuki and Rondro were the ones who missed. Fancy Lad Exarch Utami still FCing for United States. Donna and Rebo still FCing for Uruguay. I'm going to guess that that's actually what's correct. And the United States it looks like the United States is going to have a three-way full combo on this with Fancy Lad Exarch and Utami, and they're going to take the win. That was very confusing for all of us involved, and we apologize for the technical difficulties there. It's a double FC coming out of Donnet and Rebo, but Rondro and Kazuki K just a bit behind, and the triple FC from the United States with a 670K from Arison is enough for the USA to take the point. That was...
Very interesting to watch.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. The Osu tournament client does have some glitches from time to time that we just got to experience. But United States is going to take the point. It's going to take the very comfortable 5-0 win here in round 32. And they're going to move on. Round of 16 matchup will be with Brazil next week.
Oh boy, what a round of 16 matchup.
Yeah,
so unlucky.
Yeah, this year's round of 16 has some of the most ridiculous matchups that you're ever going to see. You've got UK versus South Korea. You've got, you've got Germany versus Australia. You have Canada versus Taiwan. I mean, it's actually unreal how strong this tournament is this year. The United States seeking a fourth consecutive OWC, and they start out their 2021 campaign in style with a very clean 5-0 win featuring a couple of the biggest score differentials that you are ever going to see in some of those maps.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive team performance from the United States. Also worth noting that Exarch did just FC that with 2 100s, I believe, which is kind of ridiculous. Better than Arison, better than pretty much everyone else in terms of accuracy. But even so, a very, very impressive performance from the United States just in general, getting pretty much over 3 million score on every single map with the exception of that one free mod pick. I think Brazil is going to have their work cut out for them, and we will have to see what happens next week in regards to that. But in the meantime, in about 30 minutes from now, we are going to be giving you guys the final match of the week, which is going to be Chile versus Argentina.
Yeah, that should be a good one. Get to see the debut of a very hyped Chile roster for this year. And of course, following that, we will have the round of 16 map pool showcase. So if you are UTC plus hours, make sure to maybe get a little late evening coffee or something. gonna be up for a late one here on this Sunday evening. But stick around half an hour from now. Chile versus Argentina. Be there or be square.
Hello everyone, welcome back for one final match in the round of 32. Yet again, it is I am Azer. One match remaining for Chile and Argentina, and hey, I am joined today again by Will Stetson.
Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back to, yes, as he said, the final match versus a very hyped Chile coming in. I think this is probably the most hyped that Chile has been so far in like the history of OWC. Their roster is looking much stronger than usual.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty similar narrative to the match we cast last night. I think it was Indonesia-Mexico, where it's like everybody is talking about Chile this year. I think even themselves are a little bit surprised at how good they're doing. This is like by far the best they have done in qualifiers, and everyone has like really high hopes for them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a lot of people know their core players like Intercamming and Matthew have been making waves in the tournament scene, like open rank and community, like for the last year. Everyone is like, especially Matthew, like people have been looking at in like stuff like 1v1 tournaments where he I think beat Emrek in YSC finals or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been just a very good for the Chile optics. But people are still not super aware yet of players such as Gonza, who has been, at least within community tournaments, very, very hyped over the last couple months.
Yeah,
so I'm very interested to see how he does.
I think where the credit lies in Chile's success is actually not so much with Intercamming and Matthew, because everybody knows they're good. I think the reason why they're so hyped and the reason why they did so good is they have a team to back those players up now. Every other player on that team is now also a top tier player, right? And
Yeah.
I think to their credit, like a lot of people do not know them yet. They get to show this for the first time to a lot of people. Like not everybody watched or played in a lot of the tournaments that they played in this year, right? So like if you look at people like Danil, Montenegro, and Gonza, like just completely popped off and being very underrated. I think it's going to be very interesting to see them play. And of course, they have a lot of returning players as well in Zach Street and number 37, TFGE, not their first time around. Of course, we've also got Argentina, who, again, have a little bit of a monumental task ahead of them, but I think this is not the first time these countries meet. I'm pretty sure they've played a couple times already.
Yeah, they have, and Argentina is also like no slouch of a team. Like I know that like obviously the hype is around Chile just because you do have such a crazy roster coming in, but Argentina is very, very good. Like it is worth noting that Emery Kuno is like one of the best South American tournament players. Slowburn as well, and Zeta also showed up very, very well in qualifiers. So like this is like there are many points that can be taken by Argentina in this round. And I think if we are paying attention to what's going on right now, it appears that Nomad 1 and Hidden 2 have both been banned by.
I think it's both Hiddens. Both Hidden. Wait, no, Hidden 1 is
Hidden 1 just got picked.
My mistake.
And yeah, Chile was were the people who selected Hidden 1, which is not very surprising. I think that Hidden is like low-key Chile's best skill set, just because No 37 is like very, very consistent at all types of Hidden. Like he's just like, if people know Ryunata, he's very similar to that, but just in Chile. Very, very good mechanically, very good at reading like low AR, like AR7, even like AR6 stuff is pretty good. He has like the only Hidden FC on Ryusei Gun, I believe, which is a 10-minute AR6 map from 2007. Which is a very, very cool score. TFGE also used to be pretty known for his hidden skill. And then we have Gonza and Intercamming, who are going to be like the most probably watched players in OWC at this point. Filling out the roster. And then for Argentina, we have Emery Kuno 2, Slowburn, Zeta, and Penguo. All pretty expected. Penguo pretty solid at low AR, also pretty good at tech. And this is a bit of a like this isn't like just a standard aim map, so it's kind of expected to see him come in here. Very interested to see how he does on this. I think we're going to be getting into this pretty soon right here.
Yeah, Argentina, I think, are going to be looking to play around Slowburn and Zeta, who were their two best performing players in qualifiers. I think notably around anything that can be considered mechanics, so a lot of DT, Nomad 2, I think they had a really good score on. And it's probably their best bet because Chile doesn't shine in those elements. Like they're very good at them, but in terms of what you consider them strong at, and especially if you look at like some of their qualifier scores, they got top 3 scores on all of the hard rocks, on Hidden 2, which was banned, right? So I would expect Chile to go a little bit for those. So I'm expecting both of the Hard Rocks to come out from them, considering their scores were pretty crazy on them. And I think Argentina are going to look to pick more towards the DTs for this match.
Yeah, I was honestly very surprised to not see Chile ban Nomad 2 here, but I think it's probably just because Nomad 1 is such an RNG map at stage so low. Like, if you lose focus for even a second, like, you can just have your score.
Yeah, so, Nomad 1, whenever you're the favorite team, Nomad 1 is always a strong ban because it is typically the map that has the most random elements to it, right? You can just miss once randomly. Like, the map is just built like that, and now suddenly you have 400k less score. So, like,
yeah,
it just works that way. It's easily the most random pick, so if they want to just play to their strengths and eliminate a little bit of that randomness, banning Nomad 1 is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, we are getting into this map now, though, and Note 37 does have a very, very early break on the given pick. I think this is probably just like, you know, the first match nerves coming out a little bit. He is shaking a tiny bit. But right now, Argentina looking very, very good at the early part of this map. 2 SS is still being held. Tango is still at 99.
I'm looking at this real quick. So this match technically is Zeta's first OWC map being played. Obviously ignoring qualifiers. That's a debut for him, as well as Gonza on the other side. This is his very first map being played, and both of them have been pretty good so far in the first quarter.
Yeah, both holding a 99.67 and SS, respectively. Pango did get a miss, but it was matched by TFGE very closely behind. And Intercamming misses on nothing. That is going to be actually really bad. We are already halfway through the map at this point, and Argentina is just going to start to run away with this, but their 3 FCs still intact. But even though Slowburn does drop, they still have a 2 AFCs. That is still holding 99. Emery Kunatu not too far behind, but this is still winnable for Chile if we see a break from either Emery Kunatu, there it goes. Pango now dropping as well.
That
Chile
pattern has gotten so many people, and we're at the hardest part of the map here, so we're expecting a couple more. There we go.
Yeah, and Zeta drops his last FC. Now with Gonza still FCing. There we go. His debut. His debut. This is his debut run. He's still holding the only FC for Chile. Let's see how far he can run this.
Yeah, I think they definitely needed this as well. This map has been a little bit of lots of misses in unexpected places from people you wouldn't really expect. So Gonza doing good here is definitely much needed for Chile, especially if it's your first pick. Like you cannot mess this up. Like it's your first pick. It determines like the pace of the match, right? So
yeah, I've said this before. This map is very unforgiving. It's really like not, the star rating is not accurate. I would say this is at least like a low 6 star in terms of aim. Gonza does finally drop his FC, but it doesn't matter. He did enough work to bring back the score lead. They are going to be winning this by about 500k. It looks like 600k. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, and again, Chile doing pretty good as well. Intercamming TFG coming back from those early misses, still getting some really respectable 700Ks on this.
Yeah, that's by all means a pretty good team performance from Chile, even though we did see a couple of early misses. Argentina just not able to keep up on this one specifically, but the team scores were very consistent, which is nice to see. Nothing super like stand out of like a bad performance. So
it looked pretty promising for Argentina for a little bit.
Yeah, I think that that is indicative of like what may happen in the coming maps, and also worth noting that was Chile's pick, so Argentina can now respond with something of their own.
Yeah, so we're looking at, I think Nomad 2 here is good. I think any of the 3 DTs is pretty good for them. I don't think they want to go for any of the free mods. I would expect Chile maybe to go for them. And maybe we've seen a couple teams pick free mod 1, especially the lower seeded teams. It is one of the easier maps in the pool, if not the easiest map in the pool. So it offers them a little bit more of a fighting chance. But if they want to play to their strengths, I think the play here is definitely going to be Nomad 2. Maybe they want to keep that one for later, but I would say it's easily their strongest map in this match.
I do agree. I hope they don't overthink this too much and pick Free Mod 1 just because it is the most similar to Nomad 1, which Chile did ban, but we could see that. I don't think that Free Mod 1 would be like a completely unexpected pick, even though I don't think it's the optimal one. Yeah, I do agree that Nomad 2 is probably their best bet here, but they're probably thinking about it. I'm not sure what they're going to go with.
Well, they're taking their time. It's pretty early on, right? So something... Oh, it is DT2. All right.
Yeah, that was like one of the other ones.
I was going to say one thing that's kind of common is your first pick always has some nerves attached to it. I think most players will agree that the very first match, the very first map that they play I guess technically the second one as well. Like the own team's first pick is always like the one that people are most nervous on, they have the most expectations on. So if they have a strong pick, sometimes it can be smart to delay it so that you're more comfortable by the time you play the pick, right? So
Yeah, that's very true. All right. Well, I think they're going to be swapping some rosters around really quickly. We do see Matthew come in pretty much immediately in favor of No 37, which does make sense. He's not very proficient at stuff that isn't hidden, but Matthew, just I think the star player of Chile at this point makes sense for him to come in. And then we have Montenegro coming in as well for TFGE. I don't really recognize Montenegro, so I'm interested to see how he does on this.
he's specifically a speed player that's kind of popped out of nowhere recently. So very excited to see how he does. He did really good in the qualifiers runs for them. They played intercamping Matthew, Danil, and Montenegro for the most part. Gonza did play a little bit. He played the DT2 in qualifiers, which this map is quite similar to. Of course, it's the same slot. So, and he almost top scored. He got a 99 FC on that one. So no stranger to this type of map. On the Argentinian side, I think Slowburn, Penguo, and Zeta are probably going to be their staple for DTs. Lixalia is, I think, supposed to be pretty good at DT, but did not really play any of the DTs in the qualifiers. They played Richo instead, so...
Right. I think that Richo, he's a bit newer to tournaments, so that it makes sense to put Lixalia in favor, at least on paper. But we are going to see what happens. In the early stages of the map, it looks like everyone is holding pretty well. No breaks just yet. And Matthew's still holding an SS, about a quarter of the way in. Don't know how long that will last, but still impressive holding it. Yeah.
He's gonna do it. He's doing it now. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, scores are looking pretty even so far. No one below 98.8 on the side of Argentina, and no one below 98.5 on Chile. Everyone actually looks really comfortable almost in the entire lobby. That act difference is the only reason that Argentina is winning, having just slightly lower than that of Slowburn. But now with Slowburn's slight act drop, that is going to be matched. They are like neck and neck here, approaching the halfway point.
Yeah, when a map is at this state, it's always very nerve-wracking to watch because any single mistake from anyone essentially just shapes the entire map, right? We're halfway in now. You can't miss here, right? You just cannot. Like everyone has so much combo that if you just drop any of it, it's just so impactful. So right now, it's all about act, and Argentina's winning it a little bit, but it just changed.
It's like a 10k. Yeah, it's like a 10k point difference, and on DT, that's more like a 6k point difference when you're like taking into account the multiplier. So as soon as someone misses, the score lead is just going to explode. However,
looks like Matthew also did get 1 or 2 hundreds. My bad, guys. The script is broken.
Unlucky. And Zeta also drops his FC. I did not notice that. And Lixalia falls very closely behind. Chile still with a 4-way FC. They are just going to run away with this. And Penguo dropping his FC as well. Oh god,
this is now collapse at the end.
Yeah, I think the nerves just really kicked in for everyone at about the same time. Slowburn drops his FC too. That is going to be it. Chile still holding 3 strong. Gonza, Intercamming, and Matthew all looking very, very strong. Montenegro is a bit newer, so it's expected that he got a little bit nervous at the end, but still putting out about 840k by the end of this. I think a little higher, actually. But yeah, very, very respectable team performance from Chile. This is going to be a 2-0 and a break point.
Yeah, this was a solid effort for them, honestly. The score gap is insanely high, but honestly, not that big of a difference here. Just a couple of misses. I think Penguo missed twice, but it's really just only like that one or two of the sections on the side of Argentina that like made up all that score difference, right? So especially with DT, like with the score multiplier, it just like snowballs to such a ridiculous amount. So you look at this and you're like, wow, it's this 1 million score difference, but realistically, it's just a few misses that made it so one-sided. This was still pretty close. I think it's still a good showing for Argentina, but unfortunately not going to win their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunately like a group stage moment. It's like it's very, very close until it is not close at all once the nerves kick in. Like that's even though the score difference is so high, I don't think it's a testament to how like not consistent Argentina is. It's just a testament to like how prepared Chile is for a matchup of this caliber.
All right, let's see some hard rock here, I think, from Chile. I think that's what they're looking at.
You think so?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad pick. But they go with DT1.
I mean, that's also a pretty good pick. They do have pretty respectable DT players, and I mean, that map went exceedingly well for them, so why not just keep going for that?
Yeah, I do think it's just a little surprising considering this is the A map. They did ban Nomad 1, and Argentina is showing to be very proficient at mechanics, just maybe not as consistent as Chile. So it's like not a bad pick, but I just think it's surprising to see them pick an A map after banning one. It's probably not a bad pick though. Intercamming actually going to be coming out of the lobby for Chile, and Daniel making his first appearance this year.
Daniel has been such a strong part of this team as well, so pretty excited to see him in for this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know him for his solo play, especially a few years ago. He used to be very, very strong in like the more like farmy like aim stuff. But he has over the last year really rounded himself out. He is now a force to be contended within these tournaments. We do see Richo coming in for Argentina as well, going to be his first appearance as well. Slowburn and Emery Kuno 2 going to be staying in, and I'm not sure who we're going to put in for Argentina's fourth. I think we can probably expect to see like Zeta or Emery Kuno 1. But we will see. Yeah, the OG Emery Kuno. Oh, but we do see Penguo coming back in actually. I'm surprised we haven't seen Emery Kuno in yet. And we actually do see Intercamming coming in as well for Chile.
I don't think the maps that have been picked so far aren't really playing to Emery Kuno's strengths. That's probably why. I think once we stop seeing DTs, he's probably going to be coming in. He hasn't really been playing any of them, right? So.
Yeah, no, he is not. He's not no lead DT player. He's a better aim player, very, very consistent on stuff like Nomad 1, but unfortunately that is banned, so I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing him very much during this match.
I think one interesting part of this is usually DT1 is going to be the highest average score in around this early, but I think that in this particular pool, this map is actually quite hard to combo. We've seen a lot of much lower scores, even though it's pretty comfortable for a lot of players. I think just like the increased difficulty in relation to the rest of the pool here makes this a pretty strong pick for Chile. They're always looking for things that are higher skill cap so that they can abuse some of their stronger players, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is something that Intercamming just absolutely eats alive, as we can see from his current SS. However, the team accuracy of Chile is just a little bit lower than Argentina's, which is why they do currently hold a score lead. This is exactly what just happened on DT2. So hopefully their accuracy does not, sort of engage the nerves a bit too early.
Yeah, you really have to respect that from Argentina, though. Ooh, they collapsed a little bit.
Yeah, that is a bad double break.
Even the last map, like you look at their team accuracy, and we're holding the lead the whole time, and it's not like Chile was having any bad accuracy. Like everyone's holding 99 on this.
And Matthew misses on nothing. That is not good for Chile. He needs to be backed up by the rest of his team here. And Intercamming misses too, but Richo matches him. That is another FC gone, and is now just Penguo holding the SS halfway through.
These are very weird misses from Chile.
Yeah, I don't really get this. However, it just doesn't matter because they do still have the combo advantage. And Penguo drops his FC. That is going to be... It's not nail in the coffin status yet. We could see breaks from Montenegro and Daniel, but it is getting to that point with Matthew and Intercamming recovering. Especially with that double break from Argentina, Richo and Penguo. That is not going to help out the cause. We're now looking at 400k and growing. Richo keeps missing. That is not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the skill cap coming in, right? Like some of the jumps on this are actually quite difficult for teams that are more accustomed to playing some earlier rounds. I think that this is where the experience of playing later rounds really comes in, right? So Danil, very high skill cap. You said his solo scores have been very good, and Montenegro, we're not too familiar with him, but this is kind of the things he does, right? So like anything that's like super high mechanics, a lot of speed. This doesn't really have any speed, but yeah, I mean, they're coming in pretty big for this one. Matthew and Intercamming as well kind of recovered pretty well. It looks like they were pretty close to SSs as well, just like with one unfortunate miss.
Yeah, this is definitely a very impressive score from Chile. Even with those misses, like they're putting up almost 3.9 mil. Like that is nothing to scoff at by any means. Argentina just not able to hold up on the I think the higher mechanics aim stuff.
I think Intercamming with 400s. Actually, Penguo with 200s as well. That's 200.
Yeah, that's
breaks,
crazy.
Man. That is super respectable. That's kind of scary actually. The potential is crazy there.
Yeah, very respectable, but just very unlucky. That consistency is so important in these early rounds, and I'm not sure that Argentina has the consistency to match up with Chile.
right,
Well-
Argentina, DT's not been working. This is where you pull out the Nomad 2.
I agree. I hope that I hope they're listening. But we're gonna see. Yeah, no hidden to abuse. No. Yeah, I think they just have to go with either Nomad 2 or Nomad 5, right? Like even
I would
Nomad 5
think
is
so.
a risky one, but I would go Nomad 2.
And I don't think they should be going for anything in the free mods. I'm pretty sure that just the mod players on Chile are just gonna run away with it. Like some of their players are pretty insane, and they do go for Hard Rock 2. That is
I don't get this one.
very questionable. Chile had the second highest Hard Rock 2 qualifier score, right behind South Korea, and Argentina's pretty far down on that list. So I'm questioning this one a little bit, but
Yeah, I really don't understand this one. It is 5.5 stars. It's not like a crazy difficult. Actually, no, it's not 5. That's the base rating, my bad. But it's still like, it's a bit easier than qualifiers, and notably Amuro, very good at Hard Rock. So he could be their carry here if Chile proves to not be as consistent as we think they might be. But this is still like, on paper, I really don't get this pick.
yeah, and this does play pretty similarly to that one in qualifiers as well. So it is very close in mapping style. It's just a little bit slower, really.
Yeah, it's also so difficult because CS 6.5, it is very important to be consistent on this, and right now it's looking like Chile is just putting up like pretty ridiculous team scores in general. I don't think that they've been missing on very like, it's not been like focus misses for a lot of their team, with the exception of that like just DT2 showing from Matthew Ninja camming. But
I would expect Zaxxery to come in, but he's not.
yeah, I don't get this. I don't understand. You like Penguo is not. Oh well, as I said it. Oh, and there's Emery Kuno, his first appearance. This does make sense to put him in here, but I do agree with you that I don't understand why we're not seeing Zaxxery.
I mean, Gonza's been doing pretty well. Maybe it's just an extra player they have. Maybe they want to give him a little bit more experience, because Zaxxery has plenty of that. I think this is his like 6th World Cup or something, 5th World Cup.
Yeah, something like that. He's a
every
veteran.
year.
Yeah, he has been around for a very long time. However, I mean, like this roster from Chile is just looking very scary, though. Like you said, like they're technically 3-star players. Intercamming Matthew Daniel coming in, and then Gonza, who just like pulled out one of the best scorers of his team. Like, I don't think that this is at all a bad roster.
Mm-hmm.
But this map is pretty short, so misses do matter quite a lot here. But everyone is looking pretty comfortable in the very early parts of this. 3SS is still being held by Argentina, and none for Chile, so as expected. Oh goodness, we just see 3 breaks. Daniel, Emery Kuno, and Amuro all breaking. That is not a good sign of things to come. Amuro breaking yet again. Chile going to be taking a very early, about 40,000 point lead. Gonzo dropping 2 though. They're going to sway this back, except it's not, because Amuro and Emery Kuno also missing. This map seems very, this seems very misleading.
It's very punishing.
Yeah.
It's very punishing. A lot of the patterns are very unassuming. They look a little bit innocent, but it's just 6.5. It's gonna get you.
Yeah, we're already halfway through, and Chile is winning by
Gonza.
about. Oh, Gonza drops his FC though, so there's only 1 FC remaining for Chile. But now Lexalia dropping his FC2 is going to keep this pretty even.
Okay.
And then Amuro dropping again. That is really not going to help things out. But this is very close halfway through. If we see like any break from like Intercamming or even Daniel, like this is going to go pretty much immediately back in the favor of Argentina, provided that we don't see any more breaks.
We have seen a lot of breaks, like pretty random breaks from Intercamming here, so I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah,
there it is.
and as you say it, Intercamming dropping his score. Emery Kuno still holding it. Emery Kuno 2 still holding his FC.
It's all on him though. There's just no combos here, and Danilo's recovered pretty well, so Chile gets to keep the lead, and it's gone.
Yeah, his. Are you seeing his shake?
He needed that. Yeah.
Are you seeing his shake? He is. Oh,
Yeah.
and Emery Kuno and Amuro are still dropping. this is a disaster for Argentina. This is a grave mispick, I think. If we're looking at Daniel, like, he is absolutely destroying this map currently. That early break just proving to not matter at all.
I don't know. Maybe on paper this was really bad, but honestly, they're again, I think a lot of the maps in here, they look like they're pretty close until they just aren't.
Yeah.
Like, they're just missing like the last like half of every map. They just like fall apart, you know? It's a little bit unfortunate. Like, they definitely have it there, just need a little bit more consistency. But I mean, Emerick, you know, too, like, did pretty good until that miss. He had really, really high accuracy as well the whole time.
Yeah,
not enough though.
Yeah, this one is just kind of unfortunate for Team Argentina. Chile just proving to be too strong. Intercamming also with that S rank, very impressive.
I was a little bit worried, honestly. Even Gonza missed a bunch there too. I was really expecting Zaxford to come in here because even on all of their qualifiers runs, Zaxford did just not miss on Hard Rock. So
he may not be here.
It's possible. He hasn't played so far, so that's a possibility.
But yeah, that is going to be 4-0 for Chile. Things are starting to look pretty grim for Argentina, but it is their pick. So I think that this... Oh, wait, no, it is not their pick.
I believe it is Chile's pick, yeah.
Yeah, so... I wonder what they pick here. I'm not sure.
They're gonna go for Hard Rock 1. They copied the DT, now they're copying the Hard Rock.
I see.
I'm wrong. It's Snow Mod 5.
No Mod 5. Yeah, that's... I get it, but at the same time, like, Argentina is, like, really good at these, like, not as aimy, like, very mechanical maps. Even though this is a pretty awkward No Mod 5 for No Mod 5's sake, this is still, like, I think a bit more in contention than people may think.
I think this is a pretty good pick, honestly. You slap... What are they going to do? Intercamming, Matthew, Gonza, Montenegro probably on this?
Yeah, presumably. I don't think we'll be seeing Daniel and something like this.
I think they just play this type of map, like, super well.
Yeah, that is very true. However, Zed has been showing up, so I think that he could also do pretty well on this. Emery Kuna, too, also has been putting up pretty consistently, like, the higher-end scores for Argentina. So, not exactly a bad roster to go into this with.
I think the difference on this map is, as you've said, it is mapped in a little bit of an uncommon fashion. I think there are a lot of things that are not the speed elements of the map that are going to catch people. And when you look at the Chile's roster, I think they have 4 people that are, I think, way more accustomed to those things. And when you just compare the roster, just looking at names and stuff, like, I think Chile, on paper, is a lot more comfortable on this. Again, not just the speed element of this. This does have 240 bursts, but that's not the hard part in this map for a lot of the people playing this.
Yeah, I think that Matthew particularly is actually, like, pretty good at, like, awkward aim type of stuff, so I think we can probably expect to see an FC from him. And then, you know, Gonza's just been playing very well, so he can probably match him. He's not a slow player by any means. But I think we're going to see here. JLHF's coming out. We are going to get started.
And Argentina really need to get something on the board here. Could
They
be
do put
their last
Richo in.
map for today.
Yeah, they did put Richo in for their final player. Not a bad decision. Pretty good at DT. And this is like, it's not DT, but, you know, decently mechanical. I just wonder how he's going to hold up on the aimier sections of this map. Very slow section to begin the map. Looking around to see if there's any early shake, but I don't think that anyone is looking too nervous at the beginning of this. Montenegro with a very early drop, very similar to what happened to Erison in the earlier match. Just, I think, fell a bit behind on there, so Argentina is going to take a very early lead on this pick.
Again, that's what catches people, man. It's not the speed, it's just the slight over aim on like a really short slider. Takes you off guard at the very beginning, but it's early enough that I don't think it should matter too much. Argentina does just have a pretty comfy lead for now, though.
Yeah, winning by almost 100k halfway through the map, that is looking pretty good. We need to not see them fall apart here, though, because this is what has happened. Argentina Syndrome, and they do lose one of their FCs. now Chile, with the combo advantage, Montenegro has recovered quite nicely.
That was
going to start to
painful.
fall. Yeah, that was just super unlucky for Emery Kuno too. But we've been seeing some random misses from Chile too, so even though they do have the combo lead, it's very, very slow coming back over to them. Let's see if we see any more misses. Combo lead has, or score lead has now switched to Chile. Shake's probably going to start to come out here. Oh, and Lexalia breaking his FC. That is so bad for Argentina.
Here's probably the hardest part of the map as well here, so...
Yeah, I know it's expected, but this is still like Chile is just absolutely exploding right now. They have like not a four-way, but pretty close. Emery Kuno dropping again. Now a 400k lead. I think that is going to be it for Team Argentina. Chile going to be taking this 5-0.
And
that is actually
up with
Matthew!
Come on!
With the Matthew SS.
Oh, it's an SS.
Oh my
Just ignore it. It's client.
Matthew, please.
Doesn't even matter. What an impressive team score from Chile. Like 3.8 million on this map is very, very impressive. Argentina just unfortunately not able to keep up. Zeta does FC, but Emery Kuno and Lexalia just not able to keep the combos far enough. But a very well fought match from Argentina. I do not think that this was like, yeah, it says 5-0, but like these maps were not very close. We're not very like, you know, they were all contested.
They really were, especially like up until a certain point in the map. I think this is where like the experience comes in and makes a difference, because Argentina for like the first half of every map was putting up a real fight and often having accuracy leads and stuff. They just not able to hold it together for the full duration, right? And that's where Chile comes in, and they are able to do that. They've been they've been practicing this kind of stuff so much this year. A lot of them have been super active in community tournaments. Like we say this a lot, but that's because it does make that difference, right? So
yeah, absolutely. Nerve control. If you don't play a ton of community tournaments, that is just like the only place that you can learn that type of skill. So if you're a bit newer, like it is very difficult to compete in that regard. But yeah, that is going to be it. Chile going to be taking the 5-0 victory. They are going to be moving on to round of 16, where they face, I am not sure, I need to check.
yeah, we actually have a little bit of time here. So we do have the map pool showcase coming up, but we need a little bit of time to set things up. So you know what? Why don't we actually just take a look at the bracket?
Sure.
And take a look at some of these matches, because this is it, right? This is all of round of 32 has just been played. We're done and wrapped up now. We have every matchup. Of course, it's round of 32, so there's a losers bracket as well. But here we go. So here's the bracket. We can take a look at this. Not too many upsets, I would say. A couple of the matches were really close, but I think in terms of upsets, you're probably looking at Finland-France being the biggest one.
Yeah, that one is just, I couldn't even believe it when I was watching it. And yeah, also worth noting that Spain was able to take 2 points off of Canada. I think that was not expected for a lot of people, especially with Canada's second place seeding.
Not at all. I mean, Canada has been a little bit of a... Nobody really knows their power level, I would say. Not even myself.
I don't think Canada knows their power level.
Yeah, it's very hard to pin them down. We were underrating them a little bit, and then they come into qualifiers and they say, no, we're really good. But then they drop 2 points to Spain. To Spain's credit, they did play very well. I think most interesting in that side of the bracket, though, is the fact that Taiwan-Romania happened, which was a very close match and was very... probably, I would say, the best match of this round in terms of how close it was and how, like the expectations that went into this match. But I think most notably, this is like in terms of round of 16 matchups. I think Canada-Taiwan, this is like the 4th time they get that, and the 3 previous times that went to a tiebreaker, which favored Canada. So watch that match. It has a tiebreaker. It's in the script. I swear to God.
It is very, very possible that we see that. We have some just absolutely brutal round of 16 matches as well, though. Like we have like USA Brazil round of 16. You have, like you said, Canada Taiwan.
Okay, guys. Germany Australia is a round of 16 match.
Germany Australia.
Let's have sink in for a moment. Germany Australia is a round of 16 match. Make sure you're there for that, because that's going to be pretty hype. But I think a lot of the matchups are already in the winners bracket. A lot of the matchups are very, very, very high level. You're looking at elsewhere in the bracket as well. You've got United Kingdom versus South Korea, which is insane. Very evenly matched teams as well. Seed 8 versus seed number 9. And now, as a result of this match, you've also got Chile and Russia, which, I mean, Russia, we've been talking about Chile a lot, especially since they just played, but I mean, Russia's kind of just always quietly been there, having a lot of potential, but not always realizing it. And I think we're always just kind of waiting for the moment they pop off, you know, like this could be the year, we don't really know.
Yeah, even with the loss of Skrull earlier this year, like they still have an incredibly strong 8-man roster. They did 5-0 their match, I think it was yesterday. So I think that they will put up a very, very good fight in the round of 16. But we're just gonna have to see. As you said, they do tend to choke in like quarterfinals thereabout, and they do go out a bit earlier than a lot of people anticipate. However, this could be the year that they look to change that. So we're gonna have to see that next week.
Yeah, and again, there's also a lot of lower bracket matches that we're not really going to get into in the interest of time. But as a reminder, none of the teams are out. They're still playing up to 2 matches in the losers bracket next weekend. So if your favorite country is still in this, make sure you support them next week. For the time being, though, we are going to take a 10-minute break or so, where afterwards we'll be taking a look at the round of 16 map pool together. There's some real surprises in there. It's a banger pool. Make sure you step in for that. For now, though, that's going to be it for now. See you guys in 10 minutes. Well, again, thank you for commentating.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we will see you all in about 10 minutes. Be there or be square.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It is time for the round of 16 map pool showcase, and we've got the boys gathered. I am here again with OMG4s, the head pooler.
Hello, I'm doing fine. How about you, Asa?
I'm doing good. These maps are awesome. I can't wait for you guys to see all of them. Of course, we've also got Half Slashed.
How you doing, Azer?
I'm doing good. I just said so.
I just need to hear that on repeat, man.
Dude, are you doing good twice?
I am.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I am apparently. I mean, honestly, after seeing some of these maps, Tiebreaker is pretty poppin'. I'm a big fan. It's gonna be about an hour until we get there, though. But I think we've got a pretty good pool this week.
I do agree that the pool, at least compared to last year, is definitely better, but I still think this could have been better with more time, but generally I am happy with it.
Yeah, there's some stuff here. A lot of familiar names. Hopefully nothing too crazy.
There is, I believe, 3 mappers doing their first OWC maps here. Technically, one of them is a collab for 2 of them.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, there's a few new faces, 100%, yeah. It's also something I try to take advantage of, is the good man Half-Slashed here with Courses testing all these mappers out. And I'm just taking wait, this map actually works pretty well? Wait, he's on time and he's motivated? Oh, sign me up! Thank you, Harvey, for testing these guys.
The ideal mapper. Anyway,
Hey,
I think while we're talking about that, we could probably get going, though, because it's
yeah.
Nomad 1, and it's not a new mapper. Let's get into the Nomad 1 by Nana Abe. Here is Wing of Destiny.
Oh yeah, so this is a slightly unusual Nomad 1. It has way more streams than you would expect. There's a decent amount of bursts, which are definitely a big aspect of the map. They did get toned down a bit with some kickstarters and stuff, but generally they still exist and you still have like that hard difficulty of it. Don't worry, we've got other stuff in the pool to kind of round it out, but generally that's your Nomad 1. If you've seen the Tiebreaker last week, you can expect something similar in aim style, I would say, almost. It's the same mapper, and this was actually the first map we got him on for, and then we found, hey, actually this guy on Tiebreakers?
Yeah, when I see this style, I'm just like, yeah, he really was made for tiebreakers, I'd have to say. We definitely saw that last week, but you can see this in his Nomad 1s too. I mean, for a lot of people, you know, tiebreakers are, you know, Nomad 1, just like a little bit harder, or they add in one other skill set, so pretty natural.
Alright, is there anything else you want to add to that, Asa, or do we just go right down to meme lane?
I mean, it's the usual.
Okay.
It's no secret. There's not much to say. I think we've already said it. I guess I could say, I'm pretty happy with seeing more or less the same mappers for the 1-1 a lot. I think there's like a couple of people we meme around it a lot, right? But like, it's not like it's easy to feel like it's kind of hard to map for this style properly, but like, there's a lot of people that do it like really good, and most importantly, that players really like. I think Nana Abe is one of those people that you would think of. I think you would think of like Barking Mad Dog. You think of you did it last week, I think. Who's the one last week?
Natamori?
No, tomorrow.
Sorry, Qualifiers. Skyflame. People really like Skyflame. You see these names a lot for Nomad 1, I think, right? So it's just nice to see them repeat. I think they do a very good job.
Yeah. Although I do think that these mappers can definitely do more than that and branch out, and that's something I also want to see. Obviously, it's pretty safe to go for yet another like Skyflame Nomad 1, but it does work. But you know, giving the players a bit of variety would also be good. At least for OWC, this is variety for now because we didn't have another Abe Nomad 1 yet, and there you go. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of mappers who can probably do a pretty good Nomad 1. And then there's mappers who you think maybe can do an Nomad 1, they say they try.
Yeah, everyone
and
thinks
then you end
they
up
can.
with a real lazy Nomad 1. That's a cursed map from Courses 2020. I remember that one.
Oh man.
It's a cursed binned map from Courses 2020.
Exactly.
It never
You
saw
never
the light
saw
of
it.
day.
Yeah, because I told them, bro, this needs to go.
But we need him for other things, though. I mean, he really.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll see him on the normal 4 slot this year.
There's no way we don't.
Is there?
It's a blunder if Real Lazy's not doing a tech map for Eddie.
Really?
I think so.
Okay, we'll see.
By the way, I don't actually know if he's doing it or not. But anyway, so moving on now, the stream Nomad. Let's get into Nomad 2 by Astronic. I think very similar story here. Astronic, I think, very prominent at mapping this type of thing. Something that players really like. I know a lot of stream players really like this mapper in particular. And here he is. Here's Amber Wishes.
Yeah, Astronic is a mapper who pretty much popped out and started mapping streams, which sometimes had some patterns which are really player unfriendly. But the cool thing about tournament mapping, you can give a bit of feedback and can tell them, hey, change it a bit, and you're pretty much good to go. That's actually the case with a lot of maps in general. If you have just a few changes, it works. And once again, Astronic works pretty well here. You have Amber Wishes, 195 BPM streams, slightly higher BPM this week around. I would have obviously loved like a more gradual BPM increase, or maybe keeping the BPM the same to last week, to focus more on the aim aspect. But you know, sometimes songs just end up like this. Like
I do want to point out, weird thing for a custom map to like a custom tournament map, but this is fully key sounded. It has piano key sounds the entire time. They're pretty good.
Oh yeah, Astronic seems to be pretty motivated for this one at least. There's a few other maps who have like really interesting hit songs.
I noticed there's another map in this pool that has the same thing. I don't know. This pool is just really just has key sounding. I guess I'm all for it though, of course.
Yeah, or maybe the map they copy the keys hit sounds off of had keys. I don't know. Who knows? But
that part I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also all for that.
There are key sounds. It does work. Oh yeah, also. Okay, the replay apparently doesn't work. This fun fact: this was actually done in a test play lobby with Scovy 2, and apparently getting the replay doesn't work for Scovy 1. Okay, I remember that, I guess, because the score is actually going ballistic on the left as if it's Scovy 1.
Azard is just that good, man. He's getting 25 million points.
Exactly, man. Oh, Azard. Yeah, this was a multi lobby where we just tested stuff.
I really love the casual replay farming, just like in the lobby, just testing. Like, yep, it's good to go.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's kind of just bound to happen when you have like, honestly, extremely good players on the playtesting team. They could just sight read a lot of these maps, especially like this early on, right? So it's gonna happen.
And it's also a good sign if you can sight read something, because there's not any unfair patterns in it. There are some changes though, however, compared to this one isn't quite the same as the uploaded one. For example, the 1/3 part is slightly different, so it's way easier to read. That's where Azrael actually got most of his 100s from.
Also, I think this map doesn't have anything weird in it, I would say. It's pretty standard. This play is... I don't know how to relate this, or like... I forgot the name of the map. You know the really... I think it's Oceanus by Broccoli?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of get that kind of vibe from this map. Maybe that's just me. It's a little bit odd, but like everybody liked that map and it was in so many tournaments, right?
Yeah,
so.
Both of these maps actually have really low spacing between the streams, so like you don't actually have that much aim involved, which I guess is pretty comfortable for stream players.
All right, here's another map with very low spacing from the beloved duo of Mirash and Delis. Here's Unmei no Kosaku.
Yeah, it's the resident alternate map here. You see another Delis in the Raj collab. Man, yeah, let's just let's focus on the map for now. It has, as a song, if you know the song, you kind of know what to expect from it. There are some sections with just longer alt patterns, and that's pretty much what the map has. It has a bit of a mix of flow and snap aim, but I think more flow aim than last week. And otherwise, it's an alternate map. There you go. Slightly higher speed though than you expect.
I think the most determining factor of this map, especially when you consider the slot that this is in for, the low spacing on the majority of these patterns is pretty noteworthy, actually. Like, usually the spacing is a lot higher, so a lot of these patterns look pretty scary, but when you look at how like just low spacing there is, it's not actually all that bad to play.
Yeah, what was the term you used? Negative aim on that?
Anti-aim?
No, like negative aim, where like as there's very low space, there was a feedback you posted for one map in a later stage.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said so. Like this map has negative aim, so it's pretty easy.
Oh, apparently I said that.
I think that's a really funny way of putting it. I like it.
Yeah, I'd have to attribute the negative aim, if you will, to the CS 3.8 method being employed here, right?
Oh. Yeah.
That's a trade secret.
CS 4.2 in Nomad 1, you have to balance it out, you know? Plus minus 8. This one's 3.8, Nomad 1 is 4.2. There we go, we got it. Okay, I think this is a bounty replay. Oh yeah, by the way, these repeats, definitely have to pay attention a little bit to them. They got their SV nerfed a bit, but if you just lazily aim them on the head and stay there, you can start a break. Just move down the middle, you should be fine.
Why did he have to name himself Find a Better Duo?
I mean, is he wrong though?
Is he?
No. That's right, yes, he is wrong.
Okay.
We're probably not going to talk about the reasons why, but I mean, dude, Mirash and Delis is a very vital duo for any map pooling experience.
Oh,
they lift the spirits.
Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Am I misinterpreting this name? I don't know.
I think so, dude. Like,
I don't know the
whole
story
meme
behind
is
it.
like,
So I don't know.
it's like, you know, Mirage and Della find a better duo, like, kind of in that context, you know, that's how I read it, rather than find a better duo, literally.
Oh. yeah, it was mostly as a meme, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No SS. Unlucky.
It's pretty close enough. And that's actually a really good score, by the way. A lot of the patterns are quite hard to hit. But I think you can expect pretty high accuracies from players in general on this. Just like, it's a map where you miss a lot, but there's not really anything that's hard to time. So there's that.
Also OD8.
Oh, true. All right. Let's take a look at Nomad 4, Fat Yoshi by Asilica. Wait, that's not the name of the song. It's Esperos. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a Fat Yoshi in the background, so I don't judge you for, I don't fault you for misinterpreting that. Could very well be about Fat Yoshis here, and the map allows is Fat 3D Yoshis, 100%. I can attest to that.
Wait, what happened to the negative social credit? What?
that is a secret lore for next year. Yeah, so we have an Asilica tech map. If you know Asilica, you probably kind of know already what this is all about and how it maps. The first half is mostly focused on the cut streams, and the second half has a lot more janky 1/4 into slider stuff. Otherwise, I think this is pretty much as you would expect from a Asilica map. It's a tech map, yeah.
I think Asilica is probably the other like really noteworthy like Nomad tech mapper that I think any tournament needs, along with Realazy, right? They have very like contrasting styles that I think people like. There's like some subtle differences, but he has a very unique mapping style that I think no one is really recreating. So I think it's really nice to see. I think he did a pretty good job. Also, this is the other map I was talking about that has some key sounding. It's pretty subtle, but there's some. Well, it's not really that subtle, but like if you don't know it's there, it just sounds like it's a part of the song. It's additive key sounding, and I'm now done talking about hit sounding. I'm sorry.
That's fine. For any hit sound enjoyers, there you go. Play this without hit sounds.
No one will play this with hit sound.
True, but I mean you can try. Does this ring a bell, Halfie?
Yeah. I was gonna say something along the lines of Isil and Real having the contrasting styles. Hey, can we talk about their collab?
No, we don't. We do not. That is forbidden knowledge. Thank you very much.
Man, up there with the social credit. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about the map. It's pretty much well covered, right? Like, sliders and stuff between them in the second half, cut stream in the first half. Isil, like, you've seen it, you played it.
Yeah, funnily enough, we did have a real lazy Silica collab planned. That is not going to be the case anymore. This is the survivor of that, this map. And on that collab I definitely was able to notice the differences, and I just know that Silica goes ham a lot more if he wants to.
Alright, well, how do you follow up on Fat Yoshi being in OWC? Let's with this, of course. Here's the Nomad 5 speed pick, I believe, by 2 first-time mappers for OWC. I think this is a collab between Alden and Fairy.
Yeah, both first-time mappers, and just enjoy the background, enjoy the song. It's a speed map. It's more stamina heavy. I'll stay quiet now. I mean.
I really like seeing this type of song in OWC and just in OS Standard in general. This is a type of song that is very present in a lot of the older rhythm games, and even some of the other OSU modes. I think most notably Osumania, and with like Stepmania roots and stuff like that. There's a lot of music like this in those games that I think just never really got a good representation in Standard. So it's super nice to see this.
Yeah, basically this is, it's 235 BPM Mashcore. I don't know if that's actually the genre, but it sounds like Mashcore to me. And all it is like, it's pretty much, even though it's 5 BPM lower than last week's, this is all about, the consistency. I think you can make parallels to something like Xenobeat, just a lot easier.
Anybody see the sliders? Yeah, chat saw it.
Didn't see it.
You only will see half slider.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. But yeah, about these mappers, Alden, he actually was a pretty renowned 4-digit tournament player, and so he got into mapping a while back. Winber 1 mentee, and then he's just kind of come into his own. So. And Fairy is a new face. I've seen them a lot doing custom Nomad 4s for other tournaments. So.
Fairy's been mapping for a while, but recently has really like stepped up the mapping to be a pretty like equivalent top tier to a lot of the like mapping quality that you would expect. So I'm sure in the future we'll be seeing a lot more from him.
Pretty much, yeah.
I have to admit, finding a proper song for Nomad 5 when you don't want to map metal is a pain.
Yeah.
It's such a pain.
There's not that many genres you can really go for, right? So usually it's always metal. It's like a Mazarin song,
Yeah, and it same kind of reminds me of a Nomad 3. It's either 4 minutes or you can't use it.
Dude, I can't get over this background. It's so good. All right. Oh, no stranger to this next pick here. Let's get into Hidden One, of course, by Lasse, and I believe this is an edit of an existing map or something like that, right?
No, this is actually a custom map, but he's gonna rank this one, so he just called it OWC.
So he made a regular version of the OWC version.
Yeah, no, he did a regular version, and we told him, Lasse, this is so freaking hard, and then we just nerfed a bunch of stuff. Put CS 3.8 on it, put approach at 9.41. Yeah, and this is the map now. Unfortunately, we do not see the HP drain, because HP drain is obviously 7.27.
Why'd you have to mention it? No!
I mean,
Guys,
I
do
had
not
to.
look at the HP drain, he's wrong.
I mean, we don't have it on the showcase because we don't care about HP drain as we use no face. But this one is, as you would expect from Lasse, pattern aim, and more pattern aim. I mean, if you know his maps and the way he maps, yeah, we just saw him go crazy, pattern aim, and
There's a few longer bursts in this one. There's I think a 30 stream or 20 or something at the end. So there are a few longer streams. It's like a mix of both, but mostly if your aim is not on point, this is a go next.
Honestly, like, I think it's very hard to talk about Lasse Customs because they have just never missed. Like, you know exactly what to expect. You know it's going to be 10 out of 10 quality. It's going to be a really good song, and the map quality, the map itself is usually a very popular pick. And I think this is the same as always. Like, this is just a fantastic job.
Yeah. You see, it's for me, it's that. Except sub out custom mapping to just talking about Lasse in general. Like, I've commented MCA for the past couple of years, and Lasse always comes up, and I'm like, man, like, where do we even start? Like, whew.
What I want to start with is this guy's absolutely bonkers when we tell him to go for a song and he's done it 2 days or something. That's definitely something I don't see a lot of mappers do. The only guy who comes close is Down, who finishes the map before even sending a preview.
The whole map, that's the preview.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this song is okay. 1 day later, here's the song. Wait, no, 90% what? Wait, what? Did we tell you to do 30 seconds and then we...
Yeah, send us a 15-second preview and it gives you the whole, like, 3-minute marathon with hit sounds and a storyboard.
Exactly. It's absolutely insane. Both these players, especially Lasse, are on a different level. Like, Jesus Christ.
Some mappers are just built different, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole set of this map is, like, already done too, right?
Yes. He already got a
Not only did Lasse just do this map, but he made the version he intends to rank and also the full spread.
Right, yeah. He already has a few guess difficulties. I don't know. He's built different. And it's pretty funny when Lasse is like, I don't really want a map for courses because then I have to hold my maps for like and wait a year to upload them, and then I don't like him anymore. Oh man, he just wants us to get ranked as soon as possible.
I think this is just a good opportunity to, I think, just appreciate the mappers a little bit. It's not the first time we're appreciating Lasse, but I think on this pick, I think it's there's a lot of work that goes into all of these, right? And some people do that work exceptionally well and exceptionally efficiently, and I think we're thankful to have those people around.
Yep, I am with you there, Azer. Like, this is yet again another hit by Lasse. Like, nothing else to say.
Yeah, I would also say this is one of the harder maps in the pool, mostly because of the length, I would say. Pretty unrelenting. So yeah, and there's the long stream, low spacing. So just get your stamina point.
No, it's double tappable.
True, it is double tappable.
It's only 190. It's probably doable, I think. Okay, now for the low AR hidden slot. I think this map's changed a couple times, but here is a custom by Flask. It's a funny Taiko song, Sengoku Sangen.
And it is Flask himself doing the replay. Yeah, this one's a low BPM push date once again. This time not like half slash where he just does like modern mapping and just does whatever he wants. This one is grid snapping and old style with CS5. You see a bunch of varying spacing, grid snapping all over the place, some overlaps. Yeah, this is the map. Wonderful. I think it's pretty fun. I don't know if you played already, Azer. What do you think about it?
It's extremely comfortable for a pick like this. I mean, it looks a little bit intimidating, but if you've played any map like this, and chances are, if you're playing a map like this in the OWC, there's a lot of like old style, grids, AR8s, low BPM, funny Taiko songs. Like that's not an uncommon mix. Like this is not the first time we see this, right? So it does play pretty comfortably. I think my first reaction when playing this was like, I think this is kind of easy. Like, there's not much to miss on. I feel like there isn't that many like weird jump patterns or anything. If you can read it and if you can normally play AR8 anyway, like I think this is a very comfortable pick.
Meanwhile, Flask farming the replay for 2 or 3 hours.
He has the mapper debuffs, man. Mappers can't play their own maps. This is how it
Okay,
works.
yeah. Okay, makes sense. Oh, and there's another OWC slider.
Wait, I didn't even see that one.
You didn't see that? Come on.
I mean, I saw the slider, but I didn't make the
Okay.
connection.
Okay.
That's really good.
Oh yeah, actually, in these like the Kia here, you have the 1/4 into 1/6.
Yeah, forgot to mention that. A lot of the triples here are not 1/4. They're 1/6 with like the first note chopped off. They're like faster delayed triples. I think if there's any act drops anywhere, that's probably where they are, because the rest of the map is easily accessible, I think, for a lot of people. We're probably seeing a lot of those. But yeah, that's the hidden pool. Let's continue to the trend of recognizable old school hard rock ones. It's Twerk by Nathan, a good old classic.
Do I really need to introduce this map? Hey Harvey, do you know this map?
Oh my! I can't believe we are seeing this again. What year are we in? Like, oh, man.
This was ranked in 2014.
Yeah,
somewhere around there. All I remember is when this map came out, Nathan did like a school project or something on the mapping of this and got a bunch of like replays and showed it off for like a school project. I don't know. Maybe someone remembers what I'm talking about, but yeah, there's a lot of effort that went into this map, but like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
when I look at a map like
talk
this,
about it?
yeah. When I look at a map like this, I like to say this is like an ancestor tech map in the sense of this sort of style was the predecessor to what the modern tech maps are built on, where it's not actually about like slider go whoosh yet. It's more of just like high 1/4 frequency in general. So this map was made around that time with like, you know, RLC, Nathan, etc. with active mappers in that. And they were kind of like, this was the first like big foray into that. So, especially on electronic songs, is where the style started to become identified with that genre of music. So, it's just such a throwback to see this. And we even saw that like in pools at the time, right? Like, the tech slot in tournaments really started with maps like these because, you know, the crazy slider go whoosh stuff didn't happen until, you know, a year or two later. So.
Yeah, I think it's important to talk about how just influential this is. Because it really is. It's a bit of an older map, but like this shaped a lot of things, not only just about mapping, right? Like it was kind of like an evolution of a style of mapping that a lot of people like. Again, you said it kind of almost like it didn't birth tech, but it definitely put it on the spotlight for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I look to stuff like this, and I look to stuff like techno nationalism and like that sort of stuff when I'm thinking of early tech. So it's really interesting, and it's like basically that's kind of the point of saying it's like today that's not even close. So that's why we're seeing it in Hard Rock 1, right? In aim slot. This is this is slight lower SR than you would expect to account for that, but here it is. You know, it's not too crazy and out there.
I think an important distinction too is I think from my own experience, a lot of the older tech maps that were made around this time and like shortly afterwards, not all of them aged that well. Like there's a lot of very like primitive concepts, and now that people have mastered those for like years by now, things aren't so good anymore. This map doesn't have any of that though. It still holds up to this day, and I think people are gonna like seeing this.
Yeah, on that note, pour one out for my boy Nold. Anyways.
What about the playability side of this though? I guess because maybe I know there's been a lot of new players in this game, right? So maybe for people aren't like too familiar with this map since it's a little bit old. So how does this play? How does this fit into a pool?
Playtesting wise, no one of our playtesters really had any issues. Obviously, we do have some new players, but also a lot of old players. I'm not looking in the mirror right now. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Like I think this definitely aged well in terms of playability. It's a lot of symmetry, obviously, and there's not a lot of overlap, so it's straightforward to read. Just C circle, click circle. That playability-wise, I think even modern players should not really have too many issues with this.
500s, by the way. What the hell?
Yeah, Barty lost this one.
Anyway, here's the other Hard Rock. It is Voyager by Kip Alt. Again, another very seasoned tourney mapper that I think everybody is happy to see. This map is really hard though.
Yeah,
it looks very innocent, but it's so slow. It's 145 BPM with a lot of rhythm complexity, and on AR10 that can actually be kind of tricky.
shout out to Bartik, who also still thought it was easy. I mean,
Not surprised.
Yeah, this map is, I mean, it's a K-Kip map, right? You kind of know how he maps. And this is I think you can almost draw a parallel to the Courses Qualifier Harder 2.
Yes.
Except less rhythm and more aim control.
What's the name of that one? Loken or something?
Introspect by Loken.
Okay, yeah.
He had
Close
the
enough.
lick, man.
Of course.
Oh, the lick, okay. Yeah, this was one as aim control, 1/3. Yeah. CS6.5, a slightly different CS6.5. It was aim last week, it's not this week. There we go, it's more aim control. The banger was on.
Yeah, I didn't really get to play this too much myself, but honestly, I think it's pretty tricky. Not gonna lie, there's a lot of rhythm complexity, and I think this requires a pretty specific skill set that I don't know. I think this is going to be a little bit less accessible in relation to other like precision hard rock picks. So we might be seeing like some of the better teams try to abuse that fact.
Yeah, I think compared to last week's pool, this pool has a bit more, how should I put it? I guess a bit more risks taken, I would say. So you can definitely, either you would, there are some people who can probably like the pool more than last week, but I think there's gonna be plenty of people who also dislike the pool more than last week because it's a little less standard.
All right, I do believe that is this their first map? I don't know. I think this is their first map, or at least I don't quite remember seeing them. But
last year there was a CS 2.6 free mod map by K-Kip.
I don't mean K-Kip. I mean the next mapper, which we'll get into.
Okay.
It's DT1 Eden's Song by Kowari.
Oh yeah, this one's a new one. Kowari's first song this year, and first song custom in general. I think in ODC. I don't know if we ever used a map of this. Probably not. But yeah, this one's the generic DT1, and as you can see, the star rating, it's not stopping. I don't know. Play testing, and then it's like, yeah, this was fine. DT1 last week was apparently completely fine despite being 0.2 stars higher than most of the pool. Well, there you go, another 0.2 star higher DT1. It's pretty comparable to last week. You have your jumps, the raw difficulty is decently high on this. It has a few bursts here and there. Yeah, that's the map.
I think that's an important thing to talk about. I actually mentioned this on the last match of the round on Cast. DT1 usually is like the free bingo space that like everybody plays, and like there's just 8 ways on it, right? So I don't know if there was a conscious effort to make it harder than it used to be, but I think it has a nice effect because usually I feel like it's in a different league of its own, or at least it has been in previous World Cups, but I think now that the difficulty's been adjusted to be a little bit harder than the rest of the pool, you're kind of accounting for the fact that the majority of the players can play this and want to play this and are super comfortable with this, right? So you kind of have to balance for that a little bit.
Yeah, this is pretty much. You want to go ahead, Huffy?
Yeah, I would pretty much agree with that. You know, DT1, like the most dominant skill set in the game is fast aim right now. Fast aim, slightly high AR, and you know, with the lower BPMs that are being used for DT1 in general, it's gonna be really easy for. This is like easier than Nomad 1 for most people because Nomad 1 I feel like appeals to a different type of aim player, you know, less of the performance points gainer, more of the multi-lobby, like, grazed map love player sort of thing. So,
A very sophisticated way to say it. Performance point gainer.
Gotta start farming here. But yeah, it was not really a conscious effort. It was mostly a let's just play them and expect kind of similar scores. Nomad 1 also had a bit of a move towards harder difficulties, or at least higher difficulty in general, compared to the rest of the pool. I think Nomad 1 used to be the same star rating as every other map in the pool, and then it started being higher in some cases. But then it somehow dropped down again. Maybe it was star rating reworks or something, but generally, AIM and DT1 and Nomad 1 specifically have skill sets, or like focus on skill sets everyone has. You have to have AIM playing this game. And these are like the box standard, mostly AIM focused maps. And this is what you farm. This is what everyone farms. So it has to be slightly harder than what you expect a new player on how long it takes him to get to a specific map and FC it. Because there's just so much bias involved.
Yeah, I think that's always one of the parts that are pretty interesting about map pool balancing. You're not trying to make things the same difficulty, but you have to account for people being better at certain things and worse at certain things. Anyway, it wouldn't be a World Cup without Senya DT speed pick, although it is a little bit of an adaptation. This is a custom by Lucent, but I mean, every single person watching this has heard the song already.
Right, yeah, this was a classic. It's the DT1. Compared to last week, I would say almost Nomad 5 and DT2 kind of swapped roles. Where the Nomad 5 last week was a bit more aimy, and DT1 was pretty low spacing and like no aim. This one has a decent level of aim required to play it, and has its like short burst. While the Nomad 5 in this week's pool is way lower spacing, and it's just about the tapping, and just swap them around pretty much. And Lucent map, I mean, you can't really go wrong. Senya, Lucent, burst, there you go.
Yeah, pretty much. The iconic map, of course, of this is the one that Scorpio made. So, and that one also has those gigantic squares. This one does not have those gigantic squares, so you should be good there. On that note, as far as background, so we are now, I think this Satori has pink hair too. So that's 2 pink hair girls in the background fours. Are we gonna be getting a third one?
Oh, the pink hair girl background ratio, I haven't really taken care of that stat. I actually don't know.
Me and Forrest are more preoccupied with the anime song ratio, the one that actually matters.
Yeah. Also,
we got to keep that down.
Yeah, the anime song ratio, that's the inverse of the banger ratio. They're intertwined, and although this one's hard. I wouldn't call it an anime song, right? I think this one's good. Yeah.
Nah. Toho.
This is Toho, yeah. Different things.
Big difference. Oh, okay. This one has purple-ish, magenta hair, so we're wrong on the pink.
I mean, close enough, right? They're cousins.
True.
50 Shades of Purple. Let's go.
Look, I am just saying I have used both of them as avatars in the past, so that's how you know. Like, there's definitely some pink hair there.
This is a Bartek replay, right?
I think so. Because if it was Nissan,
it's always a mystery with these names, man.
Yeah, but
maybe we should just guess. I don't actually know. Maybe chat should guess. There's a lot. Replays are like done by like 4 people, right? So not a lot of differences to choose from. Anyway, let's get into the last DT, which is an existing map, but I think this was like map for tournament before or something. Oh god.
Yeah, this is okay. Don't even ask me. Don't even ask me. Just ignore it and focus on the map. So this DT free slot actually had a quite the history. I think we just slotted this in 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago.
We actually had this map in for like a month, and then we filled out the pool. And then we noticed a few shortcomings, and then we were like, yeah, okay, let's replace DT3. So we found like 2 DT3 alternatives, and they were so boring and just I didn't want to put that in. So we took the lesser evil of 2, which is having a slight overlap with the mapping style of KK, and just having a more fitting map. This one's kind of reminiscent of last week, except way more focused on the aim control part. And it actually is pretty standard raining. Do not underestimate this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
209.
relatively slow at 2 and 9. I think for a stamina pick, that's pretty slow.
Yeah, it is not stamina focus, it's mostly the aim control, finger control aspect, but just because of the amount of finger control there is in the map, this is decently stamina draining. So if you're not comfortable with 209 BPM, you might have slight issues here.
There's a lot of finger control in this.
Yeah, this is quite the contrast compared to last week's. In the sense of last week's the bursts were kind of more spaced out. So even though that was 224 BPM, this is 209. This one just never stops, right? So it's basically like, oh, you have to do 209, and you have to have such mastery of it that you can not only hit doubles and quads and read them fluently, you also have to be able to like just keep up with it for 4 minutes, right? Or the equivalent of 4 minutes. I think this is 240 after double time, so not too bad. Fun fact, I've actually like played a lower difficulty of this in K-Kip's tournament earlier this year, Bamboo Cup. It was rank restricted, so he was giving us his spread difficulties as finger control maps there.
No, I think this might actually be the same difficulty.
No, that one was easier.
Okay, it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah,
I
this
actually
one
remember
was.
that.
This one was for OTST. I think that was actually one of the Taiwanese players, Shiina Noriko's tournament. So
Okay.
It's definitely
Alright.
been around though.
That wraps up the DTs. Let's get into the free mods now with the good old Captain 1 map, Quan.
Yeah, the Captain 1 CS5 version 8, we do have it this time around. This one's way more burst heavy than last week.
I do want to emphasize that again. It's a Hard Rock replay, so you don't get to see this, but this is AR8. It's tricky.
Yeah, it is CS5 AR8, the classic. This time we do have the CS5 AR8. So it will feel, the pool will feel a little bit more small circle favorite, because last week Hidden Wall was actually planned to be a bit smaller in circles. This time around we do have two, like a CS5 hidden map and a CS5 free mod map next to the hard rocks. Yeah, this one's bursty, has a bit of aim, kind of a mix of both, I would say, because when you go down this dreamy CS5 AR8's rabbit hole, it's not actually that as fun, or like it's hard to pull off properly, I would say, to make it balanced for both mods. But yeah, this one, I mean, this might actually have been used in quite a decent amount of tournaments, so some tournament players might be familiar with this one.
Yeah, in particular, this one was featured. This one was created and featured in Nick's Winter Cup 2021. So that's where this one came from. Captain was just like, "Hey, I found this Veriquidus song that would work for CS5 AR8," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, you did." Like, what the heck? So kind of where this came about. It's actually quite there's a lot of parallels between the style used here and the one for the Fremont one last week. I just see like this whole space burst that kind of don't stop sort of thing for Fremont one last week being used here. Very similar in that sense. Just kind of nice to see how those difficulty elements like translate to lower AR, higher CS.
I think there was some discussion about the lack of AR8 CS5 last week, is that right? So it's good that it comes back here. I think people are always expecting to see this.
Yeah, there were a few people who mentioned a lack of CS5 AR8, but it's mostly something you use because CS5 AR8 is like pretty free to just put in, and it's kind of balanced on both mods. You don't need to think about it a lot. Maybe playtest it once and you're good, and not like actually try to balance stuff. Yeah, this one, I mean, there were a few things being changed in the pool, and then we noticed this one will be a decent alternative, so we just went for it.
This has a pretty
there will be more CS5 AR8 the next stages, but like early stages we don't need to go for CS5 AR8.
does strike a pretty good balance with the remaining free mod, which is a pretty big circle map by Ryusei Eika.
Yeah, and this one's a CS5 base A map, and since I think I've heard you play it, you wanna tell us about this map, Aza?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's 3.5 base, not CS5 base. I think you actually said that wrong.
I said CS 3.5. Did I say CS5?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just
my listening skills aren't up to par, but yeah, it does have pretty big circles. Again, this is a Hard Rock replay as well, so you don't really get to see that. But this map features a lot more of that anti-aim type thing, the awkward jumps. Oddly enough, there's a Delos Mirage map in the pool, and it's not this one because it kind of plays like it a little bit. I think this is probably likely to be one of the more popular maps because it's very comfortable, actually. There's like I said, there's a lot of anti-aim, but it's not uncomfortable aim. It's mostly just only in the Kai, which you'll see soon enough. It's pretty comfy, but I think this on mods can get kind of hard in relation to no mods. So I think this map, at least for teams, are going to require 2 really strong modded players. It's probably going to heavily rely on them because you can see this with Hard Rock. It's pretty jumpy for a round of 16 map.
Yeah, this type of map has a couple parallels. So this is kind of like a weirder version of a map that we saw last year in WC 2020. I believe it was the Very Chill map. It was a Daenan song. So it's kind of like that. It's a little bit more difficulty consistent. Tosses in some more interesting patterns. You know, Ryusei Eika, you already know. I don't think I would call the aim on this one comfortable. It has like a lot of raw aim, but it's a lot of the patterning is pretty freeform, so pattern recognition tends to suffer. It tends to force you to like snap to each object, and so that's kind of the whole challenge there. This I think this was based off of a map Corsairs used this year, so.
Yeah, this is pretty much it was done in parallel with like a bit of inspiration from the Spartan free mod map in courses, and the Very Chill map is also a pretty good reference. Just a big circus jump. This is pretty much as a balancing act for the Nomad 1, which has definitely a bit of more burst focus. And if you want a slider, if you want a cursor go whoosh map on jumps, this is it.
Yeah, I'd say it complements the. Sorry about that. I'd say it complements Nomad 1 pretty well. What were you saying, Azer?
I was just clarifying that this is AR9 plot, I think. Since it's Hard Rock, we don't get to see it. It's a pretty important detail.
Yeah, so there's a bit of density when you go hidden on this one. I also balancing this map has been a very interesting feat because I would say Nomad-wise, it's like half a stage on the easier side, but like Hard Rock and Taden are like half a stage on the harder side, so it like kind of meets in between. So the modded plays definitely gonna have struggling a little bit more, but it's actually not as hard as you would expect the star rating to say. It's 6.9 stars after Hard Rock, but it feels pretty fair in comparison to other maps in the pool, at least according to our test players.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most popular map of this round. This just has a little bit of everything that every team wants. Gets to showcase some of their skill cap with the mods as well. And it is time for the tiebreaker. You want to have a quick word before we go? Oh, all right, we're just going. All right, okay. It's a tiebreaker by Overload Code. It's a weird one. Here's your Western music. This has a lot of like 7/4 time signature, and I think the very first thing I said when I looked at this map is, this guy had a lot of fun mapping this. It's just a map that you kind of just get to see how like genuine it is. Like, it's not forcing anything. It's just a fun map and it works, you know?
I mean, yeah, this map is, I think, one of the gems, at least coming out of this year's ODC. I think unanimously, everyone who saw the map when it first got completed, I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. There were just a few balancing acts that had to be done, but that's pretty much it. It's a Western song. It's, I don't know, I think it's Overload Code at its best, I would say.
Shoutouts to the stop sign sliders where the singer says stop.
True. I mean, the thematical sliders. Okay, let's go. I really like how the the sliders and just incorporated and representing the guitars in the background is just very fun. And just the way he plays with slider velocity. Yeah, it has streams, it has jumps, it has some faster sliders. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a really fun map and it goes on. Yeah, feel free to listen to the end.
What you got for this one, Half?
Yeah, I mean, I think you more or less got it, right? Like, Mapper looks like he had a lot of fun. There's pretty much every skill set here. Like, there's aim, there's raw aim, there's pattern aim, there's slider aim. Like, it's just there is even flow aim, right? Like, not too much on the rhythm complexity, but it's more of every flavor of aim is being showcased in this in some form. Aside from, like, you know, aim control, I can say. But that kind of complements the rest of the pool pretty well. There's aim controls kind of like siloed into a few slots overall. So seeing this kind of general aim challenge for this pit pool seems pretty good. Also, I will say that this is also Overload Code's name change. I don't know if it's his name change to View, but OLC, like, just gone with the acronym. Like, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I actually didn't even know about that.
Yeah, it's kind of clean, actually. I do have to say.
Yeah, I like it. But I mean, again, like this, you can already tell just, like how fun this map looks. I think to expand on that a little bit, I think the only skill sets that like, aren't in this is like rhythm complexity. There's just none of that. It's very simplistic. But also there's no like tech elements whatsoever. I would say it's just very. It's straightforward, but it has like so much variety. Like the same song, the song is just playing the same 4 bars over and over and over again, and the map just feels different every time because it's just mapping to all these like different things the subtle changes in the song and stuff like that. So it makes for a very fun experience. This does not feel repetitive whatsoever. It's really a blast to play. Also, it does have a couple of lengthier streams I think we're about to see pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I think most of this is closer to 200 BPM, if I'm not wrong. I think most of them are like 198 or something. It's a bit variable because it's a pretty old song.
Yeah, obviously it was great that OLC is the person who maps this for the timing.
There's the first one. There's more. But again, like, it's nice because it doesn't really feel forced. It's not like, hey, we need some streams in our tiebreaker to like please the speed players. It just like fits super naturally in the song, which is always nice, I think. Sometimes we have to try a little bit hard to like force balance, and I know some people are not a fan of that. This just doesn't have any of that. It's a map. We didn't have to do anything for this, right? Like, it's like you said, you just submitted the map and you're like, yep, this is good.
I want to say OLC was definitely really good to work with, like, throughout the entire process. I don't know, I cannot complain at all about this map, to be honest. Yeah, I think personally it's pretty fun. I think unanimously everyone loved it, and I hope all the players will also love it. I hope we will see it 1 or 2 times at least the next weekend.
I think to add a little bit to my experience with this, because I did like just see this map for the first time like a couple hours ago. The first time I looked at this, I'm like, wow, people are gonna hate this. This is weird. And then I played it, and I'm like, never mind. This is amazing. This is super fun. So give it a shot. Even if you aren't playing another VCU, like this map is fantastic to play it. And that is it. That's the round of 16 pool. How you feeling about it?
Yeah, I hope with the same pool size, everyone will like the pool. At least you have your strategic options for the upcoming matches. There will be a lot of spicy matches coming up. Next week we'll follow up with the qualifiers pool, which will be quite a bit bigger. And we'll have way more options there. And yeah,
That is true actually. So this is the last pool for this format. So qualifiers, the best of goes up, which means the pool size also goes up. So you're gonna start seeing your no mod 6s, your filler mods, your old style DTs, your slow free mods. Probably, I don't know. There's 5 more maps in that pool. So for now, this is the last smaller size pool. And yeah, that about wraps up the showcase. I don't know if you have any closing comments, Half/Slash.
No, I think that's it. There's not too much on this pool. You know, there's like lots of aim. The weird stuff hasn't really come in. That's what's coming in next week. So I'm kind of looking forward to that.
All right. Well, personally, I think it's a pretty damn good pool. Mostly considering the matchups that we have next week. Take a look at the brackets whenever you have a chance. Next week, you certainly do not want to miss. Even though it's only round of 16, there are some ridiculous matches in the upper bracket. You're gonna want to see all of them, and so we hope to see you guys there. That's gonna wrap it up for us this week, though. So thanks for holding the showcase with us today, guys. For Half/Slash, always appreciated to have you guys on. As for us, though, it's going to be it. So we'll see you guys next week. Take care.
Goodbye.
See ya.